Hello, hello. Glorious Friday to everybody. There we go. And all right. Okay. Wasn't screwing up on the audio there. Tenwin, Brown Bear, welcome, welcome. Good to have you guys in here. Let's dive right in. Hope you all had a glorious week. And if you're in the US, I hope you had a good Thanksgiving. I did. I had a very good one. Friday, gotta get down on Friday. Well, hopefully we'll be finishing up this area on Friday. Because I swear to God, if this somehow manages to get me through another massive stream, I don't know what we're gonna do. Right, we were cut off from that side, so now we've got to go through this area because this whole area has changed since we've last been here. Right. Also, apparently we got a missive. Or did we? Oh. You unfurled the missive to see your reply from earlier. Whether the original sender is lost or dead is unknown, but what is clear is that the carrier bird that first delivered word from this Sage L was unable to find its original sender, and so has circled back to you with the undelivered missive. Interesting. Oh. Oh, okay, so this was from this was the 500 rings. Do we have the money for that? So that's what, 5 bronze rings is essentially what that is? Yeah. Quill in hand, you loom over a blank sheet of parchment. You have Binder Myothis' contact information in hand and contemplate your opening words. Introduce yourself and send payment. I am Fatebinder Sovani, currently serving in the Tiers, and have recently broken Edict of Kairos, and in roughly the same breath, awoke the latent entities in the mountain spire of the Tiers. When I told my old mentor Regalis of these events, he insisted I contact you, hinting that your wisdom exceeds his own. If that is true, I'd be a fool not to heed the advice of someone more worldly than even Regalis. But I know knowledge is power, and power is not free. I have enclosed a hand of rings as tuition and tribute, a paltry offering for a respected teacher, but it is a sizable sum to me. Thank you for your consideration. I eagerly await your reply. Alright, now that that's taken care of. Is it just the two of them?
See what I see?
Ah, with the trap, though. Can we get that and then get out of there? Well, we at least disarmed it. We planning on a game for Tuesday? I've thought about maybe Endless Space 2. I'm probably going to start with something that doesn't require too much of a time investment, so probably Vampire Survivors, Holocule, something very simple. Something very simple and that I can play for a while. Also, surprisingly, so yeah, he doesn't drop out of stealth until the red actually gets fully filled, no matter how close they are. So that actually makes things a little bit easier. Ooh. Oh, right, that's the one that I made for him. Well, let's go ahead and...
Another.
Okay, so stealth actually is somewhat viable with this. Because they don't actually disappear, or they don't actually reappear until after you've started getting into there. Okay, move a bit closer. Give me the flash fire. Go. Go ahead and give me lightning.
More than this useless weapon.
There we go. I know you do, Tenwin. I know you do, but... And as I said, I'd be willing to take a look at Endless Space 2, because... as I said, I do have it. I just haven't really played much of it. But I don't know how well it'll go on stream, given the fact the last time I tried to do a strategy game on stream, it didn't work too well. Though, to be fair, Endless Space is turn-based rather than real-time, so... It would probably be at least a little bit easier for me to manage. Okay, there's definitely some stuff up there, and more dead bodies. And more guys over that way. Okay, okay. Let's slip over here first.
Stepping lightly.
Nope, nothing there. We have an iron warhammer. I don't think is... much longer recovery time. Hugely longer recovery time. Holy shit. Yeah, no. Like, that's long even by the standards of... Even by the standards of two-handed weapons, that is overly long. Holy shit. No, 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 no.
Quiet down.
It's turn-based 4X game, so it should be fine. Yeah, but then I'll probably get decision paralysis for half of it. Looks like a disfavored weapon. Could be. Doesn't seem like that his favorite favor warhammers, though. They tend to prefer swords and spears. Oh dear. Oh, okay. Rumalon, that's one of our guys. Janos is one of theirs. Looks like they've got... That's a throwing weapon. That's a melee weapon. That's another throwing weapon. Oh, of course it takes us out of stealth. Don't let these dogs cross the bridge. If the Unbroken breach the stand before we do, I'll have every one of you vermin flogged bloody while the General watches. Iron Guard Rumalon grimaces and worries her throat, raw from barking orders over the fury of the storm. I'm not reporting to Ash unless we take the stand, and that goes for everyone in my unit. We don't see Ironhearth and we don't see home till this mission is complete. She pumps her fist twice in the air. Her soldiers reflexively mirror the gesture, but it is made of iron. To be fair, if there's one weapon that you'd be able to make out of iron without having, like, dedicated smiths for it, it would probably be a warhammer because, well, quite frankly, you just need a solid chunk of iron that isn't going to break when you swing it at something. Attach it to a stick. Rally to that talking pillar of iron! Janos waves his weapon to direct the Unbroken. She can't hold the might of Stalwart back from our seat of power. Really? You don't normally see scouts barking orders to soldiers. True enough, but why would I offer my true rank to one of the Overlord's simpering pups? Nonetheless, I'm here to remind these Unbroken that Stalwart belongs to Kairos. For Kairos and General Ash! Rumalon pumps her fist in the air once more. Glad to see a new ally upon the field. We're regrouping on the far side of the bridge. Clean up the Unbroken mess here and join us. Or you could have stayed and helped me because we would have outnumbered them here. You goddamn... Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, yeah, just leave me with the entire enemy force right in front of me. Thanks for that, jackass. Where's my fucking... Yes, please cast. Please cast. There we go. Okay, yeah, this is... Alright, this is aggravating. Verse, can you and Barrick perform that Aerostorm ability real fast? Because that did really well last time. There we go. Now go ahead and set them all on fire again. There we go. Okay, team up on that one. Endless Space 2 DLC are all below like $5. I think I have most of them, but I will double check after the stream 10 win.
Right.
Get away that easily.
This weapon is entirely worthless.
What the fuck is the enemy doing? Oh, whatever. Set this guy on fire, please. And give me Frozen Grasp. And give me Lightning Bolt.
I got it.
There we go. No, Icicle Storm. It's only a single enemy, but... Okay, there we go.
Right.
Alright. That takes care of that. Really? No loot at all from that.
I'll stay downwind of our enemies.
What is this? Sentinel Stand keeps us once a proud opposing structure. Now it stands as a mere shadow of its glory. Hello. Unbroken armor. Exquisite quality. High armor. Nice, nice. It's just a shame that I don't really... Like, look at that. Look at that comparison to the armor that I've got for him. And it's just like, holy shit. It's even lighter. It doesn't even require as much fucking movement. Barrick's armor better be able to get upgraded a lot harder. You can't tell if the recent battle here caused this destruction or if it's been that way for a while. Well, it was there when we were last over here, so it's probably been here for a while. We need to get back down into that ravine. Oh, what the... Oh. Climb down. I want to see what's down here. Okay, so we can... Okay, we can loop back around that way.
Do that.
And now we can't walk that way. Okay, that's kind of bullshit.
Sorry, I can't.
Might have been an attempt to make for them to make sure the currency doesn't get as useless. True. Oh, we
Slow down. Let's take a closer look.
Okay, okay. Let's head back up because apparently there's enemies over there. So hold on. At the same time, what's the point of having, like, I don't know. It's like in a CRPG, I get not wanting to make the money as worthless, but at the same time,
Piece of cake.
you think we'd still be able to find some. Ooh, purifying. That's immunity to poison. I already have, yeah, Verse has one of those right now. Regenerating is okay, but really not that good on him. Stone skin is better. I'm gonna go ahead and give that to me because we've been killed by poison before. I really would rather that not happen again.
Right.
God, let me guess. Oh? No, those are just unnamed guys. Okay, hold on, hold on. We're gonna finish exploring around here before we talk to Rumalon again. Aha, more stuff. Ooh, gems. Oh god, it just occurred to me we're probably gonna have to do a grand inventory management at the end of this area because we've picked up a lot of shit that I— Ow! Fuck you, game! Titan's Knuckle. +1 to might. Sizable if primitive mace, weighted to deliver skull-shattering blows. Slightly higher DPS overall. Slightly longer recovery. Might be worth it, though. Oh, no, but Dauntless is going to get better. Oh, wow, Dauntless already has maxed renown. Okay, that didn't take very long. Alright. Bit weird. I'm surprised it already is done. That's kind of weird. Okay, there was more stuff over here.
If only Stalwart had surrendered years ago. Such needless carnage.
Scrolls. Oh, please tell me it didn't. Okay, good. It actually put them in the proper spot on my inventory. And another scroll. Interesting. Addendum added, a trial of Archon. Wait, what? Oh, wow. Yeah, it's actually listing all of this. Huh. Okay, back up here. We know that there were still some additional enemy forces off to the right. Oh, and there's some more stuff. Healing what is this? An abandoned well with a rusted gear well. Fashion a bypass of the rusted parts. Use brute force to force the wheel to turn and bring up the bucket. Let me see here. Athletics is 64, subterfuge is 77. I want more subterfuge experience because that's been really useful for us. Did that work? What the hell? Oh, 200 rings. Oh, okay, okay. I was like, the fuck is going on? It would help leave. Oh,
Look at that, a future corpse.
Wait, we can fight them from down here? Hold this up. Hold the phone.
Will do. Can't do that.
Or is it just... Oh. I mean... Okay, we've completely broken this poor man's AI. He has no fucking clue what's going on. Well, I ain't gonna complain about free experience.
Wait, I did that? Nice!
Unfortunately, only like 2 spells that I have can actually reach him. So that's... This is going to take a little bit. Verse, actually, you can help out here for... No, 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 don't draw him away. I can't shoot him now. You dipshit.
Yeah, no.
Barrett, can you move out of the way? There we go. Fucking... He's just floating. Okay. Well, she's been able to help. Do we have a fireball yet again? No, not yet. Come on. There we go. Damage. And then... Is he close enough for that?
I got it.
I think so. There we go. How many times am I gonna miss? Oh, he does have a really good dodge skill, I suppose. Please kill him. Oh, for the love of...
Cannot
No,
be
get out of the way. No, Barrick, get out of the way. There we go. Okay, so we do have to go back around in order to fight those guys. But now there's one fewer of them, so that'll make things a little bit easier. Ooh, heavy leather armor. Ooh, that is just a straight up upgrade. I'll take it. And it doesn't look too bad. It does look a little ramshackle, but it doesn't look too bad compared to some of the earlier armor sets. The sudden glide. Okay, well, we have to go back over here. I'm not going to leave enemies alive over here when we can avoid it. Come on. I'm on down. Oh.
Moving cautiously.
Really? Was it just the one? That's kind of... Wow, now I regret not dealing with this. I didn't realize. Well, oh well. That is a one-handed one, too? Armor penetration. Hammer. Ooh. On weapon crit, gain potency 2 for a +2 to might. That's not bad. Wrapped in hide and made of crude materials, neither of which reduce its intimidating aspect. A direct hit would shatter more than just one's focus on their task at hand. Cool. And what else? Okay, now we're suddenly finding a whole bunch of fucking shit that's all high-quality gear.
Can't do that.
I am now very concerned what we're going to run into when we get inside Sentinel Stand, because I have a feeling it's going to actually be more combat than I thought there would be. Okay, Rumalon. I appreciate your help, Fatebinder. There's a little matter of this rust storm. Our troops won't be able to advance until that tornado's dispatched once and for all. I was told that this artifact might clear the path through the storm. That thing? It's like a cloak pin, but... Ugh, these winds haven't been kind to my eyes. She nods towards the wind wall. If you can get us through the storm and into the heart of the Sentinel Stand, I won't question the will of Kairos. Lead on, Fatebinder. Oh yeah, just have me go first. I know how this works. Try and take a closer look into the storm. Thick clumps of dirt and rusted iron block most of your view. You can vaguely make out the silhouette of a distant structure. I wish I could read the rest of that. There we go. Of a distant structure which can only be the inner keep of Sentinel Stand. Alright, here we go. The wind wall begins to part as you hold aloft the steadfast insignia. Dust and debris swirl around a cone-shaped absence projected before you, which stretches into a tunnel of breathable air. The insignia's jewels begin to glow brightly, as if invigorated by this parting of the winds. Whatever dormant state the artifact occupied, it is now awake and full of potential, should you desire to use it. So... Aha! Gives +3 to resolve. Resolve specifically... affects affliction duration, endurance, will, and magic defense. Huh? I like having my +1 quickness. Affliction duration. Determines that a character's ability to endure physical. Resolve is the primary attribute used to derive defenses. Also increases the duration of afflictions applied by the character. So that would actually pair well with my Mage Fire. Okay. We're going to actually go ahead and put that on. And it will eventually unlock... What is this? Oh, no. 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 It will eventually unlock Steadfast Stand, which grants nearby allies resolve and increased resistance to being knocked prone or pushed back. These effects scale with the Steadfast Insignia's renown. Nice. Fashioned in the likeness of a stalwart battle standard, this emblem was worn by every... Oh yeah, we've already read this. This was in the original description for it. Billy. He's already got immunity to poison. We'll go ahead and give Lantry that, so he's immune to poison. Alright, let's go.
The path remains open behind us, making way for friend or foe alike. Sentinel Stand has never been more exposed.
Yeah, that appears to be the case, Lord Brownbear, because we gave Dauntless, which was the sword we found, to Barrick. Yeah, raise the Dauntless high, release a wave of energy to stun all nearby enemies, and damage increases with the Dauntless's renown. So yes. They're items with their own EXP pool. The walls of the keep have been beaten and chipped away by both the storm and the bitter clash between disfavored and unbroken. Okay, who the hell are... Oh. Yeah, the Regents of Stalwart, they have their own. Can it be? A figure pushing through the storm! A Skyblade of the Regent's forces seems ready to approach and welcome you, until dawning realization comes to her expression as she hoists up her weapon in a stance of challenge. Announce yourself, invader. We have not set eyes on the storm this long to become slaves to Kairos. You will take us to Stratus Herodin. Beric advances on the guard with a menacing air. I don't want to hear any more of your petty threats or how much you love your country. Deliver us the serpent at the heart of this nest. Whoa there, big boy. I just watched the storm all day. Stratus is behind the walls. She glances in your direction with wonder. The insignia. The sentry lets out a startled yell. Someone bearing the Regent's insignia comes this way. She squints to make you out in the storm. Why have you come, stranger? I checked how much the content DLC for Endless Space would cost together. It would cost $12.39 US. Well, as I said, I'll take a look at it at the end of stream. Oh, stop bringing that up. I'm not selecting that. Roar over the volume of the storm. Yeah. The Skyblade's weapon wavers in her hands, and her face turns an unhealthy pallor. She seems equally poised to drop it and run, or make a careless swing to open some distance between you two. She furrows her brow, and regains her bearing, advancing on you. You think I haven't screamed into the storm before? That my desperation to see home again hasn't ripped from my throat when I least suspected? You think I haven't breathed in my weight in rust and debris, and that my throat isn't as raw and parched as yours? Come at me, we'll see who roars the loudest. Oh. I thought that was just a... Okay, no. No. That was literally not what I wanted. I thought we were talking to her over the roar of the storm, not roaring in the storm. That was fucking stupid. Okay, try that again.
I can't believe those winds just let us through. The path is still open, so I'd venture that anyone can follow us the way we came.
Yeah, we saw that part. Okay, there we go. The wind wall is open. I suggest you leave with your lives or join the mound of bodies I have left in my wake. The soldier looks at a countryman and gives you a once-over. This madness isn't worth dying over. Not even the regent would fault us for taking the chance to leave after all these years, would he? Considering again, the soldier shakes her head and dashes for the opening in the wind wall behind you. Yeah, it doesn't speak very highly of the regent that most of his men that are still here are willing to bail now.
You see what I see?
No. Please. Thank you.
On the lookout.
Okay, let's keep moving. Though hopefully the disfavored aren't being idiots and they're actually keeping anybody from approaching. A stranger, and they let you through. Wearing an uncertain expression, the scout grasps at his weapon. I don't know what sorcery carved a safe passage through the storm, but the Regent's fortress is still closed to any outsiders. Out of my way, peon. No amount of Stalwart's rats will keep me from wrapping my hands around the Regent's throat. You look quite presentable after over a year in isolation. The keep is stocked with enough provisions to last us another century, though the Regent hoards much for himself. The soldier's gaze veers in doubt. This keep demands new leadership. The lowliest grunt speaks so openly of their commander. And hey, between you and the Regent, only one is giving the option to bail. Yeah. No, like, so far, every word that's been spoken by one of the Regent's troops very much says, like, yeah, like, going out in a blaze of glory, we would have been fine with that. But sitting around and doing nothing for over a year really just makes one think that you made the wrong decision. When a gang boss takes more than he's earned, the chorus has its own ways of correcting that mistake. He shakes his head and refocuses on you, raising his weapon and advancing a step. Don't try to distract me. You need to stand down and surrender, or... A voice bellows from the other side of the portcullis. Stay your weapons and raise the gate. I would speak with our guest. He looks over his shoulder and frowns. Step forward and present yourself then. Keep a respectful tongue in your mouth and you won't have any trouble. Is this the Regent? Yep. Stalwart's ruler looks at you with a mixture of caution and amazement, his gaze lingering on the steadfast insignia. Well, that explains how you were able to pierce the winds. But why have you come? Not to liberate an enemy, I would think. He squints. The long isolation may have taken its toll, but we are not fully deaf to news of the outside world. I think I recognize a Fatebinder when I see one, so the logic follows that you're most likely the keeper of Vendrian's Well. Harridan! Beric pounds his fists together hard enough to shake the earth. Come here and face us, coward. You've dodged this reckoning long enough. The Regent blinks. Do I know you? Your face, what little I can make of it, eludes me. He sniffs and returns his attention to you. Your friend here seems a mite unstable for emissary work. You're not wrong there, but I'd say he's unstable for any kind of work. We've survived in the Overlord's prison for over a year. I live on, and so does the Regent bloodline endures. Even the disfavored couldn't breach Kairos' wind wall when the edict crashed upon our heads, though I'm less certain how you managed. He regards you with a hint of resignation. You didn't travel this far to deliver terms of surrender, did you? The storm is destroying your people, Regent. Surely you must see the madness in prolonging the inevitable. The only way that the edict ends is with your surrender and subsequent death. The line of regents must end for the edict to dissipate. I'm not ignorant of my part in this equation, Fatebinder. The edict can only be ended with the blood of the last regent, just as Kairos decreed. He nods. I must warn you, I haven't survived this long only to be cut down by one of Kairos' lapdogs. I endured the war, the disfavored suicide march, the long isolation of the storm. I will not make it easy for you. Disfavored suicide march? In the second year of the war, my personal forces captured one of Graven Ash's elite cohorts. We divided their number for our own protection, some here, others at Duck's Watch, with plans of bargaining with Ash for their lives. You preyed upon the Archon's love of his troops, monster! This war came to, shall I say, a climatic stalemate when a disfavored force amassed around the stand to drive us out and liberate our prisoner. A thoughtful expression overcomes him, but he dispels it with a shake of his head. The rest, as you know, is history. Before the disfavored could finish their attack, the edict swept up my people and the Legion like they were straw, battering bones and iron into dust that now swirls about our heads. I remember that day well. If you had but surrendered, then hundreds of Northerners and Tearsmen alike would have been spared. Stalwart bows to no one, you armadillo of rust and entropy. Harridan grimaces at Beric before stopping and shaking his head. Your presence alone dirties these noble defenses. Regent, you could have ended this edict long ago. Ha! You mean by suicide, or execution at the hands of my countrymen? His expression withers. That would betray the dignity of my station and the honor of my soldiers alike. In caving to Kairos' will, we would lose the very thing that makes Stalwart great. Our perseverance. They have armadillos in this area of the world. Yeah, apparently they do. I took no pleasure in watching storms ravage my country. Here from the safety of the Eye. I have suffered the weight of that decision every day. But I would never second guess it. Your burden is nothing to mine or that of my people. To consign your country to this is unforgivable. When Kairos called on Ash to submit, he chose his soldiers' lives over his own pride. You are a coward, Regent, and I will see to it that you die like one. Have you gained anything from this long stalemate? Beyond the hatred of your own people? He hesitates to answer at first, then his face screws into a grimace. The people did not know what was best for Stalwart. We need a strong leader who understands the traditions of the realm, whose blood is a part of the storied heritage. If they spit on me for preserving our strength and outlasting the war, so be it. I did not accept this mantle for adoration. What have I gained? I have kept Stalwart alive in this self-imposed prison, whatever else you may think. The desperation to reach this place and end my life only confirms the righteousness of the decision, as hard as it has been. There are many who would say that a true leader would have fought to the end rather than hide here. Your doubt is understandable, but why should I have fought a losing battle? Stalwart's regents have always endured where others fell. and in the stand I could outlast any enemy. And how could I have known that Kairos would be so exacting in his punishment? My duty is to end the edict one way or the other, Stalwart. Regent. Will you help me or not? I will not. And you are a fool to think I would accept such an outrageous proposal given everything it represents. The very pride of my station hinges on rejecting your impossible solution. He raises his voice for all to hear. As regent of the great realm of Stalwart, I eject you from any courtesy or invitation that holds you to these walls and banish you from my lands. Would anyone else like to make an empty gesture? I'm sure there's plenty to go around. Typical that the attendants of Kairos present no agreeable terms. You may distort their histories to reflect that I forced this confrontation, but everyone here will remember that when your overlord locked me in an impossible choice, I still chose Stalwart. Harridan turns away and returns through the portcullis. I was going to give you three the option to run away, but, well, I guess you choose not to do that. Oh, great, there's more of them. Why did I not cast my spell? The fuck? Oh, she's still on. That's why we have a problem. Please switch to that verse.
I got it.
There we go. Fire. More fire. Go ahead and give me a lightning bolt. Hold on. No, it's not under there. Oh, that's once per rest. Okay, we'll save that for later, because I'm sure we'll have a tougher fight than this. Let me go ahead. Let's do the ice spell. Good damage. Why does he keep running? Stop running, you piece of shit. Aggravating. Okay, let's deal with them. Barrick's doing just fine holding those two guys off. Actually, we'll go ahead and give him a little hand here. There we go.
On it.
Somebody leveled up. Oh, Barrick leveled up. Good. Go ahead. Frozen Grasp. Ow. Go ahead and over there. Go ahead and flash fire the whole group. There we go. That wasn't so bad.
Right.
Now we just need to find a way inside. Scavenger Mask. Slightly higher recovery, but better accuracy. Oh, that's just straight up better for him. Sweet. Yeah, we'll do that. Very nice, very nice. And you also had a Unbroken Shield, which I don't think is better. No, it just adds dodge. I don't know why they did that. That's actually kind of weird. Why is it that the larger shields provide parry? Yeah, the large tower shields provide parry, but the small shields provide dodge. You'd think it would be the other way around, that the smaller shields would be really good for parrying an enemy attack, while the big shields would be good against ranged damage. I don't know. Somebody at Obsidian wasn't paying attention when they put some of these stats in here, I think. Oh, a broken spear. Uh-huh. Nothing else we can do on that side, which means the only way in is over here. Hello? Winch is battered and appears barely functional. Looks like it could break at any moment. I more think it's because large shields can't dodge / move as much. But that's... I mean, it wouldn't necessarily be dodge, but you're essentially putting a large enough piece of metal between you and what the enemy's shooting at. So, like, dodge is still... You're correct. Dodge is not the right word for it, but if you're going to have it affect a stat, it's the only stat that would make sense to actually put on there. I don't know. It just seems a bit weird. All right, use the broken spear.
Time to lighten my step.
Oh, right. We need to level Barrick up. There we go. Maxed out at 19. He's good on damage now. Once per encounter, he delays his unconsciousness. When a hostile effect expires, he gains a bonus to endurance, will, and magic for a short period of time. While Barrick is in the party, all party members gain bonus experience for athletics, one-handed, and two-handed skills. It's not the worst. Plus 20%. Root him in place, grieving him. Is that something he has to activate? A large booster duress at the cost of the ability to move. Okay, so it's a toggleable ability then. Gains additional defenses every time a hostile effect expires. I think the Edict of Storms was a bad choice to this area. I mean, yeah, to some extent. I don't think edicts are really that, like... I don't know. The way Kairos seems to make them is more that they're just an overarching effect. So I don't know what else he could have done that would have... I don't know. Because the edict is related to its sunset clause as well. So he couldn't have, like, for example, we burned the Vellum Citadel with a volcano. If he had done the volcano in Steadfast, then yeah, sure, a volcano swallowing the fortress might have worked better, but then it would sunset itself by killing the regent. As I said, I think it has something to do with the way that the edicts are worded, that they have to be in a certain way. Like, he couldn't have just made an edict that killed just the regent, because that wouldn't, for one thing, that would be massive overkill to create an edict to kill one person. Delays unconsciousness for 8 seconds. I guess we'll keep that, and maybe we'll be able to heal him in that time in order to keep him from falling unconscious, which would be nice. Oh, everybody keep moving. Oh. Oh, of course, it's closing behind us. Oh, hi.
You didn't see
Well,
nothing.
excuse me. I'm not going to be fighting you if I can avoid
Can't
it
do
just yet.
that.
Okay, there's a lot of guys in here. Edicts intentionally seem to lack precision, basically the same person as a WMD. They have no... But with no opponents having an equivalent, Kairos can just keep using them. Yeah. And also, the Sunset Clause actually allows him to avoid some of the worst aspects of mutually assured destruction as well, by basically saying, no, there's definitely ways to restore this land to how it was. I'm just going to make sure that that's always in my corner and not yours. Okay, how do we want to do this again? Lantry, back up a little bit. Go ahead and... hold on. Can I...
Sorry, I can't.
If I maneuver over this way, come on, around the corner, get away from them. If I
Sorry,
maneuver
I
over
can't.
this way. Nope, that's too close. That's too close. Back off. Back off. Was my... it just barely... Nah, it's... Okay. Really? Yeah, that's 12. Okay, so... Changes his opponent to try and end the edicts of his turn instead of trying to counter them with force of their own. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Pretty much exactly what I said. As I said, a lot of it is just to ensure that Kairos has the option to always do that. Go ahead and spectral blur real fast on me. Go ahead and give him that.
Come at me, Grave.
Okay. Can we... Oh, perfect. I think we got him lined up just right. Go ahead and give him that. Good damage, good damage. Why? There we go. Wondering where the fuck my damage was. Go ahead and give me flash fire. Okay, Versus taking heavy damage. I'll heal her.
This weapon is useless.
You're fine, Barrack. Calm down. Give me fireball. Go. Give me...
I got it.
that. Almost got him. Almost got him. We'll start working on these guys. Come on, finish him off, guys. There we go. Thank you for the heal, Barrack. If this region was at very least willing to end the edict at some point to gain an advantage, he would have won over on Kairos, but he just seems afraid of... Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, he talks about like, oh, by not killing myself, I continue to show my endurance. But quite frankly, given the way we've seen of the Unbroken, they honestly would have had more respect for him if he had killed himself to end the edict and give them the chance to keep fighting. Like, that's all he had to do. Like, I understand it's still a big ask to say somebody should kill themselves. But at least as far as the edict goes, the Regent could have easily made, like, a final, like, oh, I kill myself so that Stalwart may live and continue the fight. And his people would have rallied around that. And Lord knows, they would have had actually a better chance at that point in order to deal with it. Yeah, it's like he can claim that he's doing good, but he really hasn't. That is not what I'm looking at. It's still too slow. Elixir of Might, that's good to know. And then some magical abilities. Oh, we need to get up on that wall.
Time to lighten my step.
Should I have done lightning strikes in the ground? Oh, there's another group over here. Well, let's see what we've got. Camping supplies. Fine. That's fine by me. Yep, so we've got another group over here. Still, I want to clear out everything around. The last thing I want to do is engage the central group and they start calling for help.
On the lookout.
Knowing my luck, that's exactly how this would go.
You see what I see?
Ah. Barrick, if you could disarm that for me real fast, that'd be great. Yeah, here they come. That's fine. I want you to run in, deal some damage. There we go. Yep, force them to stack up on Barrick. That works just fine. That works just fine. Now we're going to hit all 3 of them. Verse, what the fuck are you... God damn it, Verse. Give me... There we go. Hit all 3 of them, please. Good. Now we can also do this to hit all of them. And we can use this to hit all of them.
I need to try a different weapon.
I love AoEs. Everybody get fucked. Yep. Yep. Like, there was nothing the Regent could have done about the opening phases of the Edict, because more than likely they didn't know about what the Edict's exact wording were. But the second that they heard that the way to end it was for the Regent's Light to end, he easily could have done that, and again, left it as a rallying cry for the rest of his people. Ooh, cloth tunic is slightly better. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and give that to him. And given how the Unbroken have actually managed to deal fairly well with the storm, they would have continued to give Kairos' forces a massive headache. Ooh, Ring Blade. Two-handed sword. Passive, 1 bronze ring on kill. Ooh, after dealing a killing blow, a single bronze ring tumbles to the ground under the ring blade. Smiths have attempted and failed to replicate this strange art. They gave up over time, theorizing that there was no special property to reproduce, and the sword simply paid its wielder for services rendered. That's interesting. I don't know who I'd give it to, but... And also how I would guarantee... I'll bet you there are people who do solo runs of Tyranny that is like one of the best ways to make money or something once you get your character level high enough.
You didn't see nothing.
The biggest excuse he has is the lack of communication with the rest of his forces, the Windwall cousin mom. He could have had it written down and delivered to the Unbroken as soon as his death was done.
Can't do that.
Oh, we have to go this way. Oh, okay. For some reason, I will say, the inability to tell sometimes where you can walk or not is a little bit aggravating on this.
Quiet down.
Okay. So, and this is... Okay, this is a ramp, so they are going to have to come here, but... Yeah, 3 of those guys are ranged guys, so... That's going to be aggravating. That's going to be aggravating. Alright, as per usual, let's go ahead and do this. Let's go ahead and do this. Move there. Lantry, go ahead and buff everybody.
Sorry, I can't.
And then I'm going to... Damn, it's... Fireball?
Right.
Send them at
There we go. Yep, force them to bunch up.
me and wait.
Oh no, they are fighting in melee. Oh no, they've got... Yeah, they're throwing. Okay, Verse. Yep, you're engaged. Go ahead and give me this. Try to hit... Can we hit all of them? I think we can hit all of them. Oh, they fucking moved. God damn it. Stop moving, you pieces of shit. Assholes. Okay, fine. Hold off on that for right now. Go ahead and... God damn it, Lantry. Get the fuck out of the way, please. Okay. There we go. We can hit these 3 here. Good damage. There we go. Now use this one and hit all of them. There we go. Now, set him on fire. There we go. We can break through this way, which will allow us to hit both of them here. Oh yeah, Mage Fire now does so much extra damage. I am enjoying this now.
On it.
Lightning Bolt. Almost level 12. Almost level 11 on Verse. Very nice. Another broken shield. A stalwart bronze sword. Okay, so the Dauntless has the exact same stats as a higher... As is the equivalent of a stalwart bronze sword in stats. Okay, that makes sense. Is this better for you? It is, actually. Hold on. It's a straight upgrade over the one that I already gave her. So if we give her that... does lose accuracy and armor penetration from the dagger. So we're going to keep the iron dagger on her for right now. Oh, it does also occur to me. I should give him that. Yeah, there we go, Lantry.
Got them in my sights.
Okay, what is this? Massive spikes of stone flare out from the ground with a storm of unimaginable power rip through the terrain. The weapons and armor of the soldiers, ripped from their bodies, are now encased in the stone as silent effigies of Kairos' wrath. I mean, from the looks of it, this is where the storm almost started. Like, it literally tore through the center of the keep, and they barely were able to survive.
Sorry, I can't.
But then this area formed the very center of the storm, which thus became an eye. Massive spikes split the castle's wall, the result of tremendous
Can't do
winds that
that.
passed long ago.
Quiet down.
Yeah, of course, there's more of them. Oh. Oh, it's about time you guys showed up. Yeah, he doesn't have many guys left. Also, you're just... Yeah, sure. Don't deal with the fuckers out here, dipshit. Oh, fuck. Somebody disarm that. I said disarm that. Why did you keep moving? Whatever. Deal with these assholes, please. That when the storm passes, this arrangement will be almost impossible for large armies to invade. That's exactly my point, though. Given back to the edict question, if the Stalwart had ended the storm, like, after the first few days, his people would still be in an amazing position to hold out defensively against Kairos' forces. Let's go ahead and line it up this way. Barrick, what are you doing? Move closer. Give me this. There we go. Mage fire. Set you on fire as well. Yep, reapply. Fireball in the middle.
Take that.
Then go ahead and give me ice. And frozen grasp. Good damage. Then go ahead and give me lightning. Yep, you guys set up defensive positions. Good, good, good.
I'll be your shadow.
That is... Ooh. Creation of a two-handed hammer called the Crashing Thunder. Very nice. Let's go ahead and take that. We need to get up on the wall there. Ooh. Scavenged light. Oh, that's better than my Fatebinder stuff. That's very nice. See the recent update for Total War Warhammer 3. I saw that they made a big announcement that they were adding like 4 legendary lords or something in the near future or something. And there's going to be a couple of major faction overhauls, but I don't know if that's in this update or if that's still forthcoming. Why can I not? Oh, there we go. That's how we get up there. Yeah, they broke their way past that. Scale there. And Drowsy drop, a healing potion. Yep. Climb on down. There we go.
Nothing I can't handle.
Yep, we'll take that. Thank you very much.
On the lookout.
Alright, there's probably more traps. It wouldn't surprise me. Skull Taker, Golg the Man-Eater, and Orc Warboss I don't recognize have officially gotten an announcement trailer. Very nice. Sweet. That's a pretty big patch then if they're putting all that in. No, I don't need any of that. Okay, where the hell did they go? Oh, there they are. Okay, what happened to the disfavored guys that were running up here? Did they get their fucking asses kicked or something? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that a swordsman or a throwing spear? I can't tell. They have a system now where you can buy the legendary lords you want instead of the whole pack if you want. Oh, that's pretty nice. Okay. Alright, Alright, no, there's nothing I can do to really line them up for a better shot. So we're just going to get everybody set up with some stats. Go ahead and get that running for us. Thank you. Nope, not wrong person. Lantry. There you are.
Graven Ash protects.
Oh, Graven Ash protects, but having an illusion spell certainly doesn't hurt. I guess we can try to use this as a sneak attack.
Right.
I'm not here to...
Devious mad. Okay, they just bypassed everybody. That was a bad idea. I shouldn't have done that. Okay, that's not good. They ran right past them and they didn't attack when they were doing that. That's not good. Ow, I'm about to get fucking destroyed here, aren't I? Please heal me. Please use, Lantry, I need you to read or adjust. Use this, the debuff on them, please. And then we're going to grab my... I'm gonna do this, freeze them all. Okay, that forced them away. That actually helped. I mean, it somewhat helped. Fucking hell, Lantry. I didn't realize it was gonna be that good. Do this, line them up, engage, or they can all move again. God fucking damn. Okay, okay. Can we please get a decent attack on them? There we go. Alright, one's down. Now we're going to flame. There we go. I'm coming, Lantry, don't worry. Set him on fire. Then we're going to do this. Then we're going to lightning bolt. Come on, get you two. You should be able to break through his defenses. Fireball.
Damn thing couldn't pierce cloth.
Okay, we'll heal Lantry. There we go.
If I had kids.
And we're gonna Searing Palm.
Damn thing couldn't pierce cloth.
Hit them both. Okay, hold on. Come on, hit them. Hit them all. Hit them all. There we go. Alright, now we can finish this guy off. Go ahead and heal myself.
Right.
Really want them to add a pack that essentially unlocks custom lords, aka you can make your own faction with your own faction leader. You can choose either Slaughtermaster for a title or customize as you wish, sort of like the Demons of Chaos system, but for all factions. If they were going to do that, ogres would make the most sense, I will admit. Ogres and orcs to a lesser extent. But I think they want to keep legendary lords as legendary lords. That said, you are correct that, if anything, what they really need to do is fix the Chaos Demon system, because if I remember correctly, the build your own Chaos faction is pretty much the weakest of the factions because they start out so customizable. And even by the end game, they actually turn out worse than a lot of other Chaos Lords. Still haven't gotten past the prologue. It's alright. A lot of people just play the similar campaigns for the first, like, 50 turns a lot of the time anyways.
Might we not simply break it?
Ooh, lucky. 5% critical deflection, 5% hit precision. Ooh. That sounds like something I'd want to give Verse. Oh, but we... Well, her parrying is high enough now. And I can go ahead and give him this instead. We'll give Lantry the healing item there. Drop that off there. There we go. Oh, and I almost forgot, Lantry. You can have this. A little ramshackle, but... it still works. Okay, that's the door inside. If we... Yes, that's everything explored, everything looked at, everything looted, except for the camping supplies. In we go. Oh boy, Disfavored. It looks like you guys got so far into this keep. Guess we'll grab the potions. Speaking of potions, I've got 6 on me, 2 on him. We need to add a couple more there. Oh yeah, we've got a lot. All right. Go ahead and max that out on him. Go ahead and max those out on her. Max those out on Lantry. Very nice. Demons of Chaos spawn essentially in the middle of multiple other factions that dislike them. Yeah, and I know its attempt is supposed to be like, oh, you're a upstart Chaos Lord, so it is meant to be a little bit difficult. But if that's the case, then they really need to make it so that you can start customizing your demon with better abilities, like, fairly early on. Quite early encounter full stacks attacking? Yeah. Okay, so obviously... Oh, dear. Yep. I've been waiting a long time to finish what we started, Regent. You've sat with your cowardice and shame long enough, haven't you? He draws his weapon. You beg me for death. I'll make it painless. And hear the disfavored go on about honor and glory of war, and they're just principled butchers like the rest of us. I won't deny that we take satisfaction from our work, Verse, but it's never anything beyond that. Work. If you want to see me on my knees, you'll have to prop up my corpse for the delight of your inbred cohort. Don't speak to me of cowardice and betrayal. The disfavored needed Kairos' arcana to even prevail in the end. I'm sure that an army of lice-bitten rats could have succeeded with those odds at their side. You took an entire cohort hostage and don't have the nerve to meet us on the field of battle. You coward. Demetrius advances a step forward. I will earn the general's favor when I bring him your head, and no one in Stalwart will weep for your demise. Dude, you do realize that if I hadn't walked in this room, you'd be fighting these guys 5-on-1, and I highly doubt that's going to go well for you. Something in the Regent's demeanor shifts as he catches your eye. So the Fatebinder joins the fray. You must not like your odds so much if you brought so much backup. Your timing is impeccable, Fatebinder. He gestures to Harrowden. Let's put down this sick dog together. I can promise nothing. I'm almost worried about mentioning her because I have a bad feeling if I do, he's going to say something. Regent, surrender Lady Amelia, and at the very least we will show mercy to your soldiers. Though for the glory of Kairos and the ending of the edict, you yourself must still perish. No mercy to the Regent. Beric clenches his fists and readies to attack. I'm finished compromising with you Imperial dogs. If you want the keep so badly, come and take it. I have more than a few years under my belt, but I've spent most of them training for this day. We must really have you in a corner, Regent. I've never seen you bare your fangs like this. Demetrius advances with his weapon drawn. Good. I need a challenge. Well, here's hoping you don't get utterly fucking slaughtered because you decided to run in first. Beric, take that side. Verse, take that side. Lantry, get ready with the spells over here. Oh, he actually knocked that guy on his ass. Good going. Beric, they're all grouped up. If you would be so kind as to use that Dauntless ability. In the meantime, no, do not use Mischievous Mass just yet. Use the damage bonus, please. Gonna move forward slightly. I don't want him sending them all scattering. Meanwhile, I'm just going to go ahead and use my fire ability. Please use the ability. Thank you. Now, Verse, we're going to use Fury's Rage. There we go. Oh, yeah, look at that fire damage. Oh, glorious fire damage. Thank you, Verse. We're going to go ahead and hit them all. Good damage, good damage. Go ahead and set him on fire. Oh, that stays. Oh, it's still going. Oh. Oh. Oh, cool. When you level up in combat, you actually get a defense bonus. That's actually nice. That's actually really cool. All right, go ahead and cast fire on him. Stop knocking Lantry on his ass. You're going to break his back. They haven't revealed Greenskins or Ogre Kingdom units they might add yet. Oh, well, I hope they do.
Different weapon. I got it.
Time to change weapons.
Oh, come on. Did we seriously miss again? Rolled a 5. Oh my god. We literally have a 95% chance to hit with Fireball, and I've seen it miss consistently.
Right.
Damn thing couldn't pierce.
Okay, please kill him. Oh, there we go. The Regent lies on the ground, bloodied and defeated. He extends his good arm and drops his weapon. Only I had the breath to spend defying you. But I fear this fight has left me. Mentioned above the units they've announced for Khorne, so I'm curious what they might add for others. Ogre Kingdoms have their entire old rulebook in the game. Any units they add will be completely new. Oh, that'll be interesting then. And they finally got around to adding some decent mercenary units for the other factions to get from ogres, which is really nice. I don't know. I'm a Tomb Kings player for the most part. I love my Tomb Kings in Total War Warhammer. So I don't think we've gotten anything in a while, but that's fine. But a moment to witness. The last of Salwart's defenders shattering under the disfavored boot. Demetrius beams with pride and rears back to kick Harridan in the head, but stops himself. Apologies, Fatebinder. I'll give you the honors. Let's kill this wretch and put an end to the edict at last. One of Strauss' soldiers suddenly moves between you and Harridan, tearing off her helmet. I won't let you do this. Lady Amelia, is that you? Demetrius' weapon nearly falls from his hand as he moves into a salute. I hardly recognize you. Why are you fighting with the Regent's personal guard? They're adding Skyla as a legendary hero, as well as Scar Bloodwrath, Bloodspeaker Lords, Blood Beasts, Slaughter Brutes, Corn Gores, Wrathmongers, and Skull Reapers. Ooh, very nice. So yeah, they're fully fleshing out the Corn arsenal. Very nice. Graven Ash protects, Lady Amelia. She aims you a withering look. Those are words I don't hear often anymore. You come in my father's service, be prepared to be disappointed. I am not the Northern warlord I once was. She winces at the very thought. Sitting out the conflict made me see this conquest from a different perspective. She looks at you with a plea in her eyes. We were wrong. Kairos led us from the right path centuries ago. We marched south to finish his work, but... She squeezes her eyes shut. Don't you see that the tears are the last chance for us to make this right? Amelia, the Regent's voice softens. You don't have to say anything further. You were a prisoner. What happened? There is no time for a story, not while we have blades pointed at each other. If any of us survive this, which I suspect isn't likely, I'll tell you everything, but right now, stand down and back away from the Regent. The Regent is already beaten and the keep is ours. Will you cooperate? Never. I know what atrocities you and the rest of Tunan's ilk are capable of visiting upon us. I know what my father does to traitors and deserters. My father. Her voice catches, and it takes her a moment to find her words. I love my father, but it's nothing compared to the love I felt for the father of... Yeah, I called it. I called it. I called it. I fucking called it. Amelia, be silent. Strauss looks at her with desperation. It's over. I'm dying. Save your strength for more important things. He turns to you with a resolved expression, and you know he's almost lost too much blood to maintain it. I am the last of the Regents. You mean to end the Edict of Storms, then I accept my fate. Generally surprised you managed to call it. It just clicked. The general has only one child left of the 4 he originally had. He made a line mention of, oh, could you imagine me being a grandfather? Like, it fit too fucking perfectly. They set up that Chekhov's gun perfectly. Like, I knew it was coming. Is on their side and is pregnant. Exactly. Yeah. One last chance, Regent. Will you end the edict yourself? And myself to end the edict. No, Fatebinder. That is not our way. You may call it uncompromising of me, but my station and my dignity demand nothing else. If you desire the end of this edict so badly, you will shoulder that burden. Then my apologies, Regent, but this has to happen. For Ash in the north, it's time to strike back at these southern ingrates. Demetrius balls his fists and nods for you to make your move. Before you can take action, you catch Amelia beginning to raise her weapon from the corner of your eye. Amelia, stop! Strauss winces, hardly possessing the energy to argue. You have to keep your promise. Remember. Too bad my orders didn't specify mercy. That's a cold-ass Fatebinder. Yeah. It would have been more surprising if it was a son that was missing, aka if the genders were reversed. I mean, that wouldn't work unless the Regent was a woman. Or, yeah, okay, if all the genders were reversed. It took me a second there, Tenwin. Took me a second there. The focused, determined air about Amelia falls to resignation. She delivers a curt nod and leaves the room, darting you a killing look on her way out. Amelia disappears into a side room, unwilling to watch what is about to unfold. Kill the Regent, Fatebinder. Let's put this shameful chapter of the conquest behind us, along with the edict. He spares a final look at Stratus Harridan. You should be proud, Regent. In death, you'll accomplish more than you ever did in life. You'll excuse me if I disagree, you northern pig. Straeus looks up at you with hope and pain in his eyes. So falls the last enemy of Stalwart. Goodbye, Regent. You take up a fallen sword from the floor and drive it through his heart, killing him instantly. Barrett, get the top rope. Straeus' body falls to the ground. You watch the blood pool onto the floor in silence. There's a feeling of anticipation in the air, but as the seconds pass, it never materializes into anything. The surge of arcane energy, the sense of relief you experienced at Ascension Hall, is missing. You can hear the howl of the storm outside, and you realize that the edict endures. Demetrius furrows his brow in confusion. The last of the regents is dead, yet the storm continues. What could we have missed? From across the hall, you hear a faint cry, a baby's cry, and realization dawns on you. Oh. The shield was carried across 3 generations of Star Wars regents and was primarily associated with their war finery. Faithful Promise commemorates the vow made by Regent Haradron to never allow Star Wars to fall into enemy hands. Healing potion. That better? It is. Slightly lower endurance, but that's fine. But he gains an additional... Oh, it's the best of both worlds. It's a high parry and a high dodge. Oh, hell yeah. And we have Scavenger Mask, which is the same as the one he's got, so go ahead and drop that off. A regent always ruled from this throne in Stalwart for the last 500 years, an unbroken bloodline that has survived through numerous generations.
You see what I see?
Oh. Hello. Partial recipe describes the process for creating a powerful drug, but more research is needed to fill in the research gaps. This research can be made with Spire's library upgrade and the proper materials. Very nice. Ooh. Sigil of Volleys contains a magical accent which increases the number of projectiles fired from a directed force spell. Very nice. Okay, hold on. And what's the other one? Sigil of Staggering Force. Adds an interrupt effect to the spell. Ooh. Very nice. Called Weed. Gonna go ahead and learn that. We're gonna go ahead and learn that. Just when I thought my lore skill was getting really high, and suddenly I'm realizing just how much you can modify the spells in this game. Like, I need to get my lore skill even higher. Oh. Blocking the doorway, Amelia regards you with eyes that brim with tears, yet blaze with hints of her father's own grim resolve. She has armored herself in her disfavored raiment once more to face you down. Stay away from my daughter. You will not have her. Oh no. By the Archon's mercy, don't let this be so. Barrack covers his face and howls softly. Your daughter is the Regent's heir. Now that you have killed Stratus Haradin, she is. Amelia draws herself up and glares at you. She has nothing to do with Kairos or the Edict. You have no right to judge her on the basis of blood. How did this happen? Do you really need to draw it out for you? Because there's a few ways it can happen, and people get confused about those things. So, firstly, Verse lifts her leg above her head, but you cut her off with a gesture. Okay, Verse, I didn't realize you were that flexible. Holy fuck. Just casually standing on one leg and manages to stretch her other one above her head. Holy fucking hell. There are Olympic gymnasts who have trouble with that shit. Yeah, Tenwin, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. The fact that Verse basically wears a skirt most of the time means we probably just saw everything. Like... No, Verse strikes me as someone smart enough to wear underwear, but it's probably literally just the plainest and most bare bones of underwear you can imagine. After all, she's not doing it to titillate anybody. Loincloth, pretty much. My union with Stratus the Younger. Even in remembrance, Amelia doesn't shed her warlike resolve. He showed me kindness behind these walls. He taught me of Stalwart and the Tears, the culture and heritage that made these people the pride of the realm. He died in the 3rd year of the conquest. A disfavored spear pinned him to the ground he fought to defend, and he never rose again. Okay, so she wasn't with the old man. That's the grandfather of the child in the other room. She got it on with his son. Okay. Did you know this would prolong the edict? We suspected that the bloodline would implicate my child in Kairos' eyes, but I knew nothing for certain until this moment. Is that better? I mean, I don't know. It just felt a little weirder that if it had been the older dude plus her being his prisoner directly, it makes it a little less weird for it to have been, okay, she was the prisoner of his dad, but he would spend time with her outside of the cell. Like, I don't know. It just feels a slightly less... Stockholm Syndrome is a strong thing. Yeah, it feels less directly Stockholm Syndrome. It's a little less creepy than how it would have been if it had been the older dude over there doing it. Okay, Brown Bear, tone it down. Tone it down. We're all playing the bad guys in this game. We don't need to get political. There's plenty of... Barrack and Verse have the misogyny and misandry angles covered perfectly fine. They can both go on about that all they want. I have no love for this edict, if that's what you're asking. It has torn this realm to pieces and fractured up the pillar of their culture and ruined countless lives. Go back to lusting after Ebb. We all knew you would, Brown Bear. She releases a heavy sigh and hardens her intense gaze. But I have a responsibility to the people of Stalwart to preserve their heritage and leadership. My father and the other Archons destroyed this nation. She and I... Amelia glances back at the crib, then quickly focuses back on you. We can help put it together. That is a naive notion, and I had thought better of you, my lady. But this shows nothing but contempt for all that the disfavor have accomplished and sacrificed in this conquest. Demetrius shakes his head with disapproval. The regent remained in the stand for her protection. The edict was his responsibility to shoulder, not hers. She tips her head down in challenge. My daughter will not be another victim of the conquest. She has the blood of the North coursing through her veins, and thus no one has the right to take her life. Ash's nation was also destroyed, yet he trucked on. The regent could have too, potentially. Yeah. That's the thing. It's the way that they resisted up until... The edict has forced the choices down to a much narrower amount, but up until that moment, yes. They at least had the option to do so. Of course, we all say this sitting in the comfort of our modern day living and say, oh, well, it would have been perfectly fine had he just chosen to do this. The thing is, though, I really don't see another option for this. You'd think right now the best choice would be to hold ourselves here and go ask Raven Ash to show up, but I can't imagine he's going to be very happy about this either. I'd also point out, I really hate to say, the main thing that's getting me with this, though, is there's no good ending for this. Because she's like, oh, I just want my daughter to live and we can potentially help rebuild Stalwart. The rest of the Unbroken want the Regent's line dead. They want the Regent's line dead because they want the edict over as much as everybody else is. Did she really think this was going to go any better if it had been the Unbroken that got in here first rather than the Disfavored? Just from us talking to them, they had already made it abundantly clear that they were ready to slaughter the rest of the Regent's bloodline in order to end the edict. It would have been on their own terms. It would have been a massive propaganda victory for them if they had claimed oh, we were the ones who ended the edict and we're still fighting Kairos. That would have been a huge propaganda win for them. But this would have played out even if we were sided with the Unbroken or even if the Unbroken had gotten in here before we did. This was going to happen regardless. Amelia, I really hate to say it, but you've made a very poor decision. Probably much more charismatic than the Regent. She may have been able to make something of the situation. I don't know. That's not the vibe I got from the Unbroken. Some of them might have hesitated upon realizing that the only way to end the edict would be to kill a child, but the rest of them strike me as fanatic enough that they wouldn't have cared. And quite frankly, her coming back out here in her old disfavored armor would probably have caused them to lose their shit. Jesus Christ. Wow, that is number 3 is a horrible line. The regent's grandfather sends his respects. God damn. The thing is, there is no other way. The edict... There may yet be another way. Perhaps. Another way? Demetrius shakes his head in sadness. The Lady Amelia turned her back on the Legion. The General has no place for the disloyal, no matter whose blood flows in their veins. All the same, if you can guarantee my daughter's life, I will return to my father and submit to his judgment, as harsh as it will be. But that still leaves us with the matter of the edict. What could we possibly do about the Edict of Storms? The Regent's blood flows through my daughter's veins. Honestly, Tenwin, thank you for that, because sometimes it's hard to tell when my lore skill is going to come in handy, but quite frankly, I'm going to trust my character to, even my evil side character, which we are playing, to have an understanding of this, because I'm liking this so far. Abdicate your line. As Regent Mother, you have the authority. You must merely say the words. Quite right. Lantry licks the tip of his quill and flips his parchment. And since the Regent Mother isn't of Stalwart, and can't actually sit as regent, that should, I hope, terminate the line. Oh, I oughtn't to show preference for how the part of the chronicle unfolds, but I'd rather title this chapter Legal Remedy than Infant Regicide if given the choice. Stylish, welcome. Happy Thanksgiving. I saw your message on Discord. Yes, all of that stuff is looking good. If you can send me the PayPal invoice link again, I'll finalize the payment. You can send me the art assets. I'm sorry, I had meant to get to you before I started the stream today, and I got distracted by other things. I'm sorry about that. Sorry, back. Hope begins to reflect in her expression for the first time. Shared it already? I will get to it as soon as the stream is over, Stylish. Guaranteed. Is it really as simple as that? A clerical formality to spare an infant's life. Heard some contention over this lore choice. It feels like it absolves the player of making a hard choice. It's less so, well, I mean, it kind of absolves it. I can see where they're coming from, but at the same time, the premise of your character's entire existence is magical lawyer. Like, if you can find a loophole in the Edicts of Kairos, why wouldn't you use it? She huffs as much in surprise as derision. If this works, then I'll owe you more than I could possibly repay. Here, the edict damaged this trinket, but you might still find it useful. I, Amelia, formally abdicate my daughter's claim to the Regency of Stalwart. I dissolve all ties, compacts, vassals, and holdings. We forfeit all protections and all advantages given by the ancient bloodline. She pauses. Was that enough? I sure hope so, young lady, but we are at the mercy of the edict's logic. Let us hope this formal gesture is enough. It should be enough. Otherwise, Lantry scratches his brow, turning away with his thought unfinished. After a few moments more, you feel a familiar sensation. The air is growing hot, electric. Suddenly, it erupts in an overwhelming wave of energy. I'd like to imagine my character literally was like, okay, back up. I know what's coming next. At first, you think the power of arcane, source of arcane power dissipating is enough to carve the skin from your bones, a sensation you attribute to the Edict of Storms, but then it cools just as quickly. The winds buffeting the keep have abated, and outside an eerie silence pervades the air, a stillness that has not visited the lands of Stalwart for some time. You can hear the very symbols that brought the Edict of Storms into being, each syllable proclaiming itself from a newfound corner of your mind, and it would seem that the Edict is now a part of you. Interesting. Gain major favor with the Unbroken. Thank goodness it worked. You have spared my daughter, and here I had come to expect nothing but cruelty from the servants of Kairos. Amelia looks to the crib. Now we have a chance at what might have never been, a life outside of these walls. Won't say more of the spoiler, but option comes fast. Thank you, Lord Brownbear. In the distance, you hear a woman going, ah. My father can be severe and uncompromising, but I will return to Iron Hearth and his protection, at least while the conflict persists. Hopefully he is not so consumed by war that I cannot still appeal to him as a man and a father. I always appreciated them more than the Archon. I regret none of the decisions I made here. We'll disagree on that much, but my daughter will be safe. The stalemate between the Unbroken and the Disfavored is at an end. A victory that can't be measured in rings. Thank you, Fatebinder. I'll return to Sentinel... We'll remain at Sentinel Stand to secure this location, but we'll send word to Ash of your excellent work. The crib has been meticulously cleaned, while other objects in the hall have traces of dust and metallic powder on them. None is found here. Yeah, I can't imagine that dust in the air is very good for an infant's lungs.
I could bend that apart.
Thanks for the gems. Doesn't appear that there's anything else in here. Can I... Nope, Sentinel Stand is ours. The Disfavored won't forget this honor. Alright, good to know. Oh, Verse leveled up. She's good on accuracy. We're gonna go ahead and get her some faster. Well, how often a character can use their abilities and spells? She really doesn't need that much anymore right now. Bonus health, will defense, affliction, duration, endurance. Well, we'll just go ahead and start boosting her melee's power. Then, yep, we grabbed her nimble. Slightly, significantly increases the bonus to dodge while wearing light armor. Melee critical hits damage nearby targets. When Verse is defeated, she immediately attacks all nearby enemies. Gains Grace, Precision, and Grace Deflection. When a character's attack... Hold on. And the hit result has been determined. The target's deflection percentage is checked. Deflection can reduce an attack. Deflection is a property of a couple items. Crit to hit deflection, hit to grace deflection, grace to miss deflection. The finesse attribute increases the amount of deflection granted by equipped armor. Okay, so deflection is what you want on light armor because it essentially can downgrade a crit to a hit to a graze, and a graze to a miss. Whereas armor just straight up reduces the damage that you take but doesn't affect the enemy's accuracy. Okay. Still all the more reason to grab... If she can get her dodge skill high, but I mean, we've got her parry and her dodge pretty high, so that's not as much of a vital. I also don't know how many of these we're going to get, so I'm going to go ahead and keep improving her melee for right now. Oh. Yeah, that actually got us up to 2. Oh, okay. You ended the Kairos' Edict of Storms, you killed the Malice inside the Bladegrave Old Walls. Oh, okay. I mean... We also killed 72... I actually kind of like that it keeps track of this. So, let's see here. We've killed 72 of the Unbroken. We haven't killed any of them. We've killed 13 Scarlet Chorus soldiers. I want to see... Yeah, we killed a Bronze Brotherhood soldier, 2. We killed 88 of the Vendrian Guard. Killed 3 Stone Stalkers. Interesting. Oh, it keeps track of these on here, too. You killed a foe with a critical hit. How the hell did we kill 18 enemies with a critical hit? When did that happen? This is almost powerful enough. Steadfast stand once per rest. 4 resolve for 60 seconds. 40 defense against push. 40 defense against knockdown. I mean, that's nice. That's really not that much, though. And the Grave Bow. Chromatic Arrow. Ooh. That's actually really useful for her. Wait a second. Why does it use attack skill magic staff? That doesn't make any sense. It's a bow. Oh, whatever. Also, Graven, this is why you really shouldn't bring family with you on campaigns. Yeah. Okay, visual glitch much? The keep is safe in our hands. Repairs are already underway. Can anybody turn off those lights? There we go. Oh, yeah, they've got this place. Magical entrance, please. Ash will want to hear about what you've accomplished. I'll hang back and oversee repairs of the defenses. Do we... No, nothing to say? Nothing at all? Crescent Runner. Stone Shield. Iron Walker. Okay, no. That's all she wrote. We done. Whew. Abelard, make me look good. Yep. Every game needs an Abelard. Especially, like, actually, yeah, like a game like this could have benefited from a companion who's like that. Like the companion who is just unironically, who maybe who's from the court of Tunon or something, who's just total believer in everything Kairos does. Can we get back out through this way? No, we can't. We gotta go the long way. All right. The hype man. Yeah. All right, back to Iron Hearth. Kind of your Abelard in Pillars of Eternity, but not as extreme. Yeah, I mean, he doesn't really quite have the attitude for it. Kingmaker is big on having at least one Glazer in your party, and Kingmaker was Lindsay. I didn't mind Lindsay. I know there were some people who really were not happy with her character, but quite honestly, it's like, as far as a halfling bard goes, she's pretty much exactly what I would have imagined for a character. You found Lindsay really annoying? Like, I'm not saying she was my favorite, and I'm not saying that I brought her on every quest, but again, like, for if you told me the character concept was neutral good halfling bard, Lindsay is exactly what I would imagine. So I think I found her as annoying as she was meant to be, but not more than that. Didn't find most of the characters in Kingmaker that appealing. They were just okay. Tristan is sort of the standout, but that's because he has major story significance. Ragongar and Octavia are all right, provided you do their full quest. Jalen, I think Jalen or Jathal or whatever the fuck her name is, had, I think, the potential to be more interesting, but then they just kind of, I don't know, I don't think they were quite sure what they were doing with her character-wise. What's her name? The former paladin turned knight is one of the weirder ones, and it's very much a case of like this character's concept was written up before anybody realized that it would not make a very fun character to play. Valerie, yes. Like, don't get me wrong, roleplay wise, in an actual campaign with... Why is OBS locked up? Okay, okay, sorry. For a second there, everything on OBS stopped moving, and I got very, very scared. But as far as, like, Valerie goes, like, roleplay, she's an amazing concept. A former paladin of Shaylin who doesn't really believe in her mission, so she leaves it and becomes a normal knight. And it's really interesting. But her stat spread makes more sense for a paladin than a knight, which means you've essentially gimped all of her fighter abilities. It plays about being too beautiful with a portrait that just cooks kind of, I mean, all right. To be fair, that also kind of plays, I was kind of fine with that because it kind of plays on the meme of, does charisma just mean that the person looks good? Like, is that literally all it's supposed to represent? Whereas I think Valerie was always supposed to have, like, a presence to her. It wasn't that she was supernaturally beautiful, although that's how they wrote it. I just kind of mentally ignored that part. It was meant to represent more of a... She just has a presence about her that causes people to want to either follow her or work with her or something. The problem is, because she was a paladin of Shaylin, people just naturally assumed, oh, attraction and romance, which she got very sick and tired of. Also, give me a second. OBS is being really weird. It keeps pausing, and it's really scaring the shit out of me. You guys haven't heard anything on your guys' end, have you? Doesn't seem to be that there's any problem, because even the chat log is slightly delayed, and that's really starting to concern me. Valerie feels like a character written before the player was told the story of the campaign. They were forced to fit in the story by way of relationship to an NPC. Yeah, a little bit. As I said, like in an actual tabletop game, Valerie would be a really interesting character from a player perspective. If someone was playing that character and they really delved into the whole former paladin turned soldier, whatnot, you could work with that. But in a CRPG, one, there's never going to be enough writing to fully flesh out the character. And two, you've intentionally gimped a character while simultaneously making a lot of your combat encounters reliant on min-maxing the shit out of your characters. Like, that's not good design. And she's one of the worst at it. Like, I distinctly remember looking up guides on how to improve the NPC's combat abilities in Kingmaker. she is one of the absolute most difficult to optimize in any way. Ragongar, you can maximize his spell damage and he turns into a really good damage dealer. Octavia is already built to be an arcane trickster prestige class, and she does really well at it. Even Lindsay just brings the buffs. Like, she doesn't actually kill anything herself, but she's a bard, so she brings buffs for days. The dwarf is a cleric, which is basically default. Tristan is also a cleric, but he focuses on healing, which means he's just a buffing machine. Jaethal is, I think, the next most hard to optimize, but even other people point out that because she's an Inquisitor, she actually gets a lot of abilities to buff her teamwork talents, and as long as you lean into that, she's solid. And only her AC could reliably tank them. In Kingmaker, yes, but as people have even pointed out, that's only because none of the other NPCs are a dex-based tank. If any of the other NPCs had a dex-based, like, tanking AC ability or the ability to stack dex AC, Valerie would not be useful. And we know this because in Wrath of the Righteous, we do get two companions who are both very high AC right at the beginning of the game. You get, shit, I can't remember either of their names now. The Paladin at the beginning of Wrath of the Righteous, and you also get the Shaman at the beginning of Wrath of the Righteous. Both of them are really good at AC. The Paladin has heavy armor, but the Shaman is able to stack Dexterity AC really easily. Guess which one people keep as a tank throughout the game? It's not the Paladin. She's more shield-based, yes, but shields are also pretty... They tend to max out their AC earlier in the game, whereas... And Seela, yes. The advantage with a dex-based tank in the way that Pathfinder set up is you can just keep stacking dexterity. Whereas there is always a limit to how high an armor's AC can go. And in a game where you min-max, like, because I do not play it on the hardest difficulty, but I have read some guides on what to do when you're playing at the hardest difficulty. And the general consensus is you never armor tank. There's no reason to wear heavy armor. There's none. It will never provide enough AC to compensate for the reduced mobility over a dex-based tank. Also, the Depressed Dwarf, he gets more interesting as you continue the game by finding his constant lore shtick both funny and annoying. To be fair, that is entirely consistent with him as a character. Like, I get annoyed more if a character starts acting in a way that I find personally annoying, whereas if they are acting in character and I happen to find that specific type of in-character acting annoying, I chalk that up to good writing. Like, again, Lindsay is as annoying as I would expect a good neutral or a neutral good halfling bard to be. It's as long as she doesn't exceed that threshold that I would... It's only if she exceeded that threshold that I would find her annoying. So same thing with Harim. Like, once you get through his first few quests or his first few dialogue options and you kind of get his shtick, I'm willing to stick around with that. Valerie comes across a bit as a spoiled, popular teenager. Not intended. Actually, I do think that some of that is intended because she does come from a wealthy family and was handed over to the Church of Shellen at a fairly young age. I think that is actually part of what she's supposed to be. The thing is, though, is that how she responds to that actually doesn't help her case. And that's why I do like some of her later quest interactions in Kingmaker is her coming to terms with that and basically being like, yeah, I was a bit of a bitch. She basically acknowledges it, like, yeah, I didn't know what I had and I didn't understand what I was doing. Even though I wanted out, the way I went about it was pretty dumb. Like, the ending of Valerie's quest is actually quite good, in my opinion. Because as long as you do it the way where she basically is like, I will never be a worshiper of Shellen, but that doesn't mean I have to go out of my way to shit on them. I found Lindsay endearing. I'm weird, but I'm not sure why some people find her annoying. I think it's just her demeanor. She's also the token, like, she's almost borderline stupid good. Like, you know, you always get the character alignment that people bring up, like, that person's like chaotic evil. They're stupid evil. Lindsay is borderline stupid good, where she's just a little too naive and a little too like, oh my god, how dare you compromise your morals even the slightest bit in order to, like, protect somebody or something. Like, even at the beginning of the game, like, the way you lose her is by saying, like, the guards can't do anything to help anybody if they're all dead. And she's just like, oh, how could you treat them as, like, a resource? It's like, that is literally what they are employed to do, Lindsay. Can't believe that she believed. Yeah, that's where it gets really weird. It's just like, okay, I can understand you critiquing my me talking about the guards that way, but why the fuck would you actually go with the gnome who is actively evil? The stupid alignment was mostly due to the forced party splitting in the prologue. Yes, it very much was. I would have much rather have seen it where you could potentially have most of the group from there, or almost none of it. Like, yeah, if you act like a chaotic, crazy asshole in the prologue, you should start with maybe Amiri and nobody else. Like, she'd be the only one who'd be like, yeah, he's a good fighter, I'll follow him. And everyone else follows Mercutio. Like, it would have been an interesting thing if they had actually been like, no, you have to actually act like a leader in order to convince these people to want to follow you. Tartuccio, that's it. Yes. Okay, enough about Kingmaker. We just spent like 5 minutes talking about that. Let's get back to Graven Ash. I can't wait to find out how he responds to this. The great keep of Sentinel's Stand is ours. Oh, how I will relish tearing down every vestige of the Unbroken and burying the standard of that corrupt realm. This is a great victory for the disfavored. Once more, we are finally delivered from the edict. My runners speak of you in glowing terms, though I instructed them specifically not to report on your deeds in too much detail. I wanted to hear it from no one but the source. By the way, speaking of D&D, heard that Muskie Huskies are buying Hasbro. A lot of people were doom posting about that, but quite frankly, this is the same company that willingly allowed Wizards to hire the Pinkertons. It would take a monumental, definitive effort by Musk to be worse than that. I'd almost want to see it happen because it would be hilarious. And if it costs him billions of dollars, then, I mean, this is the same thing I said when Musk bought Twitter, which is because I don't use Twitter. Like, I did not have a Twitter account until I started streaming. And if you guys have paid attention to that, I largely use it just for updates and occasionally to reply to other VTubers that I like. You name your character Elon Musk, you get an automatic nat 20. But this is my opinion whenever a big name like this tries to talk about buying something. Especially if it's something that I personally don't like. And let's be honest, Twitter is a dumpster fire. And D&D is not entirely a dumpster fire, but Wizards has certainly tried. You can't say they haven't at least tried to turn it into a dumpster fire. Is either he miraculously fixes it in that 1 in a million shot, or it continues on the way it was, in which case nothing gets any worse, or he crashes and burns it in such a way that someone who actually wants to make it better is able to buy it. Either way, we win. Because people ignore Wizard of the Coast bad choices, aka homebrewing or using old edition. Exactly. Yeah, let me rephrase that then, Tenwin. D&D itself isn't a dumpster fire, but Wizards of the Coast's actual choices have absolutely been a dumpster fire. And I think it's hard to argue that after what happened between Magic the Gathering and D&D over the last few years. Again, if a billionaire wants to waste billions and billions of his dollars on something that will inevitably not really do anything and that 99% of people will ignore, then I say let him burn his money. Ugh. But that's enough about Muskie Husky. Who the fuck said that? Yeah, you're the one who called him that. I'm never going to get over that. In a sense, it's going the way of Games Workshop. Yeah, the fandom itself will endure, but it's really demoralizing to see a company wipe its ass with the legacy of something you enjoy. Oh, Brown Bear. I'm a Star Wars fan. You don't have to fucking explain that. I'm a Star Wars and a Games Workshop fan. Please, you do not even have to explain that to me. I've been living it for the better part of a decade now. Ugh. The worst part is, sorry, I guess I'm going to be ranting a little bit, but hey, since you guys wanted to bring it up, I guess we'll rant a bit. I was one of the people who defended The Force Awakens, okay? I watched The Force Awakens, and I was like, look, yeah, it's a retreading of A New Hope. But honestly, if you're going for a safe sequel, that's exactly what you want to do. You want to retread Episode 7. You want to lay the same groundwork that Episode 7 laid for... in the same way that A New Hope set up The Empire Strikes Back, you want The Force Awakens to set up for whatever they do next. So it's perfectly understandable that they basically retread A New Hope. They even down to killing Han Solo. And let's be honest, Harrison Ford never wants to do a Star Wars movie ever again. He's been saying that for decades. Let the man die. Do I like it? No, but it's better than getting a Harrison Ford who hates being on screen in Star Wars. And then came The Last Jedi. And it was one of those moments where I looked back and realized, I wasted all of my time and effort trying to trying to defend the previous movie. I was desperately hoping that they would be good. And The Last Jedi killed it. And I am proud to say to this day, I have never seen The Rise of Skywalker. I refuse. I actively refuse. There is no episode 7, 8, 9. I have the extended universe still. I have the original Thrawn trilogy. I have the Yuzhong Vong War. I have all of that. Luke Skywalker freaking died. I was supposed to cry like a bitch. This is the problem with the movie. You feel nothing for his death. I will admit, I felt something in the immediate moment, in like that immediate moment of watching Mark Hamill for the last time as Luke Skywalker. I mean, this was before Mandalorian season 2 came out. But afterwards, yes, I realized that I didn't have anything else other than, well, that just happened. Yeah, like, I'm sorry. I have the extended universe. I have those experiences. And before, as I said, Tenwin, I never saw Rise of Skywalker, and I to this day refuse to. I have even watched several channels on YouTube that do reaction content. I have watched their reactions to the Star Wars movies, and I do not watch if they do Rise of Skywalker. I just don't watch the video. That is how much it is dead to me. I am willing to watch reactions to The Last Jedi because I like it when people see the same problems that I saw with it, but I still to this day refuse to watch The Rise of Skywalker. I just won't. This is, and as I said, I have the old EU. I have what they call Legends. I have all of that. Palpatine's Return to YouTube is more accurate than Star Wars than those movies. Yeah. I have the old EU. I have all of that. I just, sometimes it's better to just not know something. Yeah. I just don't care. Like that's the thing. It's apathy. It's not even hatred. Like, I hated The Last Jedi. I will go on record as saying that. I hated that movie, and I purposely tore it a new one when I talked about it with friends and other Star Wars fans in the past. But I feel nothing but apathy for the rest of it. Mandalorian Season 1 and Season 2 kind of revived my love for Star Wars, and then Season 3 and Book of Boba Fett kind of shat all over it. So, again, like the first 2 seasons of The Mandalorian, I love. I think that's some of the best Star Wars we've ever had. I don't care about the rest. It's now to a point where I don't hate anything else that Disney does Star Wars. I just don't care. Old Republic cinematics make you feel more than the new movies can, which is really sad. Yeah. It's why I don't want Disney to touch the Old Republic time era with a 10-foot pole. I remember when when Disney was first talking about like, oh, we want to do more Star Wars movies and more content, the Old Republic stuff. I was excited thinking like, yeah, maybe we'll get a Revan movie or a Revan trilogy. Like, let's be honest, you would need a trilogy to fully do him justice. Now I don't want them to touch it with a 30-foot pole. Just don't. Don't touch my Revan. Don't touch my Mitra Surik, the Jedi General from KOTOR 2. Don't do it. Just don't. Just fucking don't. KOTOR 2 hits different. KOTOR 2 always hits different because that was Obsidian just really diving into the Force as a philosophy and actually looking at it. Because the KOTOR 2 does a great job of showing what the central problem is from a philosophical concept with Star Wars, which is Star Wars is a gray universe within which the Force is not gray. The Force is a dichotomy of light and dark. But the universe of Star Wars is still like our real life. It is a very shades of gray. How does a system of morality that is definitively black and white interact with a universe that is definitively not a dichotomy? They can't make the fighting better than 1 to 3. Combat in the prequels. Oh yeah, the combat in the prequels is amazing. And to be fair, I'd say, let's be honest, I do put Revenge of the Sith on par with the original 3 movies. I think it's able to stand with those. Phantom Menace and Attack of the Clones, we've all been there. We've all seen the Red Letter Media reviews. We've all seen the various issues people have had with those. But I honestly think Revenge of the Sith stands with the original trilogy. It is that good. I do think that. Okay. That's enough. It's been like 15 minutes since we've talked to somebody in game. Let's keep moving. Scene of Order 66 is spine chilling. It absolutely is, Tedwin. It absolutely is. And honestly, they've only added to it by doing the Clone Wars series and all of that. They have added to the horror of Order 66. Of seeing all the different Jedi, each one facing down different moments where they realize that the clones have turned against them. Sorry, I needed a drink. No, I could go on about Star Wars for a lot. Just reflect the lightning. Totally the same. Yeah. Maybe at some point I'll play Star Wars, whatever the new one that EA did. I have the first one they did. I don't have the second one. But maybe we'll play that on stream at some point. I just remember not liking it because... No, not Outlaws. I'm not touching Outlaws with a 10-foot pole. The two Jedi games. Jedi Survivor and Jedi whatever the other one was. I have one of them. I have the first one. You got a lot of 10-foot poles. I like to keep quarterstaffs around my house, Tenwin. Keep the crazy fucking people at bay if need be. I think if it's a 10-foot pole, Brown Bear, she'll probably just laugh at the sheer size of it. And then she'll wonder how you're walking. Okay, but seriously. Okay, well, now we get to report to Gravenash. I would know more about how it felt to stand in the center of the storm as the Overlord's magic dissolved around you. You must be wary from your travels, and I am eager to hear your account, but I will understand if you need to gather your thoughts, for this is a joyous day, and I wouldn't spoil it with impatience. Okay, so this is basically them saying, like, if you don't want to finalize the story here, you can go do other shit. You fall over from the blood loss to the brain. Karen was the size of a hill. How big do you think? I don't want to know, Ted. I don't want to know, Brown Bear. I don't want to know. I don't need to know. I don't need to know how the giant man's fucking dick looks. Oh. Oh, okay. We'll discuss the stand first. Seat of Regents and the tarnished gem of Stalwart. Oh, I have long anticipated this. Tell me, what do you have to report? Stratus Harridan is dead. Gratifying to hear. The coward spent too long crouched behind the walls of the stand and deserves none of Kairos' mercy. That regent's family was an inbred and corrupt line of failed rulers. Oh boy. They had neither the courage nor the grit to lead their realm to prosperity as they demonstrated. Oh boy. Stalwart is much improved by their absence. Okay. Oh boy, this is going to make things awkward later. The Edict of Storms was ended, and I have breathed fresh air for the first time since I have returned to the hearth. You managed to accomplish what none of my forces could. More importantly, you have abated Kairos' anger for the time being. Also ordered the recently released Endless Space novel, hoping it's good. Oh, they made a novel? Interesting. With the great stalemate of the conquest ended, we have earned the favor of Tunon and Kairos alike. Every deed you accomplish in the name of the disfavored proves our right to rule these lands. Ash balls a fist and enthusiastically pumps it into the air. How did it feel, Fatebinder? I have not had the distinction of breaking an edict, much less several. It almost felt... It felt like less like breaking a spell and more like taking it into oneself. A strange distinction. I would offer you some comforting assurance that this will pass, but I suppose that would be an empty promise. Your actions at the well have caused us all to expect more than you were ever prepared to shoulder as a legal clerk. Living up to our admittedly high expectations will do more than merely get you through this war. There are greater things to come once the dust settles. What do you think of our next steps, then? Is there nothing else you wish to discuss? Nothing about my daughter? Ash furrows his brow and looks at you with some unspoken emotion. Yes, let's talk about Amelia, sir. You have seen her restored to my keeping, and she is safe here in the hearth. In spite of myself, I am pleased to have her home. He nods and releases a heavy sigh. The tensions in his shoulders lift, if only for a moment. She is taken to her quarters and speaks not of what has transpired during her long imprisonment. I have instructed her guard to offer space to rest and regain her strength, but so far she keeps to herself, and she has not sought my counsel either. He frowns at this, deeper in thought. Say what you would, then. She redefined sedition by birthing the next version. Okay, no, that's not a good idea. She has returned to the Iron Hearth, yet you have not spoken with her. Not but a short greeting. She took her meager belongings and fled to the castle with instructions that she not be disturbed. She looked well enough. Her armor was in decent repair. She had a bundle of clothes salvaged from the keep. Later, she summoned a trusted camp healer who reported her condition as fair. The Archon's eyes widen, his face taking on a deathly pallor. I cannot. Ash squeezes his eyes shut and shakes his head. No, the very idea repulses me beyond measure. And you, Fatebinder! He bears down on you with madness in his eyes. If you would bring slander and atrocity to this fort, then I will instruct Tunon to strike your head from your lawful neck. Do you hear me? He bellows with such force that spittle wets his beard, and the cohorts of the training yard turn with panic in their eyes. Ash suddenly cuts off his speech and holds his rigid posture. Throughout the prolonged silence, you aren't sure if he plans on swinging his mace in a wide arc or simply exploding from the tension that he's fighting to repress. A vein rises along the crest of his scalp and then slowly recedes as he calms his breathing. You know what? I'm just gonna back away and let you handle this one. Don't mind me. Yeah, no, Verse, I completely understand. I can't make that decision, but I completely understand. Speak no more of these lies. I won't have them poisoning the air of my home and the ears of my countrymen. You are a fool if you think I believe such an obvious ruse. Ash regards you with uncertainty, his eyes searching for truth or contradiction. So she didn't say anything at all about her situation, General. He holds your gaze with flat, even focus, and Ash takes a deep breath through his nose, filling his lungs and swelling his chest until he has expanded significantly in your vision. When he releases his breath, it comes out deflated and resigned. It is amazing to me how long it takes some people to get the hint. No, don't mind me. I'll just sit back and watch this play out. Yeah, Verse, unless you intend on running for the hills immediately, maybe don't provoke the General right now. By the Overlord's mercy, was there ever a father more blind than I? The bundle, the healer, the sorrowful looks worn by her attending soldiers. His gaze shifts over to one of the windows of his castle, just in time to catch a silhouette stepping back from view. Kairos is flame, but I should hurl her and that accursed creature from the rampart walls. Our family name, the whole of the North, degraded by lechery. Ash grabs at his face and begins howling into his hands. Would giving her a punishment comfort you? Perhaps. But she is too stubborn to take a lesson from it. If she willingly soiled her womb with the offspring of a southerner, then no amount of flogging or degradation could change her heart. Is a proponent of this favors eugenics, at least so far as it comes to those outside the North. Again, I'm willing to bet that when it comes to the Northerners, he doesn't see class. But when it comes to everybody else, he absolutely does. The wretched girl is still a member of my legion, but she has broken our bond as surely as if she had killed me. I have lost a daughter, and she must learn to endure a general in a place of a father. It's also his own family, which is a far more touchy subject for anyone. Exactly. In spite of my temperament, you have done as I asked, and she is returned. The edict is ended. Perhaps I am too quick to blame you for the failings of my own once noble house. A haunted expression begins to overtake the Archon, and the lines running down his face deepen with sorrow. It takes him several moments to blink again and shake himself back to his senses. First things first. My soldiers reported on your activities in the Blade Grave. They saw what happened when you broke the edict. The power of this edict flowed through you like the wind. No one could account for it, but I have my own suspicions. You are becoming powerful, perhaps in a way that I simply don't understand. I believe that there is a connection between the edicts and what happened at Ascension Hall. Quite frankly, I'm still putting it all together myself. I appreciate your honesty and your introspection. Nonetheless, you walk a dangerous path. Would not want it to reflect poorly on my legion. There are tools beyond the ken of people or Archons alike. Take care, Fatebinder, you do not overstep your bounds, for in Kairos' hierarchy, someone always notices. With that done, let us return to the matter of the war. Our position in the tiers is strengthening. There is work still to be done. It's time to broaden the scope of this war. There are two regions of interest, and neither of them would strengthen our hold upon the realm. Lethian's Crossing is home to merchants and the skilled forgebound, and the Burning Library was home of the all-knowing sages before Kairos reduced it to cinders. I have business in Lethian's Crossing. That would probably be the best place. The Bronze Brotherhood, a degenerate mercenary group. They're in control of the crossing. You'll have to dispatch them if you wish to make any headway there. The Forgebound are critical for keeping Kairos' forces armed, and we should work to shield them from the trials of this war. Right into the end of Space 2 interest for the different factions. I'm sorry for bringing it up again, but I really find them fascinating. Amplitude are great at creating interesting factions. So I've had a few on Discord. I'll check them out, Tim. I think I've seen one or two of them from when I first picked up the game just because I thought it looked interesting, but I don't think I really paid much attention to them. A Forgebound master is making her way to the crossing now. Her name is Zendia. Zedenia? Zedienia? fucking Z's. Genya. We'll do it like a J sound. Genya. 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 God damn it, Graven Ash. First the fucking Celtic / Gaelic names in Pillars of Eternity, and now this shit. Zedenya. Fine, Zedenya. Zedenya. Be easy. It would be best to intercept her first. We recognize the value of her and her fellow artisans, that others will inevitably arrive at the same conclusion. An elder lives in one of the settlement's meager hovels. Eldian, they call him. He may know more of the region. I think it's less but that his love is conditional and that as far as he is concerned, his daughter broke his heart by betting with the enemy. Yeah. Especially with how deeply ingrained the culture is in the disfavored. Ash is perhaps showing a bit of a personal side, which he usually doesn't do, but in a way he sees it as her betraying not just him, but her people. And given how Graven Ash would do anything for his people, he sees this as a betrayal of him personally as well. On top of all of the other issues regarding eugenics and proper blood breeding and all of that other shit. Also, how did I miss that these have been over here this whole time? Ability. Miss it. Yes, we've been over this. Reputation, abilities. Yes, we know. How many of these fucking things are there? How long have they been sitting over here? The fuck? Oh, power. I actually don't know this one. Ending Kairos' Edict on Vendry as well filled you with a great deal of power. This will undoubtedly prove useful as you travel through the tiers. You should investigate the origins of this power to find ways to acquire more. A new bar in your character sheet displays your current level of power. Press C to open your character sheet and view your current level of power. Yeah, I see that. And it's up to 860 now, but that doesn't explain what it does. Saren so I'm sorry, what? Something tells me that I'm not supposed to know that she's going to be a companion character, but I guess she's going to be a companion character, everybody. Don't know for certain, of course, but I can't imagine the view on Kairos' law of desertion and sleeping with the enemy like she did. It's potential he is outright afraid for her well-being. Yeah, I think the tutorial just spoiled me. Fuck you, tutorial. Ban the tutorial. It will be destroyed. Is there actually a way to turn off the tutorial? That would be kind of hilarious. Show relative defenses, area of effect highlighting. Yes, we can. Be gone. The tutorials the tutorials spoiled us. They are to be banished. On top of the potential legal issues, we don't know for certain, of course. Yeah, I think that's also part of the thing is Ash isn't sure that he can even spin this as Stockholm Syndrome or whatever this universe's equivalent of it is. And he's not even sure if Tunon would accept that. The way of Aaron Hansen. Oh god, I hope not. Although, to be fair, I mean, Game Grumps used to be pretty fucking hilarious, so I'll take a little bit of that. That is the Aaron that you're talking of, right? Because I'm pretty sure Ego Raptor's real name is Aaron. I'm going to be very confused if it's not. Yeah, we've got 2 of those. Forgebound. Or the Trials. Trouble with Shattered Base. I think Dan is funnier than Aaron. Aaron's alright. I think he's just not as entertaining as he used to be, in my opinion. Like, I don't know if that's just a matter of people getting older or his sense of humor not being as, you know, as, I don't know. All sorts of things it could be. Wow, so yeah, it takes 18 hours just to get there either way. Alright. We're gonna have to do some inventory and skill management here. It doesn't help. Most of the sense of humor is very predictable. You can almost set a timer to when's the first time they mentioned poop. To a certain extent. Oh, hold on. Stretch. Stretch. Oh, there we go. Okay. We need... I really don't like that I have no way of accessing everybody's inventories because I would really like to be able to do... I'm gonna just have to move all of this into the stash so that I can... We're gonna need to just look over all of this. I do want to keep the Fatebinder armor on hand, though, in case that... Ooh, here we go. 1 armor penetrated by attacks when inflicting crits. That... The chunk of iron was once an impressive item, but prolonged exposure to the Edict of Storms has since worn it down to an unrecognizable nub. That might be useful. I still like having the +1 to quickness, though. Let's drop that off. What is that? Tidecaster's Opal. Right, that's for Ebb. Keep that on hand. Did you guys see anything interesting from the autumn sale? Atomic Heart is on sale if you consider getting that. I think it's like 66% off. To bring Ebb for Lethean's Crossing before you accuse me of being horny, I think Ebb is generally a good choice for places in the tiers with their culture intact enough to be interacted with. Okay. I might consider that. Prototype Laughs from the Past. Yeah, Prototype's pretty good. Prototype's pretty good. We have to... Okay, hold on. We're going to start just with the characters that are here right now. So, Barrett can't equip any armor. I'm liking Dauntless and the Faithful Promise as his shield setup right now. Let's go ahead and put that in there. Keep him on there. He has Weeping Wound for his second attack, which does have a vampire effect from the Gravelight, so he gets health for every time he critically damages an enemy. Sort by item type, please. Yeah, we found a lot of good equipment. We found a lot of decent equipment with that. Quick Step. Increase movement speed in combat. So as far as two-handed weapons go, not seeing anything there. Weeping Wound gives you slightly higher armor penetration, slightly higher DPS. Annihilation does add to critical damage multiplier. The Stalwart Great Axe is actually a straight-up upgrade, so that's one we will consider. The other is Ring Blade, which is also really good. The version is a weaker two-handed sword, so I'm not really interested in that. And he doesn't do anything with a bow. The hammers are just too goddamn slow, in my opinion. And they just don't add enough for it. Great Axes did do a number on you. Yeah, that is true. Bane Touch Staff, that's... Nope. And he doesn't use a Javelin or any of the other shields, so... The thing is, though, the axe... The Ring Blade actually has very similar stats to the axe while still being better, and on the off chance we actually do get some kills, we'll get free money out of it. So I'm actually down for that. Yeah. Also, can I just mention as a minor history buff, I love the fact that the Falx is a weapon that shows up in this game. Because historically, the Falx was used by the Dacian and Thracian peoples when they fought the Romans. And apparently it did such a fucking number on them that the Romans had to redesign parts of their armor in order to resist it. I do like the fact that it gets mentioned because it almost never shows up in any video game. I can't even think of another game where the Falx shows up aside from like strategy games like Rome Total War. So we'll go ahead and drop them off. All right, verse. Verse. Sort by item type. Thing is, though, I don't think... So that's all heavy armor. That's all heavy armor. Light armor. Okay, that's better. The Scavenger light armor is better on that for her. Does give her a little bit of deflection. Recovery time is the same. She loses fire armor, but gains crush and slash armor, which is way more common. Ooh, and it actually looks kind of good on her. Holy shit. Scavenger mask. This better Scavenger mask also works out. Oh god, Verse is going full ninja for her shirt. I mean, I like the I like the Scarlet Fury armor. I'd like to get like an advanced thing of Scarlet Fury armor for her later in the game, just because I think it would fit her aesthetically. Do we have any boots for her? Nope, that's recovery time purely. No, that's not going to do us any good. And those gloves are all heavy armor, so that's not going to work out for us. Landry, my dude. I don't think there's anything you want. That's slightly longer recovery time, but that only really affects his damage. So we'll go ahead and put you in that, Landry. Nope, not that. None of those. Heavy cloth sandals. No. Nobleman sandals. Merchant boots. Nope, nothing else for him. Weapons. Sigil of Life, plus 10 to control life. Plus 10 to control life, plus 1% health every 6 seconds. So I think then if we really want to... I think the leather buckler looks better on him. He doesn't strike me as the kind of guy to wield a giant shield. And then we can go ahead and give him... This item can be improved with the Spire's Forge upgrade. Okay, so we'll probably just do that. I like the idea of keeping companions with the weapons that they come with if I can. If I can find ways to upgrade them, I like to do that. If that's the case, the only other one is the Rust Charm when inflicting crits. I'd honestly want to put that on probably Kills in Shadow because she deals like the largest number of attacks with her melee. Aside from Verse, but I want Verse to have the lucky for the additional hit precision and the immunity to poison, because poison keeps showing up a lot for some reason. I keep seeing the immunity to poison thing pop up above her head in combat. Humankind is down to $12. Isn't that the Civilization style game or whatever? Ooh, we still have all of these. Melia's Battle Staff. I'm surprised we couldn't do anything with those. Ooh. Yeah, no, we read that. Okay, no more weapons for them. Nothing else for Lantry. He's got the staff I want him to have. I am still worried about this. Especially because it's heavy armor. I don't like when they give you things that then you can't really use. Kind of annoying. And unfortunately, it improves unarmed DPS, but the only character that does unarmed DPS is the fucking... is fucking Kills in Shadow. Better than Civ, but that's me. Ah, okay. Okay, we need to grab...
On it.
Do I have to talk to them in order to do that, or can I just adjust my party from... Nope, that's all indicators there. Oh, missives. Hold on. Ooh, oh. Who's this from? Yep. Dearest Fatebinder, champion of Tunon's Gavel, slayer of choirmen. We hope you recognize that we bear you no ill will. Who understands treachery if not the Archon of Secrets? We've always held the very highest esteem for the work of other specialists in the arts duplicitous. Make no mistake, dear Fatebinder, after your little performance at Vendrian's Well, and with such a flair for theatrical illumination, you have ascended in our estimate. We trust you will understand that when we peel the flesh from your bones and squeeze the bile from your quivering innards, that it's strictly out of artistic integrity and the courtesy owed to a fellow professional. Nothing personal at all. But enough about our friendly rivalry. Do you enjoy the company of our little spy? Her dance never fails to inspire us in the most pleasant quivers. We have a gift for her, delivered through you due to the girl's questionable faculty with letters. We've learned from one of our birds that a mercenary in Haven has been absolutely gloating about slaying her sisters. His boasts even secured him work defending some crossing merchant or another. Show her the sigils on the reverse. She'll know what they mean. The voices of Narat, Archon of Secrets, and Master of the Cacophony. The opposite page contains several rough, inked, scratched symbols that look like nothing more than a child's pictogram of their favorite animals. Send your thanks. Archon of Secrets. Receiving your missives was an unexpected pleasure. I shall see to it that Verse is informed. Doubtless, this will all end in blood. Fatebinder Sovani. Imagine he just drew a penis on the back. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. Oh, here we go. This is from Kaleo. Oh, this was the female Fatebinder. Right. Fatebinder, you've proven your cleverness in the face of an apparently impossible choice. Would I have been as wise in the same situation? Can't say. I only know that I do not envy you the mission. I must urge caution, however. Some who watch your actions may be more alarmed than amused. Will they be able to convince themselves that the Overlord crafted the Edict of Storms with this loophole in mind? Or will they see in your choice an alternative that cannot be set to parchment? I hope you soon make an effort to join us at the court in the Bastard City. I often feel that it has been far too long since we last whispered of the dark corners of Taratus. You've experienced so many of them as of late. Perhaps I can provide you some additional illumination. Signed, Kaleo. The Surge, sci-fi, Souls-like, janky but genuinely fantastic combat and armor gathering system is down to $2. Surge 2 is down to 5. I've heard both good things and bad things about the Surge, but part of me is really interested because it does let you wield a giant two-handed chain sword. For $2, yeah. Well, to be fair, Tenwin, now that I am doing streaming, it's not so much the cost, although that is definitively an answer. It's more like, oh, wow, I could get this for $2. But if I start committing to playing it, am I going to enjoy it for my whole time? That's my concern. This is from Regalis. Fatebiter Sovani. Your actions at the Sentinel Stand have once more supplied the rumor mongers of the Bastard City with more stories to peddle than sense. Some seem to think that your cunning twist of legalese intend to display some great support for the people of Starward. That, of course, only leads to speculation about which people of Stalwart you intended to benefit. The unbridled upstarts or the corrupt old queens. Others foolishly believe you unraveled the Overlord's edict to prove that you could, as if a sliver of cleverness could bring Kylos low. As a scholar, I prefer primary sources to gossip, so allow me to ask you plainly, why did you choose to spare the child? It's purely political. Dear Fatebiter Regalis, the blood of Graven Ash, Archon of War, flows through this child's veins. It should take no scholar of history or governance to recognize the potential in protecting it. The Archon appreciates family above all else. Why would I deprive him of a grandchild born of the ruling family of Stalwart if I could do so without shirking my duty to the Overlord? I do not make a habit of discarding gifts of fortune. Signed, Fatebinder Savani. And this is Myothus. Okay. Wait. Oh, I forgot to actually send this. Fucking hell. Well, now I feel like an idiot. Okay, we need to grab people. Yes, hello.
Binder wants beast woman.
Gonna go ahead and drop off Lantry.
Goodbye to you too.
Grab you two. We need to take a look at their inventories. Her stuff is all done. We need to... Yep, Hydromancy plus 15 to Tide Casting. There you go. And then... I am thinking that maybe... Javelins would probably... I think throwing weapons in general are supposed to be slightly better. As far as... No. Take that off. Give me the shield. Okay, fine. Piece of shit. Skyblade Javelin. And then the shield. There you go. Throwing weapon and shield. And then she's got this one. Is this one better? It is. So she has Sigisy. Syzygy. Ugh. That gives freezing on crit, which isn't that good, really. Or we can give her this, which gives her the Gravelit effect and deals more damage. Ooh. Also kind of looks cool. I will keep that in her inventory, though, in case there's something that goes on with it later. And upgrade it in ulterior motives. I mean, you're not wrong. We'll see how that goes. What else can we equip her with? Nothing on the heavy armor side, obviously. Scarlet Fury armor is actually not bad for her. Cloth Tunic is actually an upgrade, too. We'll see. We have to go to the other place in order to do the upgrades, unfortunately. Nobleman's Sandals is a straight upgrade. Don't have anything else that really is better for that. Deflection and accuracy. The recovery time's fine because she's not going to be attacking as much. Yep, that looks about as dumb as I thought. She really needs the hair to help pull the color scheme together. Otherwise, she just looks a little ridiculous. And then I was thinking Rust Charm. No, we want that on Kills in Shadow. Let's go ahead and... Giving her additional armor penetration is going to be a good thing. Also, let's go ahead and pop some potions on everybody. There we go. Nope, we already know that. Don't think we can really... What about gloves? Do we have better gloves? Scarlet Fury gloves gives her additional 2 deflection. Oh, Scarlet Fury leather gauntlets can only be equipped by Verse. Oh, I didn't realize those were the originals. Oh, they are. Yep. And there's nothing else we can do with her because we don't have any other items there. Oh, they do. Wait. Oh, they did stay up to date. Wait, they stayed up to date on the level, but they didn't gain any... Did they gain skills? That's weird. All right, well, I'll take it. 2 points into might, 2 points into her accuracy. Go ahead and save that. As for Ebb, we want her spellcasting to be higher, and we want her accuracy to be high. Oh, no. Hold on. 1 point in the accuracy. Get that spell cooldown fucking down, please. There we go. Okay, are there other... Does she have the same thing with Lantry, where she has some things that I have to keep an eye out? As far as out-of-combat abilities, spells and abilities gain a larger area of effect. Ooh. Bonus to all shock and frost damage. Mother's Breath. Trigger an explosion of grey light energy. Foes take arcane damage, and a portion of their lost health is drained into Ebb. That's on a 30-second cooldown. That's actually pretty good. Student of Magic. Bonus damage to magic staves. Not the worst idea. Go ahead and grab that. Mother's Embrace. Summon a globe of water to surround the target's head. Conjure enchanted waters to wash over target, removing a random hostile effect. Wood Body. Modifies Mother's Embrace. Which one's Mother's Embrace? That one. Erupts. Nearby targets are afflicted with dry. Okay, so it transforms it into an AoE. Causes raw damage over time and prevents spellcasting. That's honestly really good. Elemental Fury. Does not improve her raw damage, though. Because it costs less than a cheeseburger. Okay, Ted. Still, like, okay. Maybe we'll play it later, okay? Now I'm going to feel an obligation to play it at some point. I mean, I'll do it on stream. I'm not... We'll play it on stream, Tenwin. I make no promises about finishing it unless it really hooks me, okay? I don't want you to... Sorry, I sound like I'm sounding ungrateful. Thank you. It means a lot. It really does. Okay, we have 4 talent points. What the fuck are we spending these shits on? Spells and abilities gain a large effect. I want to get to that just so that it'll help her with others. So if that's the case, we'll go shock and frost damage on her there. And then we'll go ahead and grab that to vastly increase their size. Create a thick fog. Ooh. Create a thick fog that reduces enemy accuracy and grants a bonus to party subterfuge. That sounds like a good thing. The -10 accuracy on its own should be really good. Ooh, I do want to grab that, though. We'll go ahead and grab her the Gravelight energy thing, and the next level, we can grab this, which will improve the stats we gain from that. Also, we need to get her down here so she can get the bonus to lore and additional spell slots. And as for you, Kills in Shadow... While stealth, gain 100% hit precision. Ooh, so yeah, she really wants to do the stealth attacks. Significantly increase the critical hit damage dealt by Leaping Death, and grants bonus damage afterwards lasting until combat ends. Oh, that's probably why she hasn't been doing as well, because I haven't really been engaging with stealth mechanics, but I really should if that's the case. Suicide Squad is currently on scene for less than a cheeseburger, and when it was announced on Twitter, most of the responses said they would rather take a cheeseburger, which is hilarious. I am not surprised. Ooh, natural armor. Yes, she needs that. She definitely needs that. Increase the attack distance of her unarmed attacks. Ooh, yes. Reduce the duration of any harmful attacks. Give her additional... Yeah, that's another 4 damage for that. Let's go ahead and grab that. Further improves the armor penetration. We'll grab Shadow and Death, though. Okay.
On it.
Okay, now we also want to... We need to sell shit. Show me what we have. We took everything out of the inventories that we were going to use? Yes. Nova Artist 12, welcome, welcome. Sup? Hope you're having a good day. Okay, we need to sell some shit. We have a lot of crap to get rid of. By item type. I don't think we have any other companions right now. Start measuring sales in cheeseburgers. Do we measure them by McDonald's cheeseburgers or like another place's cheeseburgers is the question. Oh, right. I completely forgot about my secondary weapon. I mean, I haven't used it because I actually like the staves, but I suppose that if we're going to be keeping an eye on that, then that would probably be that one. There we go. And then we have the Sun Soldier Shield, which we would want to replace with the Unbroken. Actually, yeah, we'll equip that one. There we go. Now I've got my secondary weaponry. What's your stream schedule? Yes, as Tenwin said, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday. We start at 11 a.m. Eastern. We are, yes, I'm trying to move into Tuesday streaming as well, just to get up to 5 days a week. 5 days? Yes, 5 days a week. Oh, God, my brain didn't do the math there. But yes, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday for sure at 11 a.m. Eastern. Most days I run for 3 hours, except for Sundays, and right now I'm doing a long stream today because I don't have to work. You play FPS games? Not right now. We've been making our way through some CRPG backlog of games that I haven't been able to play. I do want to play some first-person shooters. I want to get Stalker 2 at some point, maybe once they fix a couple of the bugs. And I do have the Metro series that I would love to go through at some point on stream because Metro is one of my favorite first-person games that I've ever... first-person shooter games that I've played. Cultic would be great to stream. I do not know which one that one is, Tenwin. Oh, Stretch. Oh, I just followed you on Twitter. Can I get a follow back there? Sure. I'll gladly do that.
Novartis12 is now aboard.
Thank you very much. I will do that as soon as the stream is over. Thank you very much, Nova. Thank you very much. Oh, I'll even write down a note for me. I gotta check my Discord for the artists, and I need to follow back on Twitter. Gladly, my friend. What was I doing? Oh, right, I was selling shit. God damn it. Alright, sort by item type. We're good on all of this equipment, so we can just go ahead and... Oh, yeah, give me the money. There's some fucking money. There we go. We're good on all of this as far as armor goes. Nobody else really needs heavy armor, so... Thank you, Lord Brown Bear. Thank you. Sell off all of that. What? Nah, we're good. And then... Well, actually, hold on. We'll keep the other portion of Ebb's in items real fast. Hold on. Put that there. Put that there. Thank you. Everybody else pretty much has their stuff, and all of Versus stuff was just the Scarlet Fury equipment, which we can buy from the actual vendor if need be. Don't need any of that. What does that Whetstone even do? 2 armor penetration attacks for 300 a second. Oh, okay. Nothing there. We don't want to use up any of those. Oh, yeah. Look at this. Give me the money. Hold it. It's an amazing boomer shooter. Boomer shooter. Hold it. Okay, now that I'm... Okay, it's a boomer shooter. I think I've heard of this from Civvy11. I think he did a review on that a while back. I usually find out about boomer shooters through Civvy11, who's a great YouTube content creator. Alright, I think that's everything. Yep, we're keeping all the consumables in case we want to use those. And that gets me 9 iron rings, 27 bronze rings, and 97 copper rings. There we go. There's some proper fucking money. Also, is he green? That man is just straight up green. How did I miss that? Though I guess they're called the Bronze Brotherhood, so he's probably trying to mimic like how bronze looks when it starts to fucking rust. Don't really want dodge. Actually, what I need... Hold on. Where's my spires? I need... One-handed parry and athletics. Produces weapons. Provides food. A Fatebiter with the ability to change your skills you're proficient in. I'm good with that. Swindler from the Bastard City is able to acquire valuable items left unattended. We'll go ahead and hire him. Appear the next time you travel to the mysterious device. Wait, what? What mysterious device? Oh, it's the thing that's perched up here. Oh, okay, I see. I see what it's saying. We pay a decent amount of money for that. Who do I want here? I I do want the person who will handle my lore training. We have way more people who specialize in light armor than heavy armor, so I wouldn't mind that. Bronze ingots to upgrade weapons and armor and powerful forge items. We want both of those people. There we go. Unique weapons, a master trainer who teaches control fire and control attribute. Yes, we want you as well. And then lastly, control vigor and control stone, metal armors, or unique weapons. We'll go with the weapons. And that maxes out everybody. Yep, that maxes out both of these. Good.
Will do.
Go over here and talk to... Oh, Lethian's favor. I didn't realize we already had that high of a crossing with Lethian's favor. No, hold on. Let me see here. Barrack is already maxed out in parry, so he cannot learn anything else there. You need to get maxed out in parry as quickly as fucking possible. So we're going to go ahead and dump 10 points into parry and then 10 points into unarmed combat. Actually, we're just going to go whole hog and dump everything else into unarmed combat. She needs to get as good with that as possible.
Earned right to mock body with new battle scars.
Then we'll go ahead and boost her might again. And then we're going to go ahead and grab 2 claw attack. First attack dazes the target. Second attack weakens the target. Now we're going to grab the armor penetration because she's going to need that for her melee attacks. 6 armor penetration for unarmed attack. Very nice.
Right.
And there was, I think this guy does one-handed weapons. Yes. So we're going to go ahead and grab, we'll say 10. I think 10 in one-handed weapons for him. There we go. Does this do anything if I click on it? Yeah, we've already seen all the stuff there. So now we want to teleport to our other spire. Oh, okay. Let me see here. Ebb. Oh, I don't think we can upgrade this one. Oh, yeah, we can. 10 bronze rings and a hide. Oh, but that all that does is improve deflection. I'm sorry, Lord Brown Bear, but that's a massive fucking difference. I'm afraid we're going to have to take Ebb out of her original armor. I'm sorry. Like, that's just such a massive fucking stat difference. Like, I was expecting it to upgrade it to something close to what this light armor is, but it's just, it's not even close. Sorry. I'll keep it in her inventory in case we can find something that'll bring it up to par, but that's just, there's, oh, this looks a little bit better, so I'll keep it because it's not that much of a difference, and then there's just, oh dear God, no, there's no way I can justify this. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. Can we... Takes 5 hours to upgrade that. It'll take 35 bronze rings and 6 iron ingots to upgrade it to an exquisite. No. We need this to get upgraded. We need this to get upgraded. This is fashion tyranny. I mean, that is the game... I was going to say that is the game we're playing, and then it took me a second to realize that that's what you were playing anyways. But yes, we're going to go ahead and upgrade his armor as well. Well, not the helmet. We'll do this one because it's still going to require 10. There we go. Upgrades the fused iron armor to superior. I want to hold off on upgrading anything else just yet. Well, actually, bronze ingots. Interesting. That'll take 50 rings. It's a shame that we can't get anything for her. Okay, so hold on. We need to talk to everybody. Ooh, you are Forge Bound. Yep. The man shuffles back further towards the wall behind him, avoiding as much eye contact with the horizon as possible. Fatebinder! The man nods to you, but his eyes continuously dart to the horizon behind you as he speaks. I appreciate the opportunity to serve. I just never imagined that... He gulps. Such heights would be involved. The one game that would be impossible to stream, Warframe. Oh, God. Again, I've tried playing Warframe, and I just could not... Like, the gameplay itself was interesting, but everything else surrounding it, as far as the skill system and the weapon systems and all that, I just could not make any fucking sense of it. And every time I went looking for a guide, the guide would either be brand new and only meant for people who have been playing for years, or it would be literally years out of date. The lore and storytelling of Warframe is awesome. I have seen some lore tidbits from Warframe, and I have to agree, it's a very interesting universe, but the way they present it and the way they try to show it sometimes leaves a lot to be desired. Show me what you have for sale. Ooh, see, he has Sage's robes. He has a Bloodhound hood, Earthshaker robes, Bloodhound leathers, which is much more in the case for me. Not that that really helps. It's not very good. Ooh. Plus 10 armor firestorm. Fire-resistant garments were popularized by the fall of the Vellum Citadel and the influx of scavengers seeking singed manuscripts of forbidden lore. Interesting. What else have we got here? Landtree is over here. Verse is over there. Ooh. Oh, okay. Oh, I forgot. We didn't do this because I didn't want to waste time on that during the 3-hour stream, but we have more time today, so I can talk to this person. I found reference to a dagger called the Heart's Blood. What can you tell me of it? Heart's Blood? Let me take a look. He looks at it. This is incredible. Unfortunately, the information in this book isn't sufficient for me to recreate it. If you were to give me more information, I could probably make it for you. I also found these plans of this metal in the old walls. Could you make this for me? These are the plans for Scorn. And you have the metal we need to make it. I found this helmet in the Rust Canyons. What can you tell me of that? The Hawk's Eye Helm. With this, I could recreate it for you. Oh, cool. Tell me more about the Forge. One of the hypest moments of the 10 years was a moment where you could play from the perspective of a Grineer soldier and a Corpus engineer. The Grineer soldier gets more expanded time, but that isn't too relevant. It is so cool. Interesting. Random metal arm. I can't tell if it's artificial or if he's just wearing a whole bunch of armor on that one arm. He gestures at the nearby anvils. If you want to upgrade your weapons and armor, you can use any of the anvils. It's simple enough if you've got the materials. If you need something that requires a master smith, like forging a one-of-a-kind item, then talk to me and I'll see what I can do. Do you think you could free my friend from his armor? Fatebinder! You think I hadn't already had my eye on that problem? You don't know the Forgebound at all. The large smith releases a hearty laugh. Master Zenja, though, or the smith at Lithian's Crossing Forge may be able to help you. Besides Zedenya, who might be able to help? Someone perhaps not bound to the guilds of the north. Beric simply covers his eyes with his palm and shakes his head. Far be it for me to gossip, Fatebinder, but I've heard tell that a smith with some knowledge of sigils works out of a small ruin near the Stone Sea. The Lithian Crossing smiths will know more than I about such matters. Yeah, remember Tunon's ruling on Beric's armor? Yes, I remember, which is why I had to ask about fighting someone who was not bound by Kairos' law. Ooh, which one are you? The man gives you a slight bow with his arms outstretched. You can see his arms bear markings both familiar and foreign to you. Greetings, Fatebinder. I may not be a mystic or mighty warrior, but what I possess are my connections to the world trade. You travel the world. I have seen this empire from one end to the other, and it would seem that my travels always take me to the very height of Kairos' conquests. He crosses his arms and looks off beyond the spire's edge. The tiers, however, are unlike anything I've seen. Sorry to digress, I'm sure you'd like to see my wares. What's so different about the tiers? Oh, yeah, wait, what? Forgebound favor 3, but we don't have any favor with the Forgebound. I'm confused. He shifts from foot to foot nervously. I'm sure you wouldn't want to hear a mere apprentice Forgebound going on about unimportant matters, Fatebinder. Please, let me be of service to you. Well, hopefully we can come back and get that cleared up later. Oh, yeah, he's got some nice weapons. Pyre string bow. Causes burning. Ooh, Scorn can be created with access to... Oh, okay, that's just updating that. Alright, sweet. Yeah, so we have to get up to Forgebound 3 in order to get his words on it. The Blood Chanter stands with his arms crossed, casually watching the goings-on of the forge with little to no expression. He glares at you while you approach. You're a bit close to the edge, Forge Apprentice. Yeah, a bit. You're there on point, definitely better at remembering the minutia in these games than I am. I try. He glares back, continue glaring. His eye slightly narrows. He continues to glare. Continue glaring. His glare continues as a small bead of sweat forms on his brow. Continue glaring. His glare intensifies. The beads of sweat now meandering through every crevice of his face. Continue glaring. His intense glare finally breaks. I like you, Fatebinder. How may I be of service? I'd like to train. He nods to you and motions for you to come closer. Sweet. We'll go ahead and grab 5 ranks of control fire. Oh, wow. He can go all the way up to 150. There we go. We'll grab that real fast. Staring competition. Yes. All right. We're maxed out on there. We're maxed out on that. Or almost maxed out on that, but I want to get more quickness. I need to get these spell cooldowns even lower. As for next... magic. We need more spots here. We're going to do that. Huh. As a gain accuracy when wielding weapon with your offhand. Okay, okay. I see that. Weaken your target for a short time. Might reduce by 5. Not the worst. Increase damage with magic staves and allow basic attacks to strike multiple times. 3% chance to strike 2 enemies with basic attacks. 2% chance to strike 3 times with basic attacks. Not the worst. Grants a 50% bounce, or yeah, reflection of incoming hostile spells back to their caster. Not the worst. Don't need abundant arms. Gives a 20% damage bonus for 30 seconds after attacking from stealth. Very nice. Switch positions. Point to a fallen ally. Command them to rejoin the fight. That's probably the best choice. Ooh. Everyone in the party regains a portion of their maximum health when any party member kills an enemy. Yes! We'll grab Resurgence next time, but that's actually really good because it's anybody. Anytime anybody attacks somebody, we all get a healing effect. Oh, yes. Very good. Who are you? The man bows deeply before you. Esteemed Fatebinder, with so many hours spent in the forge, we artisans are prone to a bit of gossip. Needless to say, the Fatebinder of the Mountain Spire has been the subject of many conversations while working the bellows. He fidgets with his hammer anxiously for a moment before lowering his voice. If I may be so bold, I have a question for you. Ask away, Praxis's eyes light up with the same intensity of the forge behind him. From where does Kairos' power stem? Is it from the magic of the edicts? Is it from the archons? Or perhaps from the loyal subjects and their toil? Powerful magic that can shape the very landscape. Archons are the true source of power with such mighty creatures No, because Kairos was already conquering vast portions of the world before he even got access to the Archons. I would argue that it is the commoners of the world that are the source of their power, the collective submission that legitimizes the Empire's rule. Yes, one's power is often measured by how great we perceive that power. Praxis quietly nods to himself for a moment, almost forgetting you were ever here. My apologies for indulging myself in the philosophical. What can I do for you? What have you made for me? Oh, don't have anything for you. I'll check back later. Recruits can generate items for you while you are gathering experience by venturing in the world. Ah, okay. So it measures it based on the experience that I gain. Okie dokie. And Master of Brazing. Fatebinder. The man crosses his arms, revealing a scorch mark on his forearm. These forges burn with energy I've not seen in some time. His eyes return to the flames of the forge. It must be true that these spires enhance all matters magical. Don't have anything for you at the moment. Okay. Could have sworn I thought I hired 2 magic trainers. Myers, the dude over there. Merchant specialized unique weapons. Yeah. Those 2 are the guys who give me iron and bronze ingots. Nicostatus. Yeah, where's Nikos? Oh, he's standing right next to the fucking... I completely missed him. The forge-bound levitates a small glowing orb of fire in his hands before suddenly clenching it with his fist, smothering the flame into nothing but smoke and ash. Strong blade at your side isn't the only implement of war at your disposal, Fatebinder. He holds out his arm again and instantly becomes engulfed in a field of electricity. I have devoted my life to understanding the elements, and I only grow in that knowledge by teaching others. Ask, and I shall train you. Ooh, yeah. Control Vigor, which we don't actually have. Would love to gain a little bit of experience there. Control Lightning. Control Frost. Control Lightning is the more relevant. Lightning and Fire seem to pair up really well from what we've seen. Frost is useful in a few situations, though, because enemies that are The enemies that are that take extra damage from it are few and far between, but you often need it for them, like in those Banes that we were encountering. Let's go ahead and grab 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I also... Interesting. I thought she had good control frost. No, she doesn't. Oh, right. She does have life. Okay, so we're going to need to go over her spells here shortly as well. We do want to improve her lightning, though. That is something we will do. There we go. Oh, interesting. She can't learn it at all. Oh, no. It's because she's mad. Oh, I'm an idiot. Never mind. I'm an idiot. Does mean... Oh, no. Her lore skill is high enough for it. So we can actually give her... Let's see here. Intensity would raise it up to 55, which, funnily enough, she actually has a higher lore skill than Barrick does. Range isn't really useful. Accuracy doesn't really matter. The recovery sigil, though, the recovery sigil is definitely something we want. And then we'll also go ahead and assign that to her, so she's got a healing spell. And then Ebb has a lore skill of 80, so we can go ahead and give that the intensity sigil. Oh, and minus 33% recovery time. Oh no, that's too high. Forgot. You mean the Beast Woman knows her letters better than me? Well, Barrick, maybe that should tell you that you should be working on this shit, shouldn't it? 65. May as well grab the range. That'll make things a little bit easier. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, so you can really just... I guess you could just stockpile it up if you really wanted to. Regardless, let's... lightning is good for her, and her Gravelight is good, but we can't... I might force her to tell me then, because if I can't modify her... Can a viewer modify Phantom Bolt until you learn the Sigil of Taratus? Yeah. I might have to look up where we can find that sigil, or I'll have to force her to tell me. Barrick, have you skipped your homework? I will have you know that as a member of my retinue, Barrick, I expect you to know your goddamn letters. Alright. Let's get back to lightning. She's actually really good at this. Yep. Intensity. Accuracy. Recovery. Can't do spell surge. Can do range, though. Go ahead and update her charged fist skill. There we go. This is horseshit. And crosses his armor. No, Barrick would be more of the, like, why does a soldier need to know so many things? Just point me in the right direction, Fatebinder. I didn't join the army to have to learn how to read. Electric Jolt. Ooh, that adds an interrupt. Although that's kind of irrelevant because it provides the stunned affliction for 2.4 seconds. So it's already doing that anyways. What we obviously want, though, is accuracy. Recovery. Ooh. Spell Surge. Reduces recovery. Length. Accent that causes distant impact to travel through their targets in a piercing line. Ooh. Projectiles 2. Oh, hold on. Okay, no. Turn off the cyclical one. Turn on the projectiles times 2, because that's essentially getting 2 spells for the price of 1. Yes. Go ahead and assign that. There we go. What other lightning spells can we get for her? Ooh, yeah, Ball Lightning. That starts with 70. Oh, that's still too much for her. Intensity Sigil's too much. Range, though, we can use. So we'll go ahead and add that. And then we have the AoE. Accuracy, obviously. Duration. The additional shock damage really isn't that useful for that one. Interrupt would actually be decent. Oh, but that's still too high. Area of Effect? Area of Effect. Yes. So, and then we will also grab... Yes, the Healing Wisps to go along with her Restoring Touch ability. Now, this one we do want. We do want a faster recovery time on that one. Ooh. Oh, that just straight up adds an additional projectile. So that's an additional 5%. Never mind. Turn that off. Oh, that's still too much. Shit. Sigil of Piercing. Travel through their targets in a piercing line. That actually could be useful by turning it into an AoE heal. We could line up our own party and then cast that and it would hit everybody in the way. Or maybe it wouldn't because they are individual projectiles. It would probably just get stuck. So hold on. We'll turn that off. Never mind. Recovery Sigil. And... Intensity. There we go. There we go. She doesn't have the buffs that Landry does, but she does have more direct damage and she still has access to both of the healing spells. Hopefully we have enough healing now that this doesn't matter. You know what? I'm tempted. I want to see something. Hold on. Where is my... This one has all three of these. I actually have... You can only have one of those. We'll go with Frostfire. 105. Intensity is too much. Range, though, we can do that. So if we update that to Flashfire. Now, if I go in and I turn off this, but I add, say, the intensity. So I can have two of them. Oh, okay. That's interesting. So I can double up on spells, but they have to have different accents. Reading is for scholars, not soldiers. Slaps him. Barrack, read what I wrote on the blackboard, damn it. Trying to teach verse for letters probably results in a stab wound or two. It depends. If you teach her how to better A, insult somebody in different languages by writing, and B, show her the various ways you can write insults and things as well as like bloody descriptions, she's probably fine with that. Clearly, you need all of your spell slots to be a variation of Fireball. Honestly, the Fireball is really disappointing. What I need is more Flash Fire and more Twisting Flame because these give really good Mage Fire damage and they can do it on multiple enemies. And Mage Fire is really where fire gets its damage from. Unfortunately, Fireball really doesn't. It doesn't inflict Mage Fire. It's only really good at dealing AoE damage, but because fire as a whole deals less damage than the other elements, its AoE isn't really that good. Like, I really hate to say it, but the Fireball in this game is probably the most disappointing of Fireballs. Maybe Sigil of Volley might help. Sigil of Piercing might help, but the problem is that Sigil of Piercing basically just turns it into a weaker Twisting Flame. Fireball isn't powerful enough as a wizard. This is not only disappointing, but offensive. See, that doesn't really help me any. Interrupt might be useful on that, but oh, that takes it way too far. Recovery Sigil doesn't really matter on something. There's very rarely is the 14 seconds going to help. The accuracy, though. Oh, hold on, no. Take the accuracy off. Bump us up for... Oh, yeah. Mage Fire Affliction for 22 seconds. Oh, that's great. As I said, the main thing is the Mage Fire is what's dealing the majority of your damage because it's dealing like half of the upfront damage, but it does it like every few seconds. Is an anti-fireball reactionary? I approve of it being bad. Is Wizard you go to for fantasy games? For the most part, I just like mixing magic in with other things. Like in this game, it's a bit hard because kind of everybody can learn spells provided you get the lore skill high enough. I mainly like more the Magic Knight kind of build, so I like mixing melee with that, but that's not really... That's a bit harder to do in this game because of the way Obsidian sets up their armor system. So it's just ending up where my character is... Like, as I said, preferably, I'd like to be very similar to the Cypher from Pillars of Eternity. Melee, a little bit of melee, a little bit of ranged, and some support spellcasting. Yeah, spell swords are interesting. When I play Skyrim, I often play a magical knight. So heavy armor, a two-handed weapon for when they get in close, but if they're far away, I am just unleashing spells on them. Although I will say, when I started getting into modding Skyrim, I did go from being a knight to a sort of more of a wizard knight. Like, I stopped using heavy armor, but I did start using the armor spells. And that was very interesting, having to prep before going into combat. In Pathfinder, you might like the Magus. The Magus is all right. I much prefer... I mean, in Pathfinder and D&D, Paladins still kind of fill that niche because they get so many buff abilities. I like playing Gish Sorcerers in Pathfinder. So Draconic Bloodline Sorcerers, Demonic Bloodline Sorcerers, where they get the AC bonus, and they have a lot of really close range spells that they can use while fighting. I also love Kineticist. But that's if I want to play a pure damage dealer, because Kineticist doesn't even bother with spell slots. Kineticist is just, I am the fireball. I channel the fire from the terrestrial plane of fire to blow things up. You aren't going Arcane Knight in... Well, as I said, the Cypher, I think, really nails it. And I like the Cypher because a lot of his spells are debuffs. And I think that's actually really cool for a magical melee character. Because usually, with magic and melee, you get either Arcane Knight, which is all about, like, channeling fireball through a sword, or you get Paladin, where you have a bunch of buff spells and then you smite something. The Cypher's really nice because it's like, no. Why do all of that when I can paralyze the enemy and then cut their head off? I like the Cypher because it seems very practical. It's very much a case of, I'm not going to cast a fireball when I can just paralyze the enemy, walk up, and stab him in the throat. Esoteric Knight Prestige class that can make any psychic class into a magic warrior. And yes, and I also like that, what is it in Pathfinder? What is it in Pathfinder and D&D? Soul Knife. Because the Soul Knife is literally being able to summon up energy blades from your hands. And then those energy blades can also inflict debuffs on the enemy when you hit them with it. I remember I had a character concept for a Soul Knife that was basically a Protoss Zealot, but in Pathfinder. Like, I think he was a changeling, so he had that weird kind of alien appearance to him, and then he would be a Soul Knife, so he would have blades on both hands. In Stone Shard, I tried a Maul plus Earth Magic for a spell sword. Ooh, interesting. In all honesty, a second one of these, because that's at 115. If I take off the Reaching Grasp and assign a second one of these, yes, that way I've got 2 Twisting Flame versions. Very nice. I can't move these. I wish I could move these and reorganize them. You're more from using magic for physical combat directly, not just having magic along with physical combat. Depends on the game. I would say when it comes to that, it very much depends on the game. I love it when you can use magic for physical combat, because that's just cool. But but in something like, say, Skyrim, I don't really like the bound weapons, because that's like the closest you get to magic in melee is the bound weapons and the really close things. I'd much rather be like, I'm casting spells. Oh no, this guy got close to me. Let me pull out my two-handed war axe and beat him to a bloody pulp. Like, I like the switch hitting aspect of it, the Gish style that a lot of people call it from the D&D days. Like, again, Magus does that in Pathfinder, but I've tried playing a Magus back in Kingmaker, and I just didn't like it. I don't know why. It just didn't gel with me. I don't know. And it's one of those things where it's like, I don't know why. It just didn't. Skyrim combat is only funny in its janky nature. Beyond that, it's more or less swing wiffle bat. Well, if you're playing melee, it is. If you're playing melee, it definitely is. That's why I can't do a pure melee character in Skyrim. It just, it doesn't work very well either. I would much rather be playing a mage and then switch to melee as needed. And that's just because even casting spells gets a little boring sometimes. Sometimes when you're down to one bandit left and he's just berserker charging you, it's like, do I really want to waste magic on this? Or do I want to pull out the two-handed axe and take his head off? Two-handed hammers for those big hits. Well, as I said, two-handed hammers, two-handed axes. I also just think the two-handed axes look way better in Skyrim than the swords or the hammers do. Like the Orcish battle axe, the two-handed Orcish battle axe with the really long blade on it looks so cool. The Orcish equipment in general in Skyrim is some of the best default-looking armor in the game. The weird, like, samurai-style Orcish armor is actually really cool. Okay, that's enough. We've got plenty of fire spells. We still got some lightning and ice spells if we need to. I don't want to have just one element because I know that's... everything from we've seen from the Bane would show me that that would be a bad idea. I want you to forge something for me. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, wow. We already found a lot of shit. Oh, wow. We need a lot of shit in order to make some of these. Two-headed Daedra garbage. The Volendrug is so awesome. Oh, the Volendrug lives look good. I'm not going to lie. Shadow Stride. Teleport behind an enemy and attack, dealing significant bonus damage. Damage increases with the Nightwalker Boots Renown. We need to find a way more stuff for this. Holy shit. Minus 50% to all damage taken when health is below 35%. Not bad. What is Scorn? Javelins are often cited Braves' favorite favors at the head of the phalanx to deliver the confidence to push forward against any odds, and the barb tip can snag on armor and destabilize advancing enemies. Gives +1 to resolve and a 100% hit perception on targets below 35% health. That's actually really good. Bloodthirsty mages want additional methods of hitting chaos and entropy upon their foes. Gives +10 to control infantry and +10 to control Gravelight. That's heavy armor, heavy armor. Do we have any light armor that's decent? I mean, that gives +1 to finesse, but we need 8 hide for that. Commander's Plate and Alchemist Gloves. Orb of Life. Oh. Lots of hide. We need to find more hides. Like, we need to find a lot more hides. And this is all 5,800 rings. Holy shit. Well, still, this isn't really much that I'd actually want. Feathers and eye slits and allowing for overall improved visibility. That would be useful on Verse. God, yeah, 35 bronze rings. 7. We need to find more hide. God damn. All right, well, there's nothing really there that I really want. So we're going to keep going. We'll keep this party for right now. We'll see if maybe if I take more advantage of the stealth systems, if Kills in Shadow will be better. But if not, I'm dropping her and grabbing Verse again. But I'll give her a chance. There's the Secluded Forge. There's the Shattered Bastion. We're going to take a quick trip back up to the Bastard... Sorry, hiccup there. Back up to the Bastard City, and we'll see if Cleo, I think was her name, wants to talk to us. And we'll see if Tunon has anything to say. And then we'll check out this Shattered Bastion. Ugh. Hey, Bled and Mark, you got anything to say to me?
Years back, when I told you justice is just the name for the biggest sword in the realm? Claiming the Dauntless is part of establishing your own might, your own authority. Even if you dislike its heft, I'd advise you to keep the blade close. It has symbolic value beyond its martial applications.
That was not the voice I expected coming from that face.
Of course, any authority you may be carving for yourself is sanctioned only with the understanding that it's for the greater glory of Kairos.
Hold on, why did that... Okay, the pre-roll... Oh, okay. Pre-rolls just got disabled, so that means it's playing an ad. Give me 1 second, guys. While that ad's playing for the people who aren't subscribed, I'm going to run to the restroom real fast. I'll be right back. Okay. Figured we didn't want to waste too much time, so... Oh. But yeah, that is not the voice I imagine coming from Bled and Mark. Anything else? Nope. Oh. Oh. Here we go. Ah. Dear Fatebinder Savani, I expect that your cleverness did not end at the use of the locals' customs of abdication. You'll make no mistake in your estimate of the child's probable import to the Archon of War. Its continued existence illuminates a gap in his armor, regardless of whether he cherishes the child or resents it. I'd warn you to play such games carefully, my friend, but you seem to have your eye on the board. Fatebinder Rogalis. My dearest Savani, they say respect for one's elders is a dying art form. I thank you kindly for the offering, as I have accounts to settle and grandchildren to spoil, and keeping a low profile is not very profitable. I've enclosed something for you in return, and I do so hate to let parchment collect dust, and I figure a younger mind could make use of some of the scrolls haunting my cabinets. I am now the oldest of the court's children, and I have seen much in my time. It's probably for the best everyone assumes that I am an old and harmless, worth shuffling away in the archives. If I were scrutinized too closely, I'm sure Tunon would find I've grown lax in my spoiled old age. Part of why I am here, where I am, is that I've kept my head down, and you appear to be doing the opposite. In some regards, that is beyond your control. You were chosen for the honor of proclaiming the edicts twice. To decline would have meant death. To accept means to place oneself upon the stage for all to see. Kairos' most powerful weapon is not the edict. It's her ability to hand us rope that we might wish to use to hang ourselves. Never forget this. There are numerous questions nestled in your request, what is it you wish to know about most? Focus your inquiry, and I will answer as best I can. Inquire about the edicts and their nature. Dear Myothis, thank you for hearing me out. I have more questions than I have ink, but let's start with the discussion of Kairos' edicts. I have lived under, proclaimed, and resolved edicts, which makes me far more knowledgeable than the layperson on the subject, and yet I still feel as if I know so little. There we go. Alright, let's keep moving. Yeah, Kaleo, you were the one who asked me. Regards, Savani. You look as if you need something. Kaleo tips her head to one side, a glimmer of curiosity in her dark, discerning eyes. What can I do for you? Kaleo touches a gentle hand to your shoulder. Okay, you're getting a little touchy-feely, and that makes me very worried. You wrote that you could illuminate the darker corners of Taratus for me. She glances at your cadre. In a private missive, yes. There are things that I will not address within the hearing of outside ears. I will speak with the Fatebinder, privately. As you wish, the hulking man shrugs and takes up a position outside of hearing range, standing just shy of at attention. Oh, far be it from me to intrude on your very important Fatebinder secrets. The Tidecaster crosses her arms and walks away. Human who smells of alpha means beast woman? She scratches her head. Beast woman will edge lurk. Wait for human to finish secret words. Her hands fall to the floor. She pads to the periphery of the room. A sly dimple on her left cheek. A small smile dimples her left cheek. I confess to no small part of curiosity. I peek into my share of shadows and sometimes I scrounge up a secret. What excites your interests? Let us discuss the Archons and their forces. Entirely understandable given the circumstances. What can I enlighten you about? Why are the disfavored so obsessed with their breeding? Stabbing straight to the heart of it, are we? She chuckles. The short answer is Graven Ash and the entire tribal culture that he martyred himself to defend. The tribalism is clearly part of their cultural strength. It's not how they're bound to the Archon of War, of course. Such sentiments undermine attempts at occupying the tiers. She lowers her voice. Were it not for fear of the court, I wonder if he'd eliminate every last tiersman to establish his version of order. She straightens, crossing her arms. If you want to speak at length about the disfavored as a military force, then I would recommend Fatebinder Nunnaval or Ash himself. Or you could ask your friend in the bronze shell. Is there any legal legitimacy to Graven Ash's claim over the Blade Grave and the Voices of Narats over the Stone Sea? That is a more complicated issue. Legally, the tiers have not been brought fully within the fold of Kairos' dominion. Until they are not fully subject to the Overlord's laws, which means that they're open to be claimed by whoever has the strength of arms to hold them. In theory, once an area has been pacified, the Overlord could carve it up and parcel it out. In practice, Kairos tends to grant governorships to those who took the land itself. This is how the Overlord has made so many of his substantial gains. He offers Archons the choice to either carve out a kingdom to rule over, or die. Many find that as an easy choice to make. Did you speak with Verse before leaving the Spire? I did not, and I should have. I forgot about Narat's message to us. Once again, gross oversimplification. One could pursue the horizon for months without seeing all the lands under the Overlord's sway. Ultimately, Kairos is pragmatic and establishes rule as best befits a territory. That wouldn't surprise me. Tunon's law. Hey, Tanway, we know it's not Tunon's law. Why is my desktop audio muted? What the fuck? When did that happen? Has the game been muted this whole time? Please tell me the game has not been muted this whole time. Not the entire time? Okay, I'm going to... Just recently... Okay, it must have been when I went to the restroom and I just somehow forgot about it. Okay. Oh. Okay, breathe. 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 Ugh. Okay. We just heard blood and mark for context. Okay, so it must not have been for much. Okay. Whew. Okay. How much control do the Archons have over the territory they're granted? How long are you staying at the Bastard City? There are as many answers to that question as there are Archons. Leadership is always a matter of personal style. The way you guide your recruits differs starkly from how Regalis commands his scribes or Nunavall drills his retainers. The same holds true for the Archons. The Adjudicator's Court bears little resemblance to the Iron Hearth, for example, and far less to Cacophony. The Overlord codifies this as the right of privilege. So long as an Archon remains loyal to the Overlord and upholds Kairos' legal code, then Kairos grants them significant freedom to rule their dominion as they see fit. As a result, some territories vastly wildly different from others. They say that were you to travel the length of Taradas, you would find yourself in a different empire every span. Only the Overlord's law unites them, and in a way our code, our court, is the blood coursing through the Empire's veins. We are the order that makes this civilization possible. I've heard tell that over time an Archon's relationship to their territory can grow deeper than we can imagine. The line between them and their land begins to blur. Regalis is partial to the story of Maramus of the Mire, but you can also look at Cairn and the Stone Sea. Lingering edicts aren't exactly rare, and they shape the land even as the Archon administrators do. And even as the land shapes the Archons. Taken together, it's all rather muddled. It does seem like the power of belief can fuel this magic in a lot of ways, and can change it slightly. Yeah, Blood and Mark's voice did not match the one I gave him at all. Sounds much younger than the voice I gave him. That's enough about the Archons. I wanted to ask you about the rest of Taradas. I've done more than my share of traveling as a role of Tunan's court. What would you know? Besides those in the tiers, what armies does Kairos possess? Oh, that varies depending on the needs of the Empire at any given time. Right now, with the conquest of the tiers ongoing, both the Archons of War and Secrets have been given leave to aggressively recruit and field their own massive forces. Nunavall told me that the Scarlet Corps is one of the largest gangs of miscreants to have ever served a single commander in recent history. Archon Ash's disfavored boasts better weapons and tighter tactics than most other forces within the Dominion. Tunon rules the Northern Empire, and while he's at war, his lands are guarded by the Archons of Sorrow and Ruin, as well as the Archons of Frost, unless one of the sisters turned on the others. They are not on a conquest. Oh, so there can be multiple Archons of similar elements. Or it could be that the position of Archon of Frost is split between multiple spellcasters, essentially. They are not on a conquest sanctioned by the Overlord, but they maintain small personal armies even in times of peace. Beyond that, the Overlord has dozens of Archons, most with their own lands, armies, and magical guilds at their service. Archons of Sorrow and Ruin, what kind of magic would that entail? Ruin, I imagine, is entropy, but Archon of Sorrow might be the inverse of Vigor. We know the Sigil of Vigor provides a lot of buffs and whatnot that basically assist in combat. It wouldn't surprise me if the Archon of Sorrow is the inverse and does a huge amount of debuffing, essentially, that they can actually rip away the opponent's morale or destroy their desire to fight. I've not traveled the entire world myself, but I've heard of everything from phalanxes of living bronze to nearly naked archers who herd swarms of spiders into battle. I'll let you determine how much credence you give them, she grins. I'm partial to the spiders myself. What do you know of how I came to the court's attention? Surely you don't miss the endless finger exercise and weapons drill from the barracks Tunon plucked you out of. Her right eyebrow rises a notch. Your recruitment was a fairly obvious choice. Fatebinders need to be enforcers first, scholars second. You were fit, gifted, and the wits hadn't been bashed out of you. Honestly, ideal budding binder. What about your past? How did you become a Fatebinder? Oh, I promise you, no story is more boring than that old yarn. And yet I insist. You know my history. Let me hear some of yours. I'm sure you've heard it 100 times. Girl meets boy, boy plots treason, boy is dragged in front of the Archon of Justice, girl argues for his freedom. Archon of Justice executes the boy anyway, but offers the girl a job. Girl realizes she's much better off as a Fatebinder than a deceased dissident. And is any of that true? Well, the very last bit anyway. Imagine the absolute flex of riding a giant spider. Wait, you played Total Warhammer 3, you've seen it. Yes. Although, to be fair, most of the spider riders in that game are goblins, so that doesn't exactly say much. Let me just finish off my gamer subs here real fast. Very nice. And I have my backup water now that the gamer subs is out. I've been hearing the terms Northern Empire and Northern Kingdom used interchangeably. Now, that's not exactly a question, but I can understand the confusion. Simply put, the Northern Kingdom was the Northern Empire before Kairos claimed it. Both names refer to the same rough, geographical area from whence Archon Graven Ash hails. The difference in nomenclature is to distinguish when in history one is discussing. Enough about Taratus. I would like to pick your brain regarding lore historical. Well, I can't claim to be a greater expert than Regalis, but I'll happily offer my perspective. How long has Kairos been conquering the world anyway? Just read in the recent reveal trailer for the newest update. They will include those giant bounding squids held together by chains. Ooh, more squigs is always fun, just because they're hilarious. You've been with us since the conquest of the Tiers 4 years ago, so I assume you mean the greater unification of Taratus. She glances backwards towards the Adjudicator. Longer than any save for the Overlord and a handful of Archons have even been alive. Look to the calendar of true reckoning if you want an answer. Between you and me, I think that's at best a starting point. Add a century, maybe 2, I gather, that it's been a very long, very slow campaign, with the Overlord taking time to fortify and establish the Empire in each new conquered land before moving on to the next. It also gives the next target time to let down their guard. The Overlord waited a near century between forcing Graven Ash to bend the knee and directing him against the Tiers. Long enough, easily, to lull the Tiersmen into a sense of false security behind their mountains. Have you ever met a Fatebinder Myothus? Ha! That old loon. Her eyes flickered to Tunon, then to Regalis, and then back to you. Sure, she read an edict, maybe 2 in her time. Left her a bit rattled, I recall. She's largely retired from active service, resting on accomplishments past while ensconced in the wealth that one can accrue as an agent of the court. I guess I half assumed that she was dead already. She was dispensing justice back in the last conquest, so she'd be well over 100 by now. She slips into silence, considering. That's enough history for the moment. That's all. Does anybody else have anything? Ooh. Oh. Nunnaval is not happy. Oh. Nunnaval was the Celtic one. I've been giving the wrong voice. I was giving Regalis. Regalis is the older gentleman. I've been giving the wrong voice to all of these. Shit. Oh well. The Fatebinder watches you warily as you approach, but it's only in the final breath of distance that you realize his gaze is not on you, but the blood and mud-caked beastwoman at your heels. The hardened warrior's stance is stiff but ready, his hand resting on an iron hilt of his halberd, but he does not lift the weapon from its holster. How the fuck do you holster a halberd? Methinks somebody did not realize the type of weapon they were talking about here. I mean, I guess you could have it strapped across your back, but that's still not very good. Not for a polearm. Is there nowhere you will not traipse, you creature of darkness? He demands. Is there no hovel in any realm that you beasts fear? Did not come hunting for Fatebinder. Beastwoman chuffs and tosses Nunnaval a deadly grin. Her crimson eyes are bright with recognition, delight, and desire, as they rove the Fatebinder of War slowly from helm to boot. But the Beastwoman can see Fatebinder called Nunnaval has remembered Kills in Shadow's vengeance, yes. He bristles, and for a moment you worry that he may attack. As if I could forget. He taps his chestplate with 2 fingers, hard enough that it nearly dents. I am not the same as I once was. Try to carve me another memento beast, and I'll wear your pelt about my loins. The massive Beastwoman cocks her head to one side, studying her prey. Beastwoman too has grown and changed. Lost tribe, lost haven lands, follows Alpha who is human. She sniffs in disdain. Who is male, to survive. She sits back on her haunches and huffs, allowing the tension between them to ease. Every time she says Overlord, I think about Overlord, the duo of games by Triumph. Yeah, when you play the, yeah, I've heard about them. Sweet giant weapons, sleep with your mistresses, quite cool, but yeah, it's very much of its time. Kills in Shadow gets around. I mean, I think they're talking about killing each other, Lord Brown Bear. I don't think it's got anything to do with sexual desire. Nunnaval considers her... Wait. Nunnaval considers her words before nodding once, gruffly, settling the matter aside for the time being, and offers you a strange smile. Come, let us speak freely. Would anyone in Kairos' damned name tell me what that was about? Kills in Shadow bobs, momentarily excited before settling down. Her rough mauve tongue dangles, dripping saliva between fangs as she chortles and yips deeply. Shadowhunter too want to hear. Tell humans what happened. She teases the Fatebinder of War. It's a story I do not care to tell, now nor ever, Nunaville retorts. He flicks his gaze from the beast woman to you, clearly struggling to rein in his anger. A shorter explanation that may say to you, my friend. Once I lacked a healthy appreciation for the beast tribes of Haven. Your monstrous friend here took someone very dear to me to correct that indiscretion. He grunts, his red beard a trembling flame. And that is all I will speak of on the matter. Fair enough. It doesn't have nothing to do. Doesn't have nothing to do with sexual desire. Something got the idea of CRPG where you play as a beastman. Total Warhammer is about as close as you can get, but still lacks the vibe. Yeah, a CRPG where you play like a beastman in the Warhammer style, where you're like a raiding force or whatever, would actually be kind of interesting. It would be very much like Tyranny, where you're playing the bad guys, essentially. Fatebinder, you return. Regalis looks you up and down with it. That's why, because his name just sounds more Celtic, but I gave the Celtic-sounding voice to the red-haired guy. You look as if you have questions for me to untangle. Ask. I'm feeling generous. Nope, nothing new from you there. I don't think you guys have anything for me. We already... Oh. Anything beats a prolonged siege, eh, Fatebinder? Enjoy the war while you can. Oh, so they don't actually have anything to say. We'll check in with Tunon and then we'll leave. Playing a Chaos race in a Warhammer CRPG honestly feels limiting in terms of personality. To some extent, if you're playing a Norskin who's not necessarily a full-blown Chaos Worshipper, it could be interesting, because the Norskin have played both sides. Norskin mercenaries have worked for the Empire and for Kislev, as well as have invaded them as part of the head of Chaos armies. Okay, play a good Skaven. Oh, if they don't have a Skaven NPC that just betrays you, like, at the drop of a hat, I'd be very disappointed. I blame Drizzt. Yeah. Get the Warsword Conquest mod for Warband. Oh, did they actually? Yeah, they did make a Warhammer mod for Warband, didn't they? Fatebinder, you look as if you require my counsel. Oh, surprisingly not. I won't bug you anymore then, boss. Anyone remember the old Warhammer CRPG with the Chaos theme that allows you to play as a bunch of different type of characters, including Beastmen? That would be sick. Yeah. Not big on mods. Well, to be fair, Mountain Blade Warband kind of needs it. Mountain Blade Warband is a good base game, but its mods really make it. Someone like Thanquil betrays his own so often he helps the good guys. Yeah, pretty much. Do we want to do this right now? We'll hold off on it. I want to go talk to Verse. And if she wants to come with me with this, then we'll have to bring her instead of Kills in Shadow. Still is somehow less of a betrayer than Manfred. Yeah, Manfred deserves all the hate he gets. As you near a settlement a few hours outside the wall of Tunon's capital, you hear a clamoring of voices raised in frustration. The village is little more than a dilapidated public house, a few farms, and a small central square thronged with an incensed crowd. Vlad is the only vampire count. Vlad is the only true vampire count. Big Daddy Vlad deserves it. Man was the only competent fucking one of the bunch. Investigate the clamor. A knot of peasants surround Tunon's installed magistrate and his enforcers. The farmers shout in rough direction, their meaning largely lost, though you make out the words hungry and thievery. Break up protest, demand to know what's going on. Competent and has a hot wife. Yep, him and Isabella. I do like that in the lore, Isabella is openly said, like, she still cares for her people. She is part of the reason that that Vlad starts to treat the peasants of Sylvania somewhat better. Like, she still sees herself as a Sylvanian first and a vampire second. Now, of course, that still means if you piss her off, she's going to quite literally tear you in half and probably laugh the entire time. But it is kind of telling that one of the most upstanding and, like, pro of her people, like, it's Isabella, a noble from Sylvania of all places that is like, no, I actually care for my people. Their love is genuine. Yeah, no, it's a nice touch. It's a nice touch. Twilight done right. I wouldn't go that far. That's because Twilight's its own thing, but still, it's one of the few genuine love stories in Warhammer. You stride to the center of the square, shoving aside those who hinder your procession. With a resounding shout, you quiet the peasantry to a low, bristling hum. You turn on the magistrate and ask what is happening in this village. They've taken our food, shouts one of the farmers. That's what happened. Taking it for their endless war. How are we supposed to feed our children ourselves? You silence the farmer with a curt glare as the magistrate confirms the complaint. Undead Warhammer are more morally flexible than Skaven. Yeah, they are, unironically. Hell, you even have the Strigoi, the monstrous vampires who for a time were running their own human kingdom and actually running it really well. And you have the Blood Dragons who have a whole thing where unless you attack them directly. They won't fight you unless you're an actual good challenge. Raising a hand for silence, you weighed among the peasants, perhaps seeing you as a possible source of salvation, or perhaps merely terrified of your station. The riotous farmers fall more or less silent and await your questions. Speaking of the Strigoi, have you seen Usharan, Mortarch of Delusion, the Age of Sigmar? That is a beast of a model. Yes, the Age of Sigmar HQ models are damn good. Ask the villagers who stole their food. Those fucking chorus pigs, Fatebinder, answers one of the farmers, a man broad of shoulders and wearing rough-spun tunics of linen and wool. After the trade caravans were ransacked during the war, our food became scarce, the magistrate interjects. A few of the local gangs, unable to afford rations in the city, tried to buy goods here. What the farmers wouldn't sell, they stole. I tried to explain that it's for the Overlord's conquest, that the people have no one to blame but criminals such as the Unbroken and the Vendrian Guard. Ask further questions about the Chorus Raiders. They did not say why they were in the region, only that they had been routed in Vendrian's Well not long ago. Ask why the farmers are not in their fields. What's the point? One farmer replies. Anything we plow, anything we hunt, we might as well just be handing it over to the chorus. He gestures recklessly at the magistrate. Tunid's flaccid gavel there hasn't done a damn thing to save this town. What does the adjudicator expect of us? To eat stone and air? The gangs have flocked through here for years, another farmer objects. They're like a chrysalis cloud, alighting to clear the fields and then on their way again. Clear course of action. Forcibly break up the protest, request additional guards from Tunon, contact the voices in Arat, refer to a companion. No, we should ask for additional guards. This needs to be stopped, otherwise these people can't fulfill their roles within Kairos' law. Request additional guards from Tunon. You draft a message to the court of the adjudicator in the Bastard City requesting additional defenders of the settlement to protect it from chorus deprivation. You continue on your journey, trusting in the Archon of Justice to reinforce the village's defenses. Sure enough, a return missive finds you on the road, assuring you that the town will be seen to, but expressing disappointment in your inability to handle the situation without requesting the court's aid. Yeah, I'll take that small point of wrath. I still think we did the right thing there. The alternative would have been to find the chorus agents and hunt them down, but quite frankly, we don't have the manpower to do that either. Ooh, there we go. It is difficult to separate fact from superstition when it comes to the edicts, as it seems only Kairos knows how they work. The rest of us are left to live our lives in fear and ponder it all. The edicts are a sort of magic above and beyond even the Archons. I dare say the edicts are stronger than Kairos, as there is no evidence that Kairos themselves can willingly stop an edict once it's set into motion, which is in part why Kairos' edicts seem to have an until or unless clause in all of their wording. I know the edict, as powerful as it is, requires a human voice to complete the casting. Thus, the Overlord has people like you proclaim edicts cast far from the Imperial throne. The magic is Kairos' magic, but the human voice is the final carrier or trigger to complete the magical phenomenon. And here's what's most fascinating, at least so far as you are concerned. There have been dozens of mortal agents who have been made to proclaim edicts through the years. 2/3 of them die within a decade, and many gave reports of lingering mystic scars from the ordeal. There have also been a handful who resolved or broke an edict. Those until and unless clauses get fulfilled from time to time, and we see a similar pattern in history. Those who resolve an edict often live short lives, and many speak of arcane side effects of the shattered edict. Why is all this orange? What the hell? Here's where you're unique. In the best of my fact-finding, you are the first to proclaim and then break the same edict. Whatever mystical power is involved in the creation and destruction of such magics, you are the first to stand at the terminus of both. Now that I know the spires can be awoken, it makes sense that if anything can or would wake them from slumber, a shattered edict seems the likely culprit. Kairos has other edicts in place throughout the tiers. If you truly wish to learn more, perhaps you should take it upon yourself to break those edicts. After all, if Kairos did not wish for the edicts to be broken, why include a termination clause at all? Companion A might have provided a more independent solution. Yeah, I should have thought of that. Ask about the spires. Dear Myothis, it would seem wise to know one's own domain as well, and seeing as I am now master of the Mountain Spire, I ought to learn all I can. If you would share with me what you know of them, I would be in your debt. I'll start with what I know and have observed so far. The Mountain Spire seemed to awaken at about the same instant that Kairos' Edict of Execution was put to rest. There was a burst of energy, of an arcane nature that drowned out my senses, and I awoke at the summit of the spire in what seemed to be just a few heartbeats of time. Atop the spire is an odd sculpture of sorts, and it seems to be the core of the spire's mystic energy. I have been seeing visions and receiving sensations from the sculpture. It seems odd to describe it as talking to me, but that is the closest analogy. Am I the first to report such things? There are other spires elsewhere in the world, correct? Speculation lends weight to the theory that the spires of old walls use magic like fuel. Yeah, they use magic like fuel, but they also seem to emanate their own magic that is separate from it. It's more like they're converting raw magical energy into something else that is then fed back into themselves. In the same way that those Bane traps inside the wall seem to be powered by the Bane itself being inside the trap. Oh, there's Verse.
Couldn't help but notice the bird from Cacophony.
Verse smirks as you approach, scrutinizing you with her mismatched gaze. Seems the Archon of Secrets is toying with us. With you in particular, my friend.
Yeah, that's pretty much what he does. I'm surprised you hadn't noticed. But seriously, you're not the Voice's favorite person in the tiers. This missive must be good.
How would you feel about putting a blade through the skull of one of the people who killed one of your sisters? Because apparently, one of them's a loudmouth braggart.
Wait, what? He found one of the shits who killed my Furies? Let's pack up and go.
There is something else, these symbols on the back.
There's a lot to love about spycraft. The trickery, the blade work, keeping your senses awake, balancing on the edge between confusion and discovery. Memorizing the Archon's childish pictographs is not my favorite part.
She examines the parchment, frowning.
Malfora. She's one of Harshion's people. Bit boring, but gossipy in the way that pays. We should be able to find her along the road to Lethion's Crossing.
If I recall correctly, even before you close the Edict of Execution, some people acknowledge that it's odd you've read 2 edicts without blowing out your vocal cords. I don't think we've seen any lines specifically about that, but I mean, we'll see. That seems like a lot of glyphs to provide so little information.
The Voices gave us the passphrases that will get Malfora to open up to us. When we find her, let me do the talking and everything should run smooth as sea glass.
She rubs her hands
This will
together.
feel good, Finder. Wildly, incredibly, stupidly good.
And the Archon's sudden interest in your personal revenge story doesn't seem suspicious to you?
Are you asking me if I trust the Voices of Nerat? Archon of Secrets, Spy Master, Arcane Pillar of Green Smoke and Flame, Immortal Magician, Eater of Minds, and Connoisseur of Perversions?
We'll admit, that's a pretty badass full title.
Of course not. But if it's some convoluted trap, I'll have your back and you'll have mine, right?
Fair enough.
Lead the way.
Well, we need to
At
actually
your
get you
serve,
in
what
the
do you
party
need?
then.
Point me in the right...
We'll wait. For short
Got them in my
while.
sights.
Reorganize me, please. Nope. Verse right there. There we go. Nice and simple. Sorry, Kills in Shadow, but we've got personal quests to do. Oh, you're the swindler, right? I find great heights... Oh, he's Scarlet Chorus. Find great heights suitable for one who deals in webs and whispers. It's not always about spinning in shadows. I see and hear much from my perch atop this spire. Shall I tell you the whispers I've heard? What tips and rumors do you have for me? Here's an astute tip for you. Stay out of the old walls, my friend. Oh, ha ha, very funny. Heard any tidings of particular interest lately? Countless. Of which would the Fatebinder like to know? How did you end up in the service of Tunon's court? Word spread of our stunt at the bastard city. Oh, you employed the help of a swindler to sneak you in a small Right. Oh, is that him? Oh, okay. For the first time, my name inspired awe and loathing in the hearts of men. Tychon rubs a finger over his blade-scarred lips, smiling fondly at the memory. After I spent some time training Fifth Eye's men in the ways and means of my trade, but my hunger for rings has always held more sway than my fondness for bloodshed, so I carved a place for myself in the service of the court. As I'm sure you well understand, my friend, there's value in those who can distinguish between the right and wrong ears in which to whisper. There are many that listen to my murmurs. Why do they call you the swindler? An unfortunate misnomer, my friend. I am wholly and utterly innocent of whatever vile misdeed I have been accused, I assure you. The thief hums to himself with clear amusement, unless, of course, that vile misdeed might gain me favor with any current powers that be. Of course, there was a time I swindled an entire city of her freedom by sneaking a Fatebinder and his commando team in from the sewers. I profited quite nicely from that venture. And how was life for you before the war? Oh, not nearly as interesting, comfortable, nor clean. The swindler plucks a bronze dagger from a sheath on his thigh. He flicks the blade slowly back and forth, blade glinting in the low candlelight as he digs dirt from beneath his fingernails. I was bastard born and raised. Never so much as dipped a toe out of the city before my mother died and my aunt promptly kicked me out on my heel. I ran a short stint on the streets. Didn't suit me. Not having a bed, so I traded a letter of recommendation from a fine nobleman with a betting problem. That cost me a week of paying sleight of hand in the gambling hall. Gave me entry with the sages. I traveled, and it widened my eyes. I saw the Willem Citadel before it burned, but eventually the sages found my methods too distasteful, and I was expelled. Didn't prevent me from forging my writ of graduation, of course. The swindler flashes you a twisted smile. I see. I'm looking for a master merchant, someone with exquisite items. Then you wish to speak with Hakiad Bronze in Lethian's Crossing. I can tell you he has access to the best supply routes in the tiers, though he deny it to his death throes. Interesting. We do have the Spire Respona. Of course, the spy is a former sage. To be fair, from the sound of it, he was a spy before he became a sage, and was still one after he left. So let me see, what do we got here? The Merchant's Crossroads, which is versus area. Secluded Forge, which we might look into later. The Shattered Bastion, which I want to hold off on. Interesting. Did we not? We'll stop there first. Hold on. I thought we dealt with this. Did we not? Or did I die? I died the last time we did this. Right. Is there seriously no one else I can talk to about this shit? Fatebinder, you return. Nope, she doesn't have anything for me. Timon. Nope, just the attack on him. I will pay the toll. Yeah, no, he doesn't want... Okay, so we have to attack Ratemon. There's no option here that is not attacking Ratemon. I imagine that if we had chosen Lethian's Crossing versus Apex back in the Conquest, there might be another option here. But as it stands, we can only do that. Gotta slap some bitches. Yep.
A second spire has awoken to your presence. This is fascinating, and I admit enviable. If it turns out your connection to the spires invites death and woe, my jealousy might wane a bit. I've been mulling over that structure we found atop Vendrian's well. Would you be opposed to me studying the sculpture in closer detail?
Really? Now you bring this up after we've been venturing back and forth on the spire for like the last 30 minutes?
I'd perhaps work a spell or two near the structure. Simple cantrips of Gravelight by which to read and inspect, but I will not poke or shove the thing in any way physical or mystical.
Yeah, that's the thing though, like... My character wouldn't say that. If you think it wise, then I will allow it.
Thank you. Next time we have a good moonlit night, I'd best settle in and see what sort of magic perturbations I can sense from the sculpture. What is it you need?
What do I have for her on her spell list again? Nurse and them are still working on getting that up. She's still got that. Now that I think about it. Bigger. That requires 40. Okay. Yeah, 30% damage. We'll go ahead and actually give that to Verse. That way we have at least some additional buffing ability, even with Lantry out of the team right now. Actually, she has... Intensity? No. Area of effect? No. Duration? No. Absolutely not. And that doesn't really matter. It's lasting for 20 seconds. That's about the best we can hope for. So I will go ahead and improve the range just to make it a little bit easier. Go. Yeah. 100 degree cone? Yeah. Radius 6. Okay. Yeah, there's... Hold on. Do you guys have anything else?
What do you need?
Nope, nothing from them.
My Lord Binder, what can I do for you?
Okay, good. Let's go and save, because I remember this place causing problems last time. Hold on. Really hoping that maybe if I do it from over here, we can prevent
As you wish.
I'm on it.
those guys from joining in, but I somehow doubt it. Alright, well here's hoping this goes better than last time. Yeah. We've read this before. He runs off. Immediately, these guys start attacking.
Look at that.
Okay, shit. What the hell? We'll try to deal with these. Barrack, see if you can hold those two off. Let me see here. No, not that one. Give me Searing Palm. There we go. What a weapon is she using? No, she's... Okay, weird that she moved into melee range for that. And how the hell did he already take that much damage? Grazes! He grazed him and inflicted 71 damage. Are you fucking kidding me? Okay, we need... Never mind, we need to deal with this fucking shit. This guy is a fucking pain in the ass. Okay, give me... Electric Jolt. I need to stun him. There we go. Then give me... Okay, hold on. Move this way. Why am I slowed? Whatever. Fire damage. There we go. Mage Fire. That's what I'm talking about. Give him the Mage Fire. Oh, it still puts them on... Oh. We need to replace... We need to get that out then. Okay, so that is a problem. We need to know that. Okay, Searing Palm on him, please. There we go. Then Flash Fire.
Sorry, I can't.
Come on, die already. Frozen Grasp now. Can Barrack take a healing potion just in case? There we go. God damn. Why did you... Why? Barrack, why? Fucking attack him. Thank you. Alright. Jesus Christ. Alright, Fireball.
It's a hit!
There we go. Oy vey. Bronze Brotherhood Warhammer. So that explains things. Definitely not as good as the Ring Blade. Jesus Christ. Why? How is he injured? What? What the fuck? I thought you only get injured if you go down. What the hell is this? Oh, that is horse shit. That is horse shit. Did the weapon have like a special effect? No. Then how the fuck did that happen?
On it.
That is such bullshit. Oh.
Quiet down.
So the second in command also left, but they left these three here for some reason. All right. Fireball.
Got it. Heads up. We have...
Yep. You go ahead and attack there. Verse goes ahead and attack there. Guys, you mind attacking? Please attack. Why did you move forward? Bert, get the fuck out of the way. Get the fuck out of the way. Jesus Christ. All right. All right, past that. Wow. These guys are way weaker than the goons that were over there. Like, way weaker.
Right.
Wow, no, nothing? Oh, there we go. And broken helmet. Was there stuff here? No. Why is it still highlighting? Hit him really hard. That's still bullshit. Like, you don't do that where it's just like, oh yes, here's your penalty for a guy being knocked unconscious. By the way, sometimes it'll just happen at random. Like, that is bullcrap. Well, the Bronze Brotherhood's going to be our enemy this time around. Let's see what else is over here. Ooh, deer. Anything over this way?
On the lookout.
Really, nothing. Seems a bit weird. Well, I guess we're going back to the Mountain Spire then. Fuck you, game. losing a certain percentage of health. Beside the road, you spy a cart. The vehicle is abandoned with one wheel broken free of its axle. Several crates and sacks remain piled on the small wagon with a pair of boxes resting in the grass beside it. Approach the cart. As you approach, you see the cart boasts 4 wheels, or did before the loss of the back left one, and a long leather tack and harness for a beastman hauler. One of the crates that fell to the ground broke open along its edge, and fruits is spilled out onto the ground. Examine the cart. You immediately notice the Sunder hauler harness, likely the result of a bladed weapon. The broken wheel, too, appears less the consequence of accident than human endeavor. The splattering of dark, dried blood across the board cinches your suspicion that this cart came under attack, but the goods remains. Prepare for attack. You draw your weapon and enter a defensive crouch, peering along the tree lines in expectation of an ambush. Surely enough, you make out flickers of movement through the brush. The initiative is yours, however. Ambush the ambushers. Leaving the cart behind, you crash into the underbrush, driving your assault to the tiersmen in battered leathers and mismatched bronze who mistakenly believed that they could get the drop on you. Aw, I guess we don't really get anything for that. Oh, wait, what? Or actually... Oh. Okay, so one of them counted as being dead immediately. We've got 3 on this side, so we're probably better off engaging on this end. There we go. Yep, go after them. Verse, go after them. Give me... Where is it? I need to get rid of fire. That other extra... No, give me the fucking fireball and cast it
On it.
You're surrounded. Good, then I can aim in any direction I want. Give me, oh, not close enough for flash fire. Ow. Flash fire on both of them, please. There we go. Then I want you to do the line spell. Good. Why are you disengaged? Barrick, focus on the guy you're fighting. Searing Palm. Verse is fine. We will handle it. Give me the AoE. Hit him with that. There we go. Get
I
that.
got it.
And now everybody team up on him. Go with... Should just move me forward when I do that, but for some reason it doesn't want to. There we go. And then lightning. And he's dead. There we go. Much better. Now we can loot
Time
everything.
to
Is
lighten my
Topaz. Very
step.
nice. Ooh. Hired hand bracers. Heavy armor, so not really that useful. And a Nightfall cask. All damage increased by 20% at night. 2 armor penetrated by attacks. Not bad. The black enamel that coats this helm is chipped away in numerous spots, exposing the iron beneath. The resulting patterns bear some passing resemblance to constellations set against the blackest of the night sky. Would be nice if I had anybody else who could use heavy armor. Aquamarine Imperado. Nice. Oh, wait, there's something else up here in the north. Aha. That is Mind Rot Venom. Very nice. Alright, keep going. Yeah, sometimes it's nice being surrounded. You don't have to bother with which direction you aim. Let's go ahead and rest. Oh, right. She wanted to do the thing here at the spire.
That's twice now you've undone one of Kairos' edict. The Edict of Storms promised to be the death of the peninsula. I have no idea how the Unbroken lasted as long as they did. What with the blighted crops, obliterated roads, and the erratic flooding. What is it you need?
Really, that's it? I thought she wanted to... It's nighttime, isn't it? Travel Merchant's Crossroads, Travel Lithium's Crossing, Shattered Bastion, Evidence... I guess that was just an event. It's not actually something she wants to do. Oh well. I was hoping there'd be more then. Unless she's... Are we good?
What is it you need? Now we're working with the disfavored. You want my advice? My advice would be to get close to Graven Ash and plunge a poison. Well, if you're not saying it's a quick plan. Now we're working with... Well, if you're not saying it's... Now we're working with the...
God damn it.
Well, if you're not saying it's...
Number 2. Thank you.
You know, I normally charge for this. Now...
I'm still really tempted to do that so that we can get access to the Gravelight sigil.
Ask away.
Do it? Nah, we'll hold off a little bit longer if there's another way to find out. Oh, as far as you know, that's the only way to get it. I might look up to see if there's an alternative after stream today. For right now, we'll hold off on it. Merchant Crossroads. Ugh. If you would, that would actually be great, Tenwin. If there is another place to find it, do not tell me what it is. Just tell me that there is or is not. Okay? This seems a little empty. What else is around here? Nothing. Staying. I'm not open for business, friend, and I'm not looking for trouble. Basila and Lethian's Crossing expects me with the shipment shortly. I can't keep her waiting. The merchant watches you warily as you approach, a heavy pack hanging from her shoulders. Soft and well-spoken, this one, but look at the stance. She can handle herself. Verse takes the woman in with a long, appraising glance. Excuse me? Glares silently. You have me mistaken for someone else. I assure you, the road to Stalwart is paved in iron. Verse sighs. The farms of Azure are mostly air. She nods with relief. Say nothing. Yet their papers aren't aflame. Sorry of the formality, sir. If word got back to the voices that I was cutting corners on security, let's just say I prefer my tongue in my mouth and my bowels in my, well, bowels, I guess. She shakes her head. You are the Fatebinder of the Mountain Spire, correct? I am Malphora. She opens her hands to you, palms out. There is one other source in a DLC location. Explains why I haven't thought there was another one, as there didn't used to be any other way. Then we will wait. If I can avoid having to use it, I will. What does the Voices of Nerat wish us to know? Not one for foreplay, are you? Right. Malphora glances between the two of you before her eyes settle on Verse. The man you're interested in calls himself Crocus. No idea where that might be. His mother named him or something else. Showed up in the crossing a few months ago picking fights and looking for rings. He ran afoul of the garrison, and they stomped the pants gravy out of him. That quieted him down for a bit, but then he started casting around for work again and boasted of his victory against a band of Furies during the war. Is he still at the crossing? You'd think a story like that would scare off any potential customers, but Asa's never been the brightest ring on the rope. She shakes her head. Who is Asa? A cloth dealer originally out of Azure. She runs a circuit from the crossing to the brothers and down into the calmer edges of the Blade Grave. She hired Crocus and a few others last week, claiming he needed extra protection for his daughter. Why had he brought his daughter to the crossing in the first place, though? Overlord only knows. Thoughts? Shit sticks. It's not going to be easy to find a caravan between here and the Blade Grave. Verse curls her lower lip below uneven teeth. Luckily for you, I'm good at what I do. Malphora smiles and produces a scroll from her pack. He usually heads to Stalwart by way of Oceanspire, but he's cutting east to make time and to avoid the Beastmen. She wraps a knuckle on a thick black line. Your best bet is to wait for him here at Hunter's Respite. She points to a position just south of Haven. What can you tell me about the place? Small stretch of wilderness, far from the main trade road to dissuade raiders, but near enough to avoid losing most of them. The isolation recommends it, but not much else. Honestly, the Respite's starting to get too well known as a stopover. I'd give it a year or so before the thieves start hitting it as well. So I'm supposed to wait for him and just hope he shows up? If you want to catch Crocus, yes. Ace is taking the southern road out of Haven, so he'll most certainly stop there. He's never made a great secret about it being his favored resting stop around these parts. And what's your role? Who are you exactly? I'm just Ears. Came up in the bastard tier, but made for Haven when I could leave home. She twitches, then waves off a bug that buzzes past you. Started hauling goods between the crossing and Sunder, expanded down into the Brothers, and even as far as Arden on a good year. The conquest was bad for business, and by then I heard and knew a lot more than I did before. Thought I could turn a profit swapping information with the Archon, and, well, I thought right. Not that I'm complaining, mind you. Hail Kairos. She straightens and quickly salutes. Thank you for your service, Malphora. Yeah, thanks. When we find this bastard, I'll be opening him up from balls to chin. And you know how everything I know about this so-called Fury Slayer. If you have any other questions, you'll have to ask someone else. Oh, what is this? Some iron, some alchemy supplies, and some opal. Thank you. Thank you very much. So, that is Hunter's Respite down here. This is one of the areas that wasn't hit by an edict, which means the free cities are probably located down here and down here. It wouldn't surprise me. It's interesting that there's so many islands just off the coast of this place. I have to wonder how hard that's going to be to control. Because I have to imagine that if Kairos had a powerful navy, it would have been far easier to, say, sail down this way and land seizing the free cities along this region in order to form a foothold to use to conquer the rest of the tiers. But instead, Kairos came in through the north and had to bypass the one natural major choke point that blocks any access into the tiers. So it does make me wonder about all these outlying islands, especially the larger ones, and how hard those are going to be to hold on to. Wait a second. Those are the same glyphs that we saw in the old walls. Specifically that one, I swear, looks almost identical to one of the ones that we used when we were inside the old walls over here. Son of a bitch. So yeah, there's definitely some kind of connection between Kairos and the old walls. Alright, let's head down to the Hunter's Respite. Oh. The path winds ahead through a patch of twisted oaks. Dry foliage crunches underfoot, and the hymns of insects score the day and night alike. The mingled scents of dill, wheat, and algae sour the air. Barely audible over the crunching of tree litter, you hear a cracking sound like a tightening rope as the leaf-carpeted soil begins to shift about your feet. Stand your ground. I somehow doubt that's going to help. Leap to safety. Like a storm of whips, a half-dozen green tendrils erupt from the ground. They lash wildly at the air, and the two nearest manage to slap against your thighs and calves, biting through exposed flesh with fang-like thorns. One of the funniest world-building details, the semi-realistic fantasy setting that had plate armor but no black powder. I find that so funny considering the guns are significantly older than plate armor by a few hundred years. I mean, if it's no gunpowder, yes. And people do forget with plate armor that some of the very latest versions of it were designed to stop early firearms. But I mean, I wouldn't necessarily, to be fair, it also depends on how far, if it's a setting that has no black powder weapons, and I mean no black powder weapons, then yeah, it's a little bit awkward. But if the setting at least acknowledges, like, yeah, the reason these aren't equipable is because they're very rare and they're only used as like a siege weapon, that's a different story. Hand cannons preceded a lot of the early firearms that as we think of them with muskets and arquebuses, but even so, I wouldn't account for like a bunch of people equipping that. Magic, there's a substitute for firearms that explain the difference. That's true, at least as far as early firearms go, Lord Brownbear. What's the point of having to train and equip somebody with a hand cannon, a literal, like, early Turkish hand cannon, when you can just have a wizard cast a fireball? You pull your limbs free and roll away from the thrashing vines. Identify the attacker. You've heard of these plants, Spinodendra, a rare creeping ivy that spreads from a central flowering stalk. The Spinodendra use their prehensile vines to trap prey, puncture skin, and wring them from their blood. Enough damage to the central stalk will kill the plant and neutralize the threat of its vines. A slow, building heaviness in your limbs and blurriness in your vision remind you that these plants also inject a powerful numbing agent into their victims. They have guns, magic guns, fucking everything. It's fine, sure. It's just fine. No, as I said, Tenwin, as far as like widespread gunpowder adoption, it would definitely be very strange. But I can see if it's especially a universe that's in the very early stages of using gunpowder, both mainly as like a siege weapon, that you still wouldn't see too much of an overlap there. Attack the central stalk. Causes raw damage over time. Whenever a target is damaged, increasingly gains a penalty to recovery over time during combat. Ugh, we have to go rest again. Your assault on the heart of the plant earns you a few more welts from the thrashing thorns, but you manage to split the stalk down its center. Vicious sap oozes from the twitching creature, and a tangy copper scent lingers in the air. The spasming vines thrash their last and then go limp. You collect some of the sap and shavings from the vines. Certain such things can be of use in an apothecary. With sensation slowly returning to your limbs, you continue towards your destination. God damn it. Am I going to have 2 debuffs on here? Seriously? Yep. 10 raw damage over time when hit until next rest, and recovery time increases every 3 seconds by 1% until next rest. Ugh.
Right.
We'll deal with it, and then we'll go rest again at the Spire. If there's no time limit, there's no reason not to, because the Spire rest bonus are so fucking good. Alright, what have we got over here? I'm seeing the Mercer. Oh, shit, there's a lot of them. Maybe we can talk to some of them? As you approach the Bronze... Okay, they're not Bronze Brotherhood, they're just related to Lethian's Crossing. They look up as one, leaving dice and rings on the ground as their hands move to weapons. Who goes there? You know what? It doesn't matter. Turn back the way you came, stranger. Things will get bloody with a quickness. I see caravan guards, but no caravan. Why are you over here? I don't see how that's any of your business. He glances over his shoulder towards the north and then back to you. We're paid guards. We get paid to guard. We don't pick where we guard, and we don't ask why about the where. That makes sense, right? His brow knits, and he looks to one of his fellows. The other guard shrugs. I understood perfectly. Of course you did, you bronze brain. You have questions that need an answer, and you speak to Crocus. Find him up on the hill to the west. Funny story, we're looking for Crocus. Well, I told you, he's over there, is he not? We don't know him by sight, idiot. Shut her up before I... Shut her up for you, he winces. Notice a lot of CRPGs have time limits early on, but really, do you see it in later games? True. I mean, the whole reason why the misinterpretation of why plate armors fade out, as yes, in theory, plate armor stopped being a thing particularly due to guns, but it was due to gun advancements more than anything, as it became too expensive to keep plate armor bulletproof in pace with the weapons. Yep, it's why you see cuirasses as a holdover for a while. Because while it became too expensive and too time-consuming to fully plate the entire body with armor that could resist a gunshot, you could still protect the chest, which, as far as vital organs go, is pretty fucking important. So you do still see groups such as the Winged Hussars and the Spanish Conquistadors who would still wear the cuirass over their chest. And that lasted about a century, almost 2 centuries further on into the age of gunpowder, with some remnants of it still existing all the way up into the Napoleonic Wars. I believe the French cavalry were still wearing quote-unquote bulletproof cuirasses going into the Napoleonic Wars. And again, against pistols and most rifles, you could probably survive, provided it hit the cuirass directly. Some chest plates were used in World War I to limited extent in some armies. Yes, again, amongst the cavalry. But that proved to be that did not work as much. The early modern rifle rounds just straight up punched right through those. The only example that I can remember of armor in World War I was the Italians, who came up with a couple of armored suits for their shock troops. But no one in that case ever wore the full suit, because if you wore the full suit, you couldn't run. And if you couldn't run through no man's land, it didn't matter that your armor was capable of stopping 1 machine gun round. You would get hit by 100 machine gun rounds and they would tear through it. Even if you somehow survived the multiple rounds hitting you, the concussive impact would destroy your internal organs. She's a Serbic, but not wrong. Could you please point us to Crocus? Just go back the way you came. Head north up the incline. Crocus is there at the camp. I'm as good as gone then, my friend.
Sorry, I can't.
Why is it... Oh, here we go. A tall, thin man in bronze and leather scrutinizes your approach, hand on the hilt of his blade. Oh, it looks like they've got a beastman as well. That's far enough, stranger. Crocus, we got company. His voice comes out low and rough, a tears-accented growl. The chest place that they could protect glancing hits, but that would be it. If I remember, I did do some reading on... They were called the Arditi. They were the Italian take on shock troopers. Or stormtroopers, I should say. Very similar to their German counterparts, but having to adapt to the more alpine conditions of the Italian front. They did wear the chest piece in 2 conditions. One was early on because, yes, it was actually very effective against glancing hits and shrapnel. The Arditi would often advance almost directly under the cover of artillery when they did have to fight, which did lead to a few cases where the chest plates could protect against accidental shrapnel from artillery shells and from explosive ordnance. The second was that the initial scouts were also equipped with it, because they could literally use it to crawl over barbed wire without having to cut the barbed wire, which made it much easier for them to get closer to enemy lines without giving away their position. But the dream, because the original designers of the armor hoped to use it as a full frontal assault armor, that never came to pass. There were a few accounts of them attempting to use the full suit and lead charges, but those did not end well. And the Arditi eventually almost fully abandoned the armor by the end of the war, since they started to prefer the more traditional stormtrooper tactics of close-in and rapid movement. Yes, that was one thing they did discover. When they actually got into the trenches, the armor could stop pistols and they could stop bayonets and other improvised weapons. But if the enemy managed to line up a shot with a full-sized rifle round, it might have kept them alive, but you'd still be on your ass and unable to move from both the combined weight and the fact that you basically just got hit in the chest with a sledgehammer. As that's what it would feel like. That's assuming, of course, that the indent from the weapon, from the bullet hitting the armor, didn't also potentially kill you by puncturing a lung or shattering your ribcage. Again, it just turned out to not have as much use as it could have. And it just wasn't as useful. As the German stormtroopers also discovered, speed and surprise were a far better armor than actual armor or defensives. Fantasy World War I equivalent CRPG. That would be interesting. And it could be dark as hell. It very well could be. A massive man answers the lookout's cry, his approach marked by a pronounced swagger. Crocus rests his massive axe on one broad shoulder. His hair seems to have migrated largely from his scalp to his chin, and the veins of his temples stand out against his deeply tanned skin. Besides, Cario here. I've got an entire squad behind me, experienced warriors and all. I'm left wondering, who the fuck are you? Oh, we could do that. Said his name was Cario. Why would we assume that that's... I am the Fatebinder Savani of the Court of Tunon, but more importantly, this is Verse of the Scarlet Chorus. And I'm about to adjudicate your head open. Justice for my sisters, she grins hungrily. Oh shit. To arms! To arms! The mercenary blinks rapidly as recollection sets in. Really, the Beastman is going to join in and fight us. Okay. Okay, no, Barrick, I understand you want to buff, but we don't really have time for that. Please attack. I tell him to get attached. There we go. Then we're going to... Wait, which one is that? I need the better one. Yeah, the one with the longer line. Go. Cast that. There we go. Good damage. Go ahead and give me flash fire on the whole group, if you would, please. Holy shit, he's taking a lot of damage. Please heal him. Pop potion. Then we're gonna go ahead and fireball the whole group. Okay, we're gonna rest anyways. I need you to do the arrow storm. Do it now. Lightning bolt. Oh my god, they knocked her out right as she did it. Are you fucking kidding me?
Got dark all of a sudden.
Damn it. Alright, AoE.
This weapon is like nipples on bed.
And I just suddenly took like 100 plus damage. What the fuck just happened? Okay, we're gonna try that again. There's Hunt Showdown, but that's like 17 years before the first World War I and not fantasy.
On it.
Okay, we're gonna try that again. Sup, dudes? Blah, blah, blah. I can see some caravan guards out here. Yada, yada, yada. We're looking for Crocus. He's not over here. She's acerbic, but she's not wrong. Thank you. World War I is less well known compared to World War II. I wonder why World War II equivalency more common in media. Well, for one thing, it's just, as you said, it's just slightly more recent, and in some ways that's all it really takes for that kind of thing to become more ingrained in the popular consciousness. And in terms of scale, quite frankly, World War II is just... Even going just by casualty numbers, you're looking at well over 2 times as many people, even just in military deaths, that died in World War II as opposed to World War I. Combine that with every World War I's war style is also less heroic, if that makes sense. Yeah. It was the first truly industrial war. And it's the events that created the current world order. Exactly, Sint. Very much so. World War I did set the groundwork, but World War II definitively gave us the modern world as we know it. And set into motion the last few events that fully changed our world in that sense. It led to the rise of the Soviet Union and America as the definitive superpowers. It led to the decolonization effort that would see so many nations brought into existence over just the next decade. Harder to make movies and games in World War I that isn't strategy games. That also. Yep, we've seen all this. I'm going to try this one instead because I'm hoping this will cause 1 or 2 of them to run off. I am a Fatebinder of the court and I am here for Crocus. The rest of you have but one chance to leave with your bodies intact. 2 of the mercenaries share a look of concern and back away from the rest. Yeah, sayonara, bitches. Valiant Heart I might add to that list. Valiant Heart is such a good goddamn game. Just from a storytelling perspective, it is an amazing goddamn game. You motherless beast shits! Twigs snap underfoot as 2 of Crocus' supporters turn and flee. He turns back to you, cheeks flushed with rage. Individual tactics in World War I boil down to try not to die. With the exception of the Stormtrooper units, yes. But the Stormtroopers didn't really get formalized until almost the end of the war, and they their tactics would much more come into the fore as they became more standardized as infantry tactics going into the Second World War. Besides Cario here, I've got an entire squad. I'm left wondering who the fuck... Oh, wow, we can do all that and go back to this. Okay. Yep, we do that. Shit, arms. Okay, let's try this again. Preferably without suddenly dying all again. I think a tactical RPG could work well. Yeah, a turn-based tactical RPG might be able to work. That's definitely the case. There we go. Unleash the fireball.
Take that.
There we go.
Watch and learn.
Okay. What else have we got? Yep. Hit me with that lightning. There we go. Now move up. Hit him with the flash fire. Verse, what are you doing? Please attack. Then we're going to go ahead and lightning bolt. And then frozen grasp. Finish him off. How the hell was he? Oh, right, because I have that thing. Go ahead and heal myself. Me and paying attention. No. Well, to be fair, tactical RPG like XCOM style does sometimes have a very different feel compared to a traditional CRPG. But yes, if you could pull off CRPG with ranged weapons as the main thing, then that would be interesting. Since that's probably what would happen. Iron Harvest or Scythe setting would probably be the most popular one. That would make a lot of sense. Hold! Hold for the love of Kairos! He clasps his chest, blood oozing between fingers. Hold like you held when you and your friends killed my fucking sisters? For the love of Kairos, indeed. Her words escape clenched teeth in a half-hissed breath. She slips a small knife from her boot and in a flash of bronze opens the man's cheek. Oh, please! I'm not proud of what I did back then. I changed, man. I swear by the Overlord. I have a wife now. She's asleep right over there. He points back towards the nearby tents and bedrolls. I earn an honest living by the damn axe. I protect licensed travelers. Fantasy World War I, where you could maybe have excuse for melee units. The closest I could think would be a Trench Crusader or whatever it's called again. Yeah, and it could be interesting. And I mean, you don't necessarily need... there were melee weapons that were used in World War I, especially by stormtrooper units and other units that had to break into enemy trenches. The iconic trench club, which is literally just a length of wood with barbed wire wrapped around it, is a very common thing. Brass knuckles got used as well by the American forces. As well as shotguns, of course. And the shovel, yep, the entrenching tool. You're not proud. We've heard you boasting about it all over Haven. No, you don't understand. I couldn't find work otherwise. I thought maybe I could win a few fights in the crossing to prove myself, but the fucking guards there jumped me as a group. I had to tell them about the Furies. It was talk about your sisters or starve and let my wife starve. Is this better than starving? Her boot comes down on his ankle, eliciting an audible snap. The sound dissipates into screams. Overlord, help me. I never wanted to hurt anyone. It was just my job. I swore an oath to an Apex Lord for bread and for a bed and food. Not because I thought Kairos would ever come to the tears. The oath didn't just dissolve when your armies passed the gates of judgment. I had to kill conscripted tearsmen by the gang. Yes, I helped kill your friends. His head droops, a pink froth of sweat, mucus, and blood dripping from the tip of his nose. Not friends, asshole. Sisters. That the Americans used and the Germans demand to be made into a war crime, which is kind of ironic. I mean, let's be very honest. If the Central Powers had won World War I, it's very possible that their version of the after-war talks on war crimes might have actually included that, which would make subsequent attempts to develop shotguns very interesting if they had been restricted due to war crime trials and shit. Sisters, then. It wasn't my idea. Cartorius had the location. Sick bastard wanted to cook them with his flames. Irissa, she wanted to hunt the Furies, wanted a head on the pike she could wave at her enemies before battle. I was just following orders. Cartorius cooked people? I mean, I never saw him eat anyone, but I'm sure he did. You could see it in his eyes when he looked at you, that hunger. He was a sage, so I bet that explains it. Overlord knows what those scroll fuckers do in their libraries. We took one of you alive, you know. What? What the fuck are you talking about? Her eyes widen. After you disappeared. We found one of your Furies was still alive, the big bald one. Cartorius took her. I never saw her after that. He's silenced by Verse's fist. Liar! She punches him again and again. Where is Cartorius now? I don't know. I swear by everything and everyone I told you that if I knew, he probably died in the Edict of Fire. So I'm right, the damn bastard. If not, well, he deserves this treatment more than me. And where can we find this Irissa? After that Fatebinder negotiated peace, Irissa refused to let that truce apply to her. Crazy bitch wouldn't lay down her spear. Last I heard, she was down in the Blade Grave, joined up with those stalwart shitheels killing Disfavored in the Overlord's endless storm. Here. He fumbles with a case at his side before offering a well-soiled parchment in blood-slicked fingers. This was from her. She wanted me to come find her and take up arms again. I didn't write her back. I'm a changed man. I love the Overlord. Praise Kairos. How do you want to play this verse? It's a delicious tragedy. I'll give you that. Let's write a suitable bloody ending. She fingers the edge of her small bronze knife. I have sworn loyalty to Kairos. You can go hunt Irissa or kill Cartorius. They're true enemies. They haven't signed the peace. They're the ones who deserve justice. He tries to push himself away from Verse, but his heels skid uselessly, plowing furrows in the bloody muck. Oh, don't worry. We will. Grasping his gore-mattered beard, she jerks his chin upwards and places the knife against his throat. Please. A bubble of pink mucus expands and contracts at his left nostril. No. I'm tempted to remain silent, but the man is correct. If he used to serve the Lords of Apex, but then chose to follow the Overlord's peace and has followed it since then we may not have a chance, then it may not be legally in the correct to kill him. First, this man has suffered enough. Suffered? Enough? He hasn't even begun to suffer. She delivers a swift kick to his groin, drawing forth a scream from the broken man. What do we have her at right now? We're very close to the top of her loyalty. You may live, but Verse remove his balls. I mean, to be fair, oh, you say that, Lord Brownbear, but if I recall correctly from my history, castrating a man had a very high chance of killing him up until the modern day. If I remember correctly, the Chinese eunuchs would often go through something like, would often have a fatality rate somewhere in excess of 50% for some of their procedures. Like, it was not a guarantee that he'd live through it at all. We have sigils. Even I'd be... The sigils do seem to help, but I'm not sure it would stop that. Oh, she does lose a little bit of loyalty for this one. But that is the correct one. Why is that subterfuge, though? That shouldn't be the... What is it with Germany and gas in the early 1900s? Well, to be fair, they had a very advanced chemical industry for the most part. Like, a lot of those early gas warfare specialists, the people who actually made the gas, were from the same chemistry field that had a huge variety of civilian applications. The thing is, though, this is more in line with what my character would say, whereas this is more in line with what Verse would want to hear, simply because it's ordering her to fall in line, which is more fitting for Verse. I'm fine with that, actually. It's still useful simply because it gains fear rather than loses loyalty. Scarlet Fury, you will fall in line. You have brought him to the brink of death, but due to his protection by the Overlord, I will not let you throw him over. Are you kidding me? Mercy for this sack of shit! She meets your eyes for a few seconds, then sighs. Fine. This one's for Seeking Sheath. She gives Crocus one last hard kick to his knees. He stumbles to his feet, one arm clamped over ribs. Without looking up, he ambles towards the campsite, sweeping up his pack and slinging it over his shoulder. Carefully hefts the sleeping girl into his arms, cradling her, and carries her from the clearing. The World Fair right before World War II is very interesting. The Soviet Nazi pavilion right across from each other. Huge statues, because why not bring a statue?
Next. Let's go find her.
She turns to go, but comes to a stop instead. He lets out a quiet sigh and looks back.
Seeking was special, you know.
Tell me more about her.
Seeking was all dynamo. Short, with hair like moss on a stone and skin the color of the night sky. Laughed at everything, even insults.
She smiles wistfully.
She never stopped moving. If we camped, she paced the tents or palisades, always pushing us to get on.
She lets out a low chuckle.
Part of it was the gambling. People would stop taking her bets after a day or two. The first time she says she can put a javelin in an apple at 100 yards, a man puts rings down. The second time, he's willing to go double or nothing. The third, that's when he stops betting.
She sounds amazing, Verse.
Kairos' crooked cock, was she?
She echoes your laugh. Verse, you know I'm a little more lenient on this kind of thing, but for the love of all that is holy, never use that phrase when we are anywhere within earshot of Tunon. I beg of you.
Crazy thing about Seeking? It wasn't raw talent. She practiced that shit. The spear work and the javelins, practiced every hour she wasn't sleeping or on assignment.
Soviet ones, one of the best statues of aerodynamic pose. It's kind of insane that before World War II, Nazis were just something that was around in Germany and elsewhere. I mean, yeah. There was nothing singularly evil about the Nazis before the war that people could really identify. Like, oh wow, they were horribly anti-Semitic. I mean, no offense, have you seen the last 1,000 years of European history? I mean, there's a reason that the Zionists prior to World War II were already still trying to get everybody to go over to the Middle East, even before they had the official state of Israel formed. Like, they had the, what did France have? The Dreyfus Affair or whatever, which led to a whole anti-Semitic rash of issues with them prior to the war. The Soviet Union had their own pogroms. Just, again, the world fundamentally changed after World War II. Certain things just weren't allowed anymore or had to be downplayed or had to be, at the very least, removed from public sight in a variety of ways. Things were just different. We can get into a whole argument of how that difference has affected the world since then. The emergence of the Soviet Union and the U.S. as world powers alone changed things across the planet. Say what you will about the U.S. and the Soviet Union both having imperialistic tendencies, but both of them stood side by side demanding that the European forces disband most of their empires. When you read about the conspiracy theories some of the Nazis have to try and argue for the whole concept of the Aryan race, it's fucked up how dumb they sound, which then makes their actions even more scary. Yeah. No, it does. I mean, the pseudoscience of the Nazis was almost as scary as some of the shit that they believed that had any kind of bearing. Like, for example, their whole argument against socialism being an existential threat. Let's be very fucking frank right now. If it had been the Soviet Union that had invaded Poland before Germany did, it's very likely that the Western Allies and Nazi Germany would have been the allies fighting against the Soviets rather than us and the Soviets fighting against Nazi Germany. I mean, let's be brutally, horribly honest that is probably what would have happened. The world was going to end up uniting against one of those ideologies. It just so happened that the Nazis managed to piss everybody off faster than the Soviets did. Also, the fact that they betrayed the Soviets and then invaded them before the Soviets did anything else also made them look like even worse assholes. Once read that Mussolini must have been weirded out upon hearing somebody else's beliefs. No, we have evidence for that. We have evidence from that from Mussolini's own writings and from his own staff reports at the time. Hitler was an ally of convenience, and because of the whole, what did they call it? The Anti-Comintern Pact or whatever, signed between Germany, Italy, and Japan, which was why Poland thought there's no way in hell we'll be attacked by both Nazi Germany and Russia because they hate each other so much. One long-term, but the death roll they could have done, horrific. It also depends on what you define as long-term. Again, if you're talking... Because this is like when people bring up like, oh, Russia was the one who really won World War II. Without U.S. Lend-Lease, Russia would have been in a far worse position. The best case scenario probably would have been for Germany, the best case scenario for Germany, would have been a win probably some point in 48, 49, maybe even 1950. And that would have been after a grueling campaign to crush the Soviet Union over the period of years. By contrast, assuming Germany loses, but the Russia does not take the Lend-Lease program, you're looking at, again, an extra 4, maybe 5 years of war as the Russian war machine slowly grinds down the entirety of Nazi Germany, but without a second front to pull troops away from it. Either way, it was going to become one hell of a meat grinder. The Eastern Front was that's just what it was. And it's a scary thought, imagining a war like World War II that would have taken, World War I all over again. The problem is it would have actually still been a war of movement. It's just that those movements would have been counterattacked by equally quick troops. Because even during World War I, the trench warfare of the Western Front did not take over nearly as much in the Eastern Front. There were still grand maneuvers in the early phases of World War I on the Eastern Front, including cavalry charges, flanking maneuvers, and things like that done with forces that on the Western Front had to already be abandoned due to the machine gun and the trenches being built.
She'd thread the sky with 3 or 4 javelins and dance towards her foe with a spear longer than she was tall. She'd knock a soldier's feet out from under him and let the javelin pin him to the ground. That's her name. Her spears found their marks as if they sought them.
I'll be very honest first. Given the name, I kind of thought it was a sex thing.
That too.
Of course.
Her name meant more than the spear play. Seeking always sought, always looked for new things, new experiences, new stories, new men, new bits of lore. In summer, she'd collect stinging insects, fill thin clay jars with them, and smash them against her foes. No fight was ever even for Seeking. You either got the drop, or you got dropped. Thanks. You know, for listening.
She shakes her head roughly, as if clearing the fog from
Let's go. This oath-breaking scumsack won't hunt herself.
I'm down with that. Let's see here. The empty bedroll sprawls amongst the clustered supplies left behind. And that's a lesser healing potion. I'll take that. The ransacked cart seems to have been hastily hidden behind some foliage. It contains several crates filled with bolts of unsoiled cloth and unspoiled food. Oh, hi guys.
Heads up.
Yes. I guess they didn't take the opportunity to leave when I gave it to the rest of them. Well, you're about to have a bad time, guys. Move a bit closer. Come on, move a bit closer. There we go. Hit them both.
Oh, those weapons like nipples on men.
To flash fire.
Seeing an awful lot of
Why
red.
did you knock her back? That was not what I needed. Oh, whatever. Verse? How the fuck did you take that much damage? Fucking hell. Oh, probably because you disengaged. Why did you disengage? That. There you go. Thank you, Barrick. There we go. Took care of those. Numbing agent, old water. Okay. Really,
Can't
nothing
do that.
else.
Quiet down.
Oh well. I mean, I'll take the free experience points for killing you guys. Fine by me. Also, I need to get rid of that second spell. Hold on. Okay, so you can't just have multiples of the same spell in there. That's the 10 second one, so we'll go ahead and remove that. So we need a different spell then. Giant Boulder? I'm thinking Giant Boulder. It can even knock them prone. And we can increase the duration to 3.8 seconds. Can't quite get it up to that one yet. Spell Surge. Nope, that's not really that useful. Recovery Sigil doesn't really matter. Range could be good. Accuracy we don't quite have there, so we'll go with the range. There we go. Okay, well, we're going to take a quick stop off at the spire. It's going to take a long fucking time. So we have to go back around this. God, the Tears terrain is hellish. Between the old walls and everything else that's going on, it's a shock that we can get large armies through this area. It's like Greece, but it's like Greece or mountainous parts of Turkey, but 100 times worse. Yes, please rest so we can get these stupid fucking debuffs off. Thank you. Oh, okay. And they are down in Tornstrand, so we can just go ahead and do that. The gods are real, and so is their bullshit. I mean, apparently. At least something is. Like, Kairos is the closest thing to a god we've seen, simply due to the edicts.
Cut the banter and stay low.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, Barrick. Please get in front. Oh, hi. So, have you not gotten the word that we've already beat the shit out of your leadership? The air in the Tornstrand hangs entirely unstirred by any breeze, as if the now broken Edict of Storms has exhausted the area's propensity for wind. The storm instead resides in you. A haggard group of soldiers in tarnished bronze await you. One man steps forward, pulling off his helm to reveal a grime-roughened face of deep umber, cross-hatched with pale scars. If it isn't Graven Ash's harlot, the Fatebinder. The soldier growls and tightens his grip on his weapon, the leather squeaking beneath his fingers. I am Diocles, son of Terranos. It will be both an honor and pleasure to remove your motherless head from your shoulders. I am looking for the one called Irissa. Yes, he did, Lord Brownbear. What could someone like you possibly want from Irissa? He glances back at his fellow soldiers, and they look amongst themselves as his attention turns to you. My friend here wishes to have words with her. A fury wants words with an unbroken, blood more like. He looks Verse over. He's not wrong. No, we won't drop Crocus's name. He has sworn proper loyalty to Kairos. We will not endanger him at the hands of those who might seek him out. We're here to kill her. Way to spoil the surprise, Fatebinder. But she grins hungrily. I suppose your court judged her guilty of some capital crime in absentia. His warriors, recognizing something in their leader's tone or stance, close ranks around him, readying weapons. I'd go to the void before I allow a whore of Kairos to take anyone who has bled for the stalwart. To the void, then? What say we kill them all and figure out which one was Irissa afterwards? Figure out which one was Irissa afterwards. Wouldn't you rather we prolong Irissa's suffering? I suppose it cannot be helped. We have not seen enough entrails today. Lead the dance, Verse. For 3 whispers. Let's show them why we're called the Unbroken. His soldiers let out a furious clarion and stormed towards you. I mean, you can try, buddy, but we've already killed a lot of you guys. Like, a disturbing amount. Give me my spell there. Oh, there's a lot of you guys. Okay, that's why we mage fire it up. Good damage, good damage. Go ahead and give me an ice spell. Move forward. No, why did you go backwards? Fine.
I've got you.
There we go. Now go with the fulmination. Don't let him get out of the area. There we go. Good damage. Give me a fireball.
You call that?
Ebb, why are you on the front line? Get the fuck out of there. Verse, get the hell up here. Please attack. And they knocked her out. God fucking damn it. Oh, wow. That actually worked really well. I fucking knocked him. I killed that guy and knocked the 2 others over with the boulder. Oh, that was good. Searing palm this asshole, please.
I can't.
Barrick, stop fucking doing that and attack. He is petrified and you fucking missed? How did you miss? Why do we keep rolling 5s? Every time I check to see why we missed, it's rolling a 5. Every time.
Hope you fancy red.
Alright, get up, Ebb. Shit. None of these people were there when my sisters died. Verse surveys the carnage, wearing a grimace. Check the bodies. There's something here that'll help. You search Diocles' remains, shifting his dead weight and ignoring the drip of gore to reach his belongings. Your hand comes away wet, clutching a roll of parchment and a tightly wrapped bundle. What have you got there? Read the note. You break the seal and unroll the missive. The parchment is lettered in a clean hand. The language surprisingly clear and crisp for a tearsman. How bold of her to be giving you orders. I mean, I get it. She's being very emotional right now, and that's saying something for Verse. Diocles, or whoever succeeds him. I came to Stalwart with little I didn't need for the fight. Only these gloves, a trophy from a skirmish long past. Should I fall at Trapper's Junction, please see to it they return to my sister Clea at our family's homestead at the river's apex. At the river's break in Apex. Tell her to use them well, and that I wish I could have been there to deliver them myself. Thank you for this. Wait. To Diocles or whoever succeeds him, I came to Stalwart with little I didn't need for the fight. Trapper's Junction. Oh shit, was she part of the group we already butchered back in the story section? Irissa wanted these gloves given to her sister, Clea of River's Break. Gloves? She swipes the leather package and tears it open, revealing a pair of gloves of supple leather edged with a series of sharpened bronze blades. Fuck. I missed these. You know these gloves. They belong to one of my sisters. Verse replaces the wrappings with care. So Irissa had a sister.
A sister for a sister, then. Isn't there a certain poetry in that?
Are you suggesting what I think you're suggesting?
We need to find this Clea. She must know something about who Orisa ran with during the war, right? And who knows? Maybe she'll turn out to be someone in need of a good stabbing through the face.
Verse smiles, her eyes glinting.
Keep it in your pants first. Oh, God.
You know you can't avenge yourself on a dead person, kill your sister. Yeah, I think she's already dead. We go to River's Break. It is not with weapons drawn. Is that understood?
If that's how you want it, Binder. No killing until we know she deserves it. Or until she forces our hand. Come on, screw this place.
As you turn, a gauntleted hand rests on your shoulder. A moment, Binder. What is it, Barrick? This game is BG3 levels of horny, but way dearier. For some characters. I've known Verse for a few years now, and she has always been excitable. This is different. She seems rabid, heedless of the danger, like the worst of the chorus instead of the best.
Aw, Barrick, did you actually compliment her without framing it as an insult? Oh, you two are just adorable. You're actually getting along.
I have noticed that, yes. What I'm asking is that you keep an eye on her, for her well-being, rather than just yours. The massive man rolls his shoulders with a shrug. Though if Verse were my soldier, I'd want her as collected as possible. That may never be an option, though.
You pointed out he'll probably double back real quick.
Yeah, exactly, which is why I'm not doing that. Thank you, Barrick. I appreciate the insight. I'll do what I can. Thank you for hearing me out, Fatebinder. Barrick nods, patting your shoulder.
Ow, Barrick, watch it with that. Your gloves still have sharp bits on them.
Fish. And some boots? Heavy leather boots. Is that actually... That's actually better for her than that. Take that. Yes, we will. Exquisite leather boots. Very nice. Yeah, light armor leather. Light armor leather. Go ahead and drop those off. Pop that open. Scroll and hide. Very nice. Oh, that added those to those. Put those in the inventory. Thank you. And blood moss. And, ooh. Bronze guitar. Interesting. And a bronze dagger. Ooh, that's actually better than the bronze sword for her with way higher accuracy and it attacks faster. Oh, yes, please. And a cloth light armor, which isn't really worthwhile. So we can go ahead and swap the sword out for that. Oh, yeah. Looking good, Verse. Looking good. The attack is better for that, but her accuracy is still suffering, and she loses out on the armor penetration. But the DPS is actually almost high enough to compensate for that. Do have rivalries with owners despite their introduction. Verse and Barrick are not each other's rival. No, their real only disagreement is philosophical based on the armies that they are in. Barrick does seem to respect Verse as a fighter. He just doesn't respect her as a member of the Scarlet Chorus. And likewise, Verse is actually willing to accept that Barrick is a good soldier. She just does not like the disfavored and their mentality. Where the heck can we go now? River's Break. Yes, we also need to stop at the Spire anyway. Do I need to do something here? I don't remember if I need to do something here. We can stop at the Mountain Spire. It's the same journey anyways. Vroom. Why do I not... Who the hell are you? You see a bronze-clad woman in meticulously maintained attire. The leather buckles in her chest piece show fresh oil and the scales of her armor have been neatly arranged. She gives you a quick bow as you approach. Fatebinder. Her expression is neutral, and her tone one of forced cordiality. I am ready to serve, as requested. Though the Apex of old is no more, I am ready to help you find its new place in the tiers. Should you need any instruction in a matter of combat, I will assist. Have you been a member of Apex's army your whole life? Proudly. There's no greater duty than to serve your country. Apex challenges are many, and they are rarely addressed abroad. This valley has been assaulted time and again. What would have remained had we abstained from vigilance? What is your approach to such training? I instill resolve first and foremost. We all need purpose for the fights ahead, and unless you know why you bleed upon the battlefield, it will be all too easy to succumb to fear and pain. And discipline most of all. The Guard received hot-headed recruits all the time. They would be dead if they charged every time their blood boiled. Oh, one-handed, two-handed, dual-wield, parry, and dodge. So pretty much the full gamut of melee items, or melee skills. Verse, I'm thinking we up her dodge or her dual-wield somewhat. Yeah. 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're actually going to go ahead and dump the remainder in her dodge. Well, see, that's the awkward thing, is that it says it uses her dodge for melee, but I don't know if she's actually getting experience for that because her parry is now higher than her dodge. Which is weird. I don't know. Let me see here. We'll go ahead and improve our parry, though, by 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. He's good on his parry. His shield makes up for the lower dodge anyways. So we'll go ahead and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ebb. You kind of need both. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You always end up way too close to the front line. We'll just go ahead and give her another 5 points in dual wield. There we go.
Will do.
And then we'll rest. Oh, wait. Hold on. Good. He's maxed out there. I guess we'll just keep increasing his accuracy for right now. Probably should improve his wits at some point, just to get him up to 10 so that he no longer takes a negative to his magic defense. Or I guess we could just keep improving his resolve, because that'll just compensate for his lower magic defense anyways. Good on accuracy. There's not much point there, so we're going to go ahead and keep giving her more might. And then Blade Dancer. Yes, greatly improve weapon damage when dual wielding. Thank you. 30% additional damage. Very nice. We're going to want that next, probably. Barrack. Finally, Blade's Embrace. 50% bonus weapon damage per enemy engaged. Very nice. That's something he has to use? Yes, it does. It also deals damage to anybody around him. Very nice. Very nice. Don't think anybody else has anything right now. Nope. All right, let's rest up. Yeah. But yeah, getting back to your point, Brown Bear, there is definitively a difference between, say, Barrack and Verse versus Ebb and Lantry. Like, Barrack and Verse would kill one another if they really pushed each other to the edge, but Lantry and Ebb would quite frankly murder each other the second I'm not looking if I wasn't paying attention. After a few hours of difficult travel in an area dense undergrowth, you happen upon a small stream where you can refill your water skins and wash the sweat from your brow. Nearby, you spot a large copse of narrow trees with leaf-bearing vines coiling about their trunks. As the vines snake upwards, dozens of thin, yellowish-green stems spring forth along the plant's cane. Some of them stiffen upright, others drooping downwards like long hair. At the end of these stems, an explosion of bright orange berries radiate outwards, ripe and abundant. To your eye, they appear to be bristleberries. They're a very distinctive fruit, nutritious and energizing. They're also, unfortunately, exceedingly similar in appearance to bristlebane, a berry that is tolerated by beastmen and animals, but very toxic to humans. Just eat the berries. Yeah, no. Examine the vine leaves. The leaves extending from the main vine are bright green and lobed, with each edge resembling undulating hills. This matches an old saying that you recall about the berries: leaves like hills, safe from chills; leaves like rain, unending pain. Examine the berries. Clustered together in tight driplets, these berries vary from bright orange to a yellowish-orange color. The size of each individual fruit differs slightly between bristleberry and bristlebane, but it's very difficult to determine without the two side by side. Also seems eager to test the stubbornness of Barrack's armor. Again, though, that almost seems to have less to do with him as a person and more to do with the fact that he's a disfavored. Now, that said, unlike Barrack and Verse's ideological arguments, Kills in Shadow is much more of the opinion of, well, he's part of the disfavored, so of course I want to kill him. I'm just not doing so because that would upset my alpha, is her mindset of it. Yeah, we did that. We already examined the berries. Rub the berry pits against your skin. Better to test with your skin rather than your stomach. You break off a cluster and mash one of the berries with your fingers, revealing the tiny pits inside. Working in slow circles, you rub them against your arm for a few seconds. Your skin remains free of any tingling rash, which you take as a good sign. Sounds good. You adapt a cautious approach, filling your pouches with berries while eating only a single cluster. The fruit is sweet and tart, surprisingly juicy for its size, and the thought of immediately eating another handful is tantalizing, but you restrain yourself. With the stream as your guide, you follow the dense forest and eventually reach the main road with little difficulty. The rush of sugar and euphoria puts a spring in your step. Certain you spotted your edible berry from the toxic, you tear into the pouch and devour the berries, invigorated by every bite. Satisfied, you bound down the road, revitalized for the journey to come. That was surprisingly wholesome for just a random encounter like that. Just imagine the fate binder, the enforcer of the evil empire, just la-di-da-di-da, walking down the road while eating berries from a bag. Oh, there's a lot of people here. I was expecting like an isolated farmstead, but this is actually a fairly large settlement. Or, no, it's just, okay, it's just a single house. It's just a fairly large house, all things considered. Now just imagine the entire party making those cartoonily joyful long steps, swaying with arms side to side. We're just feeling good. The scents of baked bread and vegetable stew mingle in the air, though the window you can make out a modest dwelling, kept with the kind of order and cleanliness one would expect of a disfavored command tent. Okay, so someone's being very orderly. Heavy cloth bracers. Really doesn't help me that much. And this must be the sister. Dry grass protrudes haphazardly from the threadbare and sun-bleached tunic hanging on this post. The flower painted on the burlap sack head glares down over a rough grass beard. It bears a passing resemblance to a certain Archon of Secrets. Honestly, Narat would probably laugh at the idea of someone using his caricature as a scarecrow. He might then send some Scarlet Furies to go kill that person a few hours later, but I think he would laugh at it at first. An older woman tends to a small but verdant patch of farm. Plump gourds and vegetables of vine and root vie for soil and light with a fig tree, its branches drooping with what passes for abundance in the tears. Oh yeah, she's not going to like us. The farmer notices your approach and takes up her shovel as if it were a spear, favoring her left arm with a wince. Careful, stranger. I'm no easy mark, and of little worth your time or blood. A few errant strands of thick gray hair, loosed from the band that tames the rest, frames her deeply lined face. You'd also be a little bit pleased. Yeah, no, as I said, he'd laugh at it at first, but there's no guarantee that an hour or two later he doesn't tell one of his Scarlet Furies to go disembowel the person, because he would find that equally funny. She may be old enough to be my mother, but she holds herself like a warrior who's actually trained. Who are you? I'm the woman who tills this soil and mends these walls and protects them with her own blood. I'm supposed to be here. You're the one who should be announcing yourself. She points the shovel's edge at you. Feisty! I like this one. Verse grins. Girl, this old coot has split skulls twice as thick as yours. Good hearing, too. You have a nice farm here. Thank you for the kindness. Were shared with my husband before he died. Not much to look at, but kept the family fed. The woman's lips tighten. Compliments aren't answers, though. I ask again, what brings you here? She jabs slightly with the shovel in your direction. We seek Clea. Clea? Clea was my youngest. Why are you asking after her? She lowers the shovel slightly, her eyes widening all the same. Was? Oh, shit. Don't tell me we're too late. I'll have you keep a civil tongue in your head, girl, while you're on my land. She jabs her shovel in Verse's direction, as if she could seal the Fury's mouth shut with it. Sorry, ma'am. And Verse blinks in surprise at her own words. Oh, Verse, I think you might have a few mommy issues there. It's been a while since somebody told you to just shut the fuck up, isn't it? She really hit Verse with that no swearing, yeah. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. No, she didn't do something to to Verse. She's just... Verse hasn't encountered a strong female presence in her life since her own mother died. Like, I think it's just getting to her. What happened to Clea? Her eyes narrow, and her fingers tighten protectively around the shuttle. First things first, I am Essa, daughter of Asperia, and this is my homestead, granted to me by Queen Vendrian Atlanta in honor of my service. She swings the shovel head to encompass the small plastered house and the abutting field. That is an introduction. Do you have one to match? He points the shovel back towards you. I am Sovani, Fatebinder of the Court of Tunon the Adjudicator. Essa's blue eyes widen in recognition. You are the Peacebinder, then. She favors you with a faint smile. I hope you know how much people value what you did for the Queen in negotiating the surrender. I suppose out of everything, it was a good deed done well. It's funny how you can't just introduce yourself. To be fair, I can imagine part of Tunon's training is knowing when not to reveal that you are an agent of the court. So it's not something like Rogue Trader where you kind of have an incentive to always tell people who you are.
What does the Peacebinder want with the likes of me? I have not broken your overlord's laws. Essa crosses her arms. Walks around with Tunan's symbol on your chest. I need to be subtle. To be fair, we're out of that armor right now. We're in the better leather armor.
We came seeking Clea, but that seems a doomed errand now.
My sweet Clea. War consigned her to the void.
Her head sinks.
Lost her at the Vendrian Well Citadel. I told her not to take up arms again, told her that Kairos had won good and solid, that we owed the Overlord our fealty now, but I suppose I filled her head with too much patriotic claptrap when she was younger. Maybe she met the end under your blade. The whole of the tale never made it back to us.
Asa cradles herself.
None of that matters. None of that answers why you're here.
If Clea is dead, then I suppose it's going to make it hard to fulfill Orissa's dying wish.
Orissa, dear girl, dear, stupid, blind, foolish, arrogant girl.
A sob racks her sunken frame.
How did it happen?
She died in Stalwart, aiding the Unbroken against our forces.
It's my fault. I raised those girls on the romance of war, on tales of bloodying the bastard Tyr and pushing back Azure. How was I to know your armies would come in their lifetimes and that the gates of judgment wouldn't hold, or that you'd stride into the Tyrs with a man made of stone who could step over a curtain wall? Even girls like mine can't stand against Kairos. There ain't been nothing like that in the Northern Shadow before, able to crush mountains, to call earthquakes from a scrap of vellum. There's no fighting that. They didn't listen. Of all the damn fool things I told them, the only thing they didn't hear was what mattered.
She shudders out a sigh. I guess the reputation of being stubborn to the point of unpleasant isn't just how the Northern Kingdoms view the Unbroken. Yeah. A mercenary named Crocus told us that Orissa started hunting members of Kairos' military for sport, and that she began to display their heads on pikes.
Crocus, I never heard that
She pauses, recognition flickering behind her wet eyes.
Wait, bald, bearded man, skin the color of bronze, thick as a beastman. I knew him by a different name. Right lazy bastard by my reckoning. Only thing he ever put much effort into was lying his way into a meal in a throng of rings. What justice is there if a man like him lives while my Orissa met the void? Yeah, what justice indeed, Fatebinder.
Verse holds your gaze. The justice of the fact that we uphold laws regarding on who swears loyalty to Kairos and who doesn't, Verse, and if we don't follow through on that, Tunon will plant us on a pair of spikes outside the wall. What do you know of a man named Cartorius?
The sage. Older gentleman, smarter than most. He had the whole Vellum Citadel bouncing around in his head, tad off in the way that magicians so often are. Eyes as hungry as a flame. Not sure old and arrogant help us single out one sage from any of the others.
You said you trained your daughters in the arts of battle.
Aye. Their father was a good man, but far more suited to farm work than war.
He looks up sharply.
If you're looking for someone to blame, I'd be that person. I trained them up, taught them the falx, the javelin, the spear, and the shield. And yes, they used that knowledge against your precious archons and their armies. Hey, Essa, maybe you'd like to shut the fuck up now.
Verse lower lip twitches. What did you teach them of the Overlord?
That there'd never been a graver threat to all of Taratus. That Kairos represents the worst of powers of man or woman. That such an evil should be resisted at all costs by any means necessary. What? That completely contradicts everything you just said. Aye, I changed my tune in my older and softer years, but as they grew up, I poisoned them against Kairos as thoroughly as if I carved it upon their hearts.
You use all this food yourself, or do you sell it to others in the well?
I sold some, for rings, and without a Kairos damned license, too.
Is there anything else you wish to tell me, Lady Essa?
Naming a child for Kairos is a capital offense. I imagine naming a pig for Kairos ain't no better. Care to meet Kairos the Overpig? He's around back. You see what's happening here, don't you, Bud?
Yes, I do, Verse, and it's honestly a little disturbing. Lady, you literally... Oh my god, Tunon is going to be so pissed if I don't do something about this. I've come to a decision on the matter.
What's the matter? There's no matter here, Binder. Please tell me you're not going to go through with this.
Oh, suddenly you have a conscience about this, Verse. I can't tell what... Ugh. Gain very major loyalty, gain minor fear. Interesting. That's what we need to break into Tier 5. No logs against naming a pig, oddly enough. Yeah. This is a matter for you to decide, Verse. Show me what you're capable of. Pick the tune. A quiet scraping sound issues from Barrick as he watches wordlessly. Really? Verse takes a step back, blinking rapidly, but considering our options, she sheaths her weapons and nods. We came here because of Arissa. She killed one of my sisters, and I always thought I needed to avenge them to make it right because I'd failed them. But talking to you, it's cleared some shit up. I guess what I'm saying is I miss my sisters and you miss your daughters, and that's just the way of things. Essa nods numbly and turns, shuffling towards her squat farmhouse. Verse releases a long sigh, bends down and plucks a round red tomato from a vine. Her thumb slides across its skin and then presses slightly against it, dimpling the vegetable. She tosses it from hand to hand and turns to you. House explodes. I was honestly half expecting her to come back out in like her old armor or something and demand that we finish her off or something. Arissa and Clea are dead. What does that mean for your sisters?
I'm sure Whispers would have something clever to say about frustrated ambitions.
If she was really a sociopath, would Verse really care at all? That is probably true. As I said, I guess the way I would put it, and I don't have the background in psychology to know if this is an actual thing, but I would say that there's a very distinct difference between those who are born sociopaths and those who through circumstance find sociopathy to be a survival mechanism or at the very least a path of least resistance. Now don't get me wrong, Verse is a sadist. There's, I don't think, any way to get around that. But at the same time, she's not so far into sadism that she can't understand why other people don't follow it. And I think sociopathy is actively encouraged amongst the chorus, even amongst those who it's not in actual psychological condition. Basically, you either, at the very least, you have to act like a sociopath in order to get far in the chorus. Even if you're not legally diagnosed as one. Yeah, by Verse's own admission, there was no single triggering event that led her to the chorus. She sought them out. Yes. She sees that as the best way to live her life, which does give her sociopathic tendencies, but may not make her a full-blown sociopath.
You ever have a friend who almost never speaks? But then every once in a while she slips in the perfect word at the perfect time, and it's the only thing you remember. That was Three Whispers. She was our wiry, flickering shadow with hair like crow's feathers. Preferred close-up work. That was her name, her 3 knives and the sound of air from a punctured lung. It's hard to remember stories about her because she never drew attention.
And yet...
Her old favorite. That I remember. She'd trick a soldier into gutting his own comrade, then open his throat while he was in shock. Beautiful move, and I saw her dance it a dozen times. Whispers knew her histories and letters, knew borders and houses and heraldry. Even knew a few sigils and kept us from bleeding out more than once.
He runs a hand over the feathers in her hair.
Whispers and me, we were more than sisters sometimes. Not often, and nothing holding. But yeah, she read a body as easy as a scroll.
That was some uncharacteristic hesitation on your part, Verse.
I didn't realize you knew me so well as to say what is and isn't like me.
She smirks, but then shakes her head.
I enjoy killing, Fatebinder. Doesn't mean I think everyone deserves to die.
Nonetheless, the relationship between you and your sister sounded nice.
Was nice.
True. Let's go.
Let's.
She bites into the tomato, a small bead of its juice rolling down her chin. So I guess the last part will be finding the... Oh, no. She doesn't want to go after the sage? Oh, Versus 3 Whisper stance has been upgraded. Interesting. Red Geyser, Seeking Sheath gives plus 10 accuracy. Now she has plus 15 accuracy. And the 3 Whispers gives her plus 30 dodge. Oh, Bows and Do... Wait, what's the point of having 2 different versions? Become more accurate. Okay. And then the other one, she deals bonus damage to your next attack equal to 50% of the damage received from attackers. Okay. Presents her as being simple when she's not. Yes, again, because being simple in the Scarlet Chorus is partially how you survive. Not just as far as the culture of the place, but also not drawing the voices of Narat's attention, which she has slightly failed to do, given that she did become a Scarlet Fury. And we can now arrive at Lethian's Crossing, and I don't think there was anything else they needed us to do. I imagine we'll find the Sage the next time we go to the Burning Library, when we finally do go to the Burning Library. That would be my guess. So we did that. We did that. We already cleared out the Iron Hall Trail. Cato Village was from that quest back then. So that's... Yeah, Trapper's Gorge was one that we went to, wasn't it? Yeah, Trapper's Junction. Yeah, so she was probably part of the group that we killed down there. Say BRBs, I'm not going to go to bed for the night, but my dad called me and need to drive and pick him up. In a town over. There's a half hour to the town, half hour back. Yeah, I was thinking of doing about another 20 to 30 minutes and then probably calling it a day. Hope you have a good evening. Look forward to Sunday. Also, don't forget to watch the videos. I will do that, Tenwin. You have a safe drive, my friend. Safe drive. And we'll see you on Sunday. Meeting Kills and Shadow, you can see how no party member you find is truly stupid. Anyone who presents themselves as simple as either performing a ruse or concludes simplicity is preferable. Yeah. There's also a difference between being, like... There's a difference between being dumb and being uneducated. Like, it's very obvious that Verse was not educated, but that doesn't make her a dumb person. It's very obvious that Kills and Shadow is not educated, but that does not make her stupid. Being a beast woman, it does influence how she views the world, but it doesn't mean she's stupid. To be fair, I usually don't like stupid companion characters because they have a nasty tendency of being very poorly written. Her lore is better than Barrick's. Yeah, I'd go so far as to say it. Barrick is, again, Barrick isn't even necessarily simple so much as he is uncomplicated. He is a disfavored through and through. I do like the little drama that's popped up from finding out that him and Verse are half siblings, though. That's been interesting. I hope there's more to that as we continue the story and we get a little bit more. Maybe once we finally find a way to get Barrick out of his armor. All right, we're going to make our way to Lethian's Crossing. One of the most intelligent players loves playing dumb characters because he finds it fun. Well, here's the thing. Playing a dumb character can be fun. Dumb NPCs tend to be aggravating, especially if they're a companion character that's stupid. That's usually my defining line. It can be fun to play a stupid character themselves. Oh, shit. Okay, I guess... oh, so you have heard of me. Oh, dear.
Demonstration on how.
Well... Wait for it. God damn it. Will you dipshits? Fucking hell, fine. Set him on fire. Knock them over. There we go. No, not fireball. Give me Twisting Flame. There we go. Flash fire.
Wrong weapon for the job. I need to try something else.
And then fireball. There we go. Oh my god. 7 damage. Are you kidding? That's a fireball and I'm dealing 7 damage. Versus 10 armor. God damn, yeah. Yeah, fireball is useless because it doesn't inflict a damage over time ability like the other abilities do. Which is just...
On it.
It just doesn't deal enough damage. At all.
It's a tough job being so remarkable all the time.
There we go. Man, the Bronze Brotherhood is about to have a very bad time if this is the best they can put up against us now. I wonder if the locals are going to be very happy about us doing this. I can't imagine they will. Go ahead and take that. Take that. Oh dear, there's a lot of them. Merchant sets are common sight. Also always play smart characters, so when I meet a dumb character, the session evolves to whose line is it anyway? Improv, as it's clear the conversation will go anywhere. The goal becomes making it funny.
Cut the banter and stay low.
I usually like playing some kind of charisma character. That's why I like having the lore and subterfuge skills high on this, because there's essentially a standing in for being talking skills. I express my love for Ebb as much as I want. At least for a little bit. At least for a little bit, Lord Brownbear. As I said, I've only got about 20 or 30 minutes, and then I do have... Today is my day off, and as fun as it has been to stream, I would like to do some things on my own. I do enjoy spending time with you guys, though. Thank you so...
I can't express this enough that it means a lot that you, Tenwin, and Sint and the others have continued to show up. It really has. Them gilfs. I mean, the part I'm surprised you haven't commented on is the fact that she's probably still fertile even at this age. I mean, I shouldn't have said anything. I don't know why I said that. Oh, wait. Let that... There we go. Wait for that to get off cooldown. Barrack, Verse, if you could dive in there for me. There we go. Go ahead and give me that. Smackety smack smack. What else have we got here? Okay, move closer. There we go. Give me the flash fire. I said give me the flash fire. I said, what the fuck? Oh, that's the wrong one. Searing palm. Flash fire. There we go.
Sorry, can't.
There we go. Set them all on fire. Then we're going to hit them both there. Set them on fire. Just keep setting them all on fire. Set them on fire. Now we're gonna freeze them. There we go. We're gonna ice him. There we go. And then he exploded. Alright, what else have we... Ooh, we have another bronze warhammer. Actually sells for a decent amount of money. I can't wait to use that up. Oop.
Sorry, I can't.
What is this? The river is commonly used by merchants bringing their wares to what Lethian's crossing. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense.
Cautiously.
Everybody's taking cover from the looks of it. Let's see what we can grab here.
Cut the banter and stay low.
Archaead bronze. The rest of these guys are just merchants, I'm assuming. Yeah. Oh, we can't talk to you yet? Okay, that's kind of annoying. So there's a bridge over there. And there is...
See that?
Hello? What have we here? Frozen Shackle. When critically hit, deals 15 to 23 frost damage. An impediment made for short-term prisoners. The cold air and volatile magic in their forging are intended as deterrents for notably cruel guards. Wait, to prevent guards from hitting... Because now it has me wondering if I'm reading this wrong. Barrack doesn't have any deflection, so he would definitely benefit from that. Sunder Seal, that gives +3 armor, but I have to use it. I'd rather have passive abilities on there. So we're gonna go ahead and... No. Go ahead and put that there. Also, who leveled up? Okay, you did. We've already got you maxed out. Let's go ahead and get your spell cooldown done. There we go. More spell cooldown. Yes. They get punished. This is the first anti-war crime thing. Well, do remember that even a prisoner, as long as they have not committed treason, even a prisoner is subject to the Kairos' peace. That seems to be the way Kairos has been running things, at least. We picked that up. Gain a large bonus to all shock and frost damage. Might have to look into that, too. Bonus damage for that. My targets are afflicted with drowning. Yes, that AoE... That turns her drowning ability into an AoE, which is Oh, wait. Shit, I wanted to get... Fuck, I fucked that up. Okay, well, that'll have to wait till next time. Is that the object in the way the Tearsmen... No, the Northerners. The implication seemed to be that it was the Northerners? No, there's no indication at all, so I don't know. Now, who else do we want here? I'm still good on magic. Damage with magic staves allows basic attacks to strike multiple times. That would still be useful. The alternative, we want to get down to here. Yeah, plus 9% health every 3 seconds for 30 seconds, plus 50% damage for 30 seconds. And this is a... Yeah, I can just use this whenever. That's a really good ability. Cooldown of 1 minute. By the lash, no. Once per combat, when your health becomes critical, nearby allies have their damage and quickness increased for a short time. Well, we definitely want Resurgence, because that gives us a revival. We definitely want that. Probably a northern tool. That would make sense to me. We can't get up to the top of that building. Alright. Cross the bridge, then.
probably going to be ready for us. Force the winch. Lower the bridge. Disable the winch. Let's just force it. Get some athletic experience points. More merchants. More settlers. What else is up here? Can't get to the top of that either. Interesting.
Slow and steady.
There's got to be a way up there. Oh, wow, this place is a lot bigger than I thought. Holy shit. Okay, there's definitely a group of them over there. Count 3 of them from the looks of it. Let's pop that open. Potion of protection. Always nice to see. Thank you kindly. What have we got over here? Come on, open it up. Brain and fish. God, I'm kind of craving fish now for some reason, but where I live does not do good fish. Oh, there's a camp down here. Pop that open. Ooh, a broken hilt. May have more information about this item. Very nice.
Time
There's
to
some more stuff up
Might
here.
we not simply break it?
There we go. What the fuck? When did she get injured? Okay, I'm gonna have to look up how wounds happen in this game when I get done for today, because I'm getting annoyed that they're just appearing now. Oh, it's just 10% of their health. That is not helpful, game. That is not helpful at all. Okay, we can't do anything there. That has to lower down from there, which means we gotta deal with these guys first. Still only looks like there's 3 of them? Okay. Pause. Go ahead and buff yourselves up.
I will aid you.
Okay. I want you guys to dive in. Yep, there's 4 of them.
Not here to make friends.
There we go. Okay, join up. There we go. Move this way. There we go. We should be able to hit 3 of them with that. Very nice. Very nice. Next, we're going to fire spell on that group. Very nice. Get all of them set on fire. Set you on fire. Move closer. Set all of you on fire. Did she seriously get hit? Okay, no, it's only 1. I cast rock. What? Correct. Ow, what the fuck are they doing over there? Okay, well, it doesn't matter. They're dead now.
Someone staunch my bleeding.
We're working on it, Barrick. It's fine. It's fine. Go ahead and set him on fire.
On your knees, worm.
There we go. As the last of the enemy soldiers dies, life returns to normal in Lethian's Crossing. Oh. And we got, ooh, a Masterwork Warhammer. Interesting. It might actually be better. Yeah, in terms of damage and accuracy, it's better, and its recovery time isn't that much longer than the Ring Blade. We'll at least keep this on hand just in case. Alright, that seems to be everything. Okay, now we need to figure out what the hell's going on around here. Merchant Helena. Fine day, my friend. Might I interest you in some wares? I have all manner of goods I know you'll need. Can you tell me anything about this seal? I found it in Vendrian's Well. Sorry, can't help you. Never seen anything like it before. Let's see if we can find something. Ooh, exquisite heavy leather armor, which we already have. Exquisite light leather boots would be useful. Nobleman's hat is additional accuracy. Nobleman's sandals. Yeah, not as good. Juggler's gloves. Unarmed attack. Oh. Interesting. Still not that good, unfortunately. Deflection and accuracy is good for that one. Interesting that the hood is cloth while the rest of the Tunon armor set was all leather. Oh, what's this? Plus 10 to athletics. That doesn't really seem that useful. Oh, how did I forget to... I completely forgot to use that. Adds a slight interrupt spell. Wait, what? Oh, it's a better version. Oh, okay, it's a better version of what there was already. All right.
Merchant Basilla. Did you tell me anything about this seal? Can't say I recognize it, but I don't really get into affairs outside of Lethian's Crossing unless I have to. Hakiad Bronze might know, though. He seems to be well-trapped. Let me see what you have. You have potions and sigils of... No. We already have those, don't we? Yes, Frost Core and Lightning Core. Yep. Nothing that I need, then. Let's keep looking around, then. Were those all Bronze Brotherhood? That does appear to be the case. What can you tell me about this seal? I don't recognize it, but one of the other merchants might. Might be someone who's seen it in their travels. Bronze Great Spears, various bronze weaponry. Nothing that I really need, though. That was just camping supplies in there, if I recall. Merchant Tychus. You have ranged weapons, but again, nothing that I'm really looking for. Greetings and salutations. The jolly merchant greets you with a smile and a clap on the shoulder. Hold on. Jolly merchant. Can I do a Billy Mays voice? Hi, Billy Mays here for greetings and salutations and welcome to Lethian's Crossing, home of the best merchants in the entirety of the tiers. He pauses and winks. That would be me. And you're the Fatebinder. I would recognize you anywhere. And with a list of deeds as long as yours, I'd be surprised if there was anyone left in the tiers who didn't. You ended the Edict of Storms at Sentinel Keep, didn't you? Now that's a tale people will be telling for years to come. I've heard of a merchant far more years than I care to think, and in all that time, I've never heard of people tell stories about someone like they do about you. Hakiad Bronze, at your service. What can I do for you? What can you tell me about the other merchant companies in the tiers? Oh, there have been several over the years, and they've thrived or struggled in this new age of law. He counts on his fingers. There were the Jade Marmots, the Lace Fringe, the Linked Rings, and of course, the Handover Quill. He grimaces at the last one. But don't let me forget the Visitors of Prosperity, the Yellow Moguls, the Tenfold Parlor. He trails on for some time. What can you tell me about the Handover Quill? Oh, they were once a powerful trade organization that, well... He cups his mouth and glances around. Let's just say that you didn't want to get between them and a contract. What with Dunon's new laws in the Bastard City, the Quill slunk into the shadows of Kairos' authority trying to keep a low profile. If you're involved in any of their dealings, then I must say, stay far away. A shipment of iron and weapons went missing. It was found with this seal in a house in Echo Call Crossing. He strokes the shadow of beard growth under his chin. Suspicious, I agree, but war always has its little problems. Only 2 easy steps for me to climb over those seats and kick your ass. He waves a dismissal. It doesn't add up. Now, if we could return to the subject of my wares. He smiles and readies to show you some fancy bauble. Mr. Bronze, the weapons were meant for the disfavored, and the Vendrian Guard had iron weapons. The Vendrian Guard? Hakiad drums his fingers on his mouth and considers. Well, that changes things, I suppose. Changes things. What does Handover Quill have to do with the Vendrian Guard? Well, first things first. This will come at a price. If something unfortunate took place and my connections were traced back to me, well, the consequences could be costly. I am shocked to find an honest merchant such as yourself engaging in the illicit trade. His complexion loses some color. Illicit? Whatever you mean. That bottle, essence of maizenberries, well known as a deadly poison. What bottle? Hakiad turns, pulling on the end of his beard, and tries to follow the direction of gesture. There's no... As his confusion clears, replaced by understanding. Of course, the bottle, and after you tell the authorities that I must have stashed or destroyed it, then it's the word of a Fatebinder against mine. Am I correct? Most perceptive of you, Mr. Bronze. An occupational hazard! The merchant lets out a heavy sigh. I should be used to this by now. If you breathe a word of this to anyone, I will denounce you for the liar that you are, but... He looks around to make sure there are no settlers close enough to overhear what is being said. I received instructions from Fifth Eye to use Handover Quill to deliver iron weapons to the Venturers Well Citadel. I don't question my orders, I just followed them. I don't know anything else, and that is the truth. Thank you, Mr. Bronze. Now I'd like to see your wares. Ooh. Is that a staff? No, it's a heavy mace, but still, accelerates recovery on kill. Ooh. Staff of the Enigma. Ooh, it's an illusion staff. We haven't seen any of those yet. The Grounding Garbs. Plus 10 armor shock. Trails of lightning avoidance are often donned by hillfolk during seasons of volatile weather. Scavenger leather gloves are the same as the exquisite light leather gloves. Manto of Mirrors. 20% chance of incoming hostile spells reflected back to their casters. Wonder if that stacks with the magic ability.
Jacqueline, the voices have a lot of plants, and I ain't talking about the gardeners. Yeah. To be fair, the voices of Nerat, people think like, oh, he's too crazy to be a spy, Matt. No, he apparently knows how to do his damn job pretty fucking well. Ooh. Scroll of Rooting. Magical Accent, which adds the Rooted Affliction to a Force or Atrophy spell. We know the Sigil of Illusion. The Sigil of Bleeding, which adds a Bleeding Affliction to the spell. We'll take that. Thank you kindly. Oh, I should probably put that on Verse now that I think about it. I didn't realize we'd pick those up. Do we have anything to sell for him? We don't need the daggers. And we have multiple versions of these Warhammers that are a lot better, so we'll go ahead and trade those. Thank you kindly. I hope this is an upgrade for her. It'd be kind of weird that it wasn't. Slightly higher recovery speed, but she gets better deflection, and that works better with her stats.
Hey, this looks fun.
Oh, it's even got... Oh, it's got legendary. It does. When crit, foe target versus endurance, bleeding for 10.3 seconds. The Quick and the Dead. Oh, no, I want to read it. It won't let me read it. Fine. Ahem. A blast of baleful energy, thick with Verse's hatred for those who killed her sisters, erupts from the wearer, scalding those nearby and sapping their strength, even as it hastens the movements of the one who bears the gloves. This effect scales with the renown of Weeping Whispers. 3 Whispers never went anywhere truly unarmed. These gauntlets may include only 6 of her many blades, but they were perhaps the most commonly bloodied. The apparently decorative shards that jut from the sides of these bracers are reinforced by long iron bands hidden within the layered leather, allowing a practiced wearer to turn them through both attack and defense. That's pretty bitchin'. That's a good look on you, Verse. There's nothing else from him there.
On it.
Now we can actually go up onto the upper levels. We can take a look at this. Yeah, because we've swept both of those sides. Yeah, the water flows down through the old wall. That's interesting. I wonder how it's managed to avoid eroding away the old wall over time, if that's the case. Magic effects are wrapped in the setting along with more solid magic system. Well, to be fair, from the sound of it, it wouldn't surprise me if the sigils being etched into a piece of equipment is what gives them their ability to do that. It's just that some of these sigils have either probably been lost to time or their effects aren't fully known, so they can't replicate certain magical items. It's also possible, if faith really is a form of magic in this universe, which does seem to be implied with the way Kairos has been going about things, it could be that someone believing in an item to do damage or to do something eventually causes it to do so. Artifacts seem to be able to naturally draw in magic and then act upon it. So because Verse has such a faith in her sister's abilities, these bracers actually have magical power to them. Artifacts in general seem to fit that bill. Oh, more light armor. We could probably give that to her. Yes, that would be a good idea. Ebb, go ahead and wear these new gloves. Thank you. That should not be in there. And this, go ahead and learn the Sigil of Bleeding and the Sigil of Rooting. Who are you? You have a name. The young man hangs his head and regards your approach with a pitiful sigh. Greetings. He's barely able to force the word, his voice breaking as he speaks. What is wrong? The man takes a deep breath and steadies himself. My sister Kalia and I watched the Bronze Brotherhood fending off multiple waves of Kairos' forces when they tried to take the crossing. I was terrified, but she was exhilarated. In a way, I've never seen her so alive. He chokes back a sob. She got so fired up that she joined the Brotherhood the first chance she got. Shortly after joining, they sent her on a scouting mission with some Brotherhood soldiers, but none of the party returned. They were all found dead at Deserter's March. I'm sorry to hear. Is there anything I can do to help? Thank you, but I just want to be left alone. Deserter's March. Deserter's March. Is that a place we've been? I don't think it was. What happens to a character model if you remove their armor entirely? I'm surprised you didn't notice, Brown Bear, because I did that earlier. But just for you, buddy. Ah, it's white. Good choice.
Sorry.
Let me see here. Ooh. Thank you for the gemstones. Sorry, Fatebinder. Bane have been spotted in growing numbers recently. Eldian has asked us to seal off the old walls. We don't have the keystone. Fair enough. Do that again, I missed it. Sorry, Brown Bear. You should have. I guess you'll just have to check the VOD after the stream is over. What else have we got in here? Was there another place to go in on the other side?
Interesting.
Oh, hello. What have we got here? Ooh, the Raven Shawl. Plus 10 subterfuge. These feathered garments reflect no light and seems a natural extension of the darkness. Not sure how much that helps us right now, but... like that. Forgebound won't sell anything to the settlers. The black wall of this home has long since crumbled away, revealing the old walls behind it. Yeah, they're built right against it, and I imagine the only reason Kairos hasn't ordered this settlement to be depopulated is probably because it's been here for so long. Oh, wow, the water's not coming from under the old wall, it's coming from over the old wall. Interesting. Yeah, we went in over there. I don't think there was any other entrance, and then there's a higher spot up there. And clipped. You'll be forgiving me, Brown Bear, if that is one that I don't share on YouTube. Welcome, friend. Oh, Forgebound. The merchant cries out to you, his belt jingling with rings. He waves his arms about in a dramatic presentation of his wares. What brings you to our humble trading post? Have a certain something in mind or just browsing? Yes, let me take a look. Forgebound hammer. So yeah, they've got the actual iron equipment. Forgebound apprentice armor. Interesting. Fire and arcane. Cool. Nice. Studded iron gorget, which gives a plus 10 to parry, which is also pretty good. Ooh, sigil of fire, we already know. Sigil of volcanic weapon. Ooh. Creates a material force spell to grant burning strikes that damage the targets in a line. Ooh. Me likey. If it gives me more abilities to put mage fire on my spells, I'm gonna take it. Go ahead and learn that. Doesn't look like there's anything else from him. Ooh, look at all that. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I'll probably just walk around town and ask everybody what's going on, and then we will end for the day. Oh, you people have names. Take that. Take that. A bright-faced woman greets you as you approach. Welcome to Lethian's Crossing, Wanderer. My name is Phaedra, and this is my beautiful wife, Daya. She indicates the stone-faced blonde woman standing next to her, who holds up her hand in quick reading. What brings you to town? Is there anything we can help you with? I want to know more about Lethian's Crossing. I've lived here most of my life, but honestly, I'm not sure there's much to say. She looks contemplative. We're the center of trade for the region, a waypoint for travelers. The walls are a bit scary, but frankly, you get used to them over time. He looks at Daya. What about you, dear? Daya shrugs. Her expression has not changed. What is there to say? Town's all right. Living under the thumb of an occupying force makes it hard to really relax. Phaedra puts her hand on Daya's shoulder, and Daya sighs. Apologies, we couldn't be of more help. She shrugged sheepishly. You haven't always lived here. A few years before the invasion, I moved away from Lethian's Crossing. Being the granddaughter of Lethian came with the responsibility that I simply wasn't ready for. I met Daya in the Bastard City, and we stayed for a while. We were living in the city when we heard about Kairos' forces moving to the Tiers. We took that as motivation to move. She laughs, and I think we got out of there at just the right time. We traveled a bit with a couple of caravans, but nothing really seemed like home until we returned to the crossing. You never realize how much you miss a place until you've been away for a while. She wraps her arms around Daya and squeezes. But I could live anywhere, as long as this one's with me. It's true that trade hasn't been as vibrant here recently, but I'm sure it's simply a temporary setback. The merchants will sing and dance for you, try to convince you their supplies are unaffected, but frankly, everyone's feeling it. I have faith the world will right itself. People call me a fool, but I don't see the benefit in bemoaning one's fate. Take what life hands you, and you make it work. You're the granddaughter of Lethian, the man who founded this place. One of many, I suspect, but I'm the only one anyone knows about. Before you ask, no, Eldian is not my father. Maybe you haven't heard, but my grandmother wasn't exactly the settling down type. Kairos will write the word, take these pamphlets. Yeah, no, we are not the evangelicals of Kairos' law. We're just here to interpret it. That's all we're here for. What is your opinion on the Bronze Brotherhood? I haven't any problems with them, but they are a little rough around the edges. They are at least trying to help the city. They can all hang. Daya interrupts, her face showing the first true bit of emotion since the conversation started. I've seen nothing but misery where they intervene, and if you have the coin, they'll do anything. They're thieves and murderers, and I can't wait to see them trampled. Well, good news! We've already killed like 24 of them. She emphasizes her words by spitting on the ground between her feet. Daya! Phaedra says, consoling her. I'm sorry about that. I do my best to make our lives here as easy as I could, but there's only so much you can do to alleviate the pain of the past. I don't think that'll ever be fixed. Oh, so you have you have an interesting history with them. Anytime, traveler. If you need anything else, just let us know. Okay. It's interesting. I think this is going to be one of the few settlements where the people are going to be fine with us throwing out the military force that isn't part of Kairos. If it isn't the Bronze Brotherhood, it'd be somebody else. Well, to be fair, this area has accepted Kairos' peace. The actual thing is that it wouldn't be. As long as they're loyal, both sides don't have a reason to come here. Admittedly, the Chorus would probably attack here just to interfere with the iron shipments, because they would absolutely do that. Be very honest with ourselves. The only reason the Chorus probably hasn't done that is because the area is already having issues between the locals and the Bronze Brotherhood. Who are you two? I can't believe the garrison is gone. I mean, gone is one way to put it. I mean, I did just slaughter them, pretty much. Chorus occupied the place, and then the Brotherhood drove them out. The Chorus occupied the place. It was given over to the Forgebound to run their iron industry. The Bronze Brotherhood was supposed to protect it with what was left of their numbers, and instead have basically taken over. At least that was the feeling I got from it. Wall appears to have been damaged years ago, but was never properly repaired. The Bane lurking in the old walls. The old walls are dangerous. I wouldn't recommend going inside. Well, hello. These are some nice weapons. Thank you kindly.
Sorry, I can't.
Some more supplies. Very nice. The voices payrolled them. Initially, yes, and then left them out to hang when the other forces started attacking them, with only a handful who weren't part of those operations being allowed to retain their positions in the Lethian's Crossing. Though it seems that the man, what was his name, that we ran into at the ford, who is their new leader, is very much of the opinion that this is their land now. Dude apparently thinks he can fight a one-man war against all of Kairos' armies, which the only reason that they hasn't been bitch-slapped is because, well, currently Kairos' two armies are fighting each other right now. And that does look to be everything up here.
Interesting.
Oh, hello. We'll take the iron, the alchemy supplies. Thank you kindly. The eastern waterfall, though it cascades out alone. Some settlers believe the waterfall split from a single source somewhere above the old walls. Interesting. Haven't seen a Fatebinder of these parts for a while. Come to bring your justice. I mean, technically, yes. Really, there's nothing else up here. I feel like I've missed something, because I don't actually know where I'm supposed to go now. Forge Foundry, simply known as the Forge, is located east of the river on the first tier of the Moonrise District, just above the ground floor. Oh. The fuck did I miss them, then? Moonrise Falls, Sunrise Falls. Okay, so it would have to be... Oh. I did miss it. Yeah, I did. Oh, it's right next to the Forgebound Murder. That's why I got distracted, because he was there. Eldian's house, Siren's Sanct... I'm sorry, what? Melita. Wait a second, I haven't talked to a Melita yet either. What the hell? How many people here do I still need to talk to? Map design reminds you of Icewind Dale, probably a moot point to mention. I mean... You never know, Icewind Dale's one of the classics. Well, hello everybody. Master, the Fatebinder is here. Zidania, Master of the Forge. Zidania turns and approaches you, her lithe body moving fluidly as she walks. She stops before you, her stance stolid and sure, but you see she's standing lightly on her feet, ready to move if necessary. Never takes her eyes off of you, but you know she's acutely aware of her surroundings. Fatebinder, may the fires of the Forge never cool. She salutes you. I had hoped our paths would cross. Word has reached our ears of your hand in removing the Edict of Storms from the Sentinel Stand Keep. She nods to you in a salute. It was no small feat. I would ask how you did it, but I'm sure you have more important things to talk about. In my years leading the Forgebound, I have never heard of a Fatebinder accomplishing something of such significance. It is an honor to meet someone of such distinguished deeds. What can this servant of the flame do for you? Why have you come to Lethian's Crossing? Odd question, Fatebinder. When you showed up in the Forge, I thought you'd been sent to check up on myself. My mission came directly from Tunon. Should you not already know? I was tasked with creating an artifact to protect the Forgebound from the Bane. We have been delayed too often and lost too many of our own that it was decreed that something must be done. I created the Mage Bane Helm to keep the Bane at bay. Once the helm is in place, its magic will keep the Bane locked within the old walls. Our goals are the same. I was sent by Graven Ash to ensure the Forgebound can continue making weapons for the disfavored. Then you're in luck. Once the helmet has been placed and the interruptions of the Bane are no more, the Forgebound will readily return to their work. Why did you create a helmet? The Forgebound are crafters of weapons and armor. Fatebinder, not statues and baubles. I make what I know. It is also portable and can be moved easily or used in battle should its protection be needed elsewhere in the future.
For the time being, though, it shall remain here and protect my Forgebound. We have a job to do and cannot do it properly if we are constantly assaulted by outside forces. Why do the Forgebound stay here if the Bane is such a threat? This forge is in the shadow of the old walls in an area rich with iron. We have ample supplies of raw material and the influence of ancient magics. It is an acceptable risk. With the helm in place, the Bane will not be an issue. Why were you asked to create this item? Couldn't any of the Forgebound here do it? All Forgebound are masters of their craft, but each also has their special talents. The Mage Bane required someone whose skills were well above those who haven't been practicing as long as I have. Tunon wished for a masterpiece, and so he asked for the master. I might ask, how did you become master of the Forgebound? I was trained at a young age to be a warrior, but never felt any connection to that life, save when I was instructed how to repair and maintain my equipment. The fire of the forge spoke to me. It sang as I stoked it, and it told me where to swing my hammer to achieve the proper shape. I knew from that moment on that it would be my life. I immediately apprenticed with the Forgebound and focused exclusively on my craft. Soon my skills were superior to all. I took risks with magics no one else dared to touch, and created some of the most powerful artifacts ever to come from the Forgebound. Kairos recognized my skill and granted me the title Master of the Forge. That is why Tunon asked me personally to create an artifact to protect this place. Well, I was sent to ensure that all was well with the Forgebound and everything seems in order. Surprising. I will take my leave. As you wish, Fatebinder. I was just on my way to place the helmet. If you wouldn't mind, I would appreciate you joining us. The settlers have created a spot upon the 3rd tier. I'll meet you there. Oh God, something horrible is going to happen. Who are you? The sunburnt man dips his head in greeting. An outsider never arrives alone. At least that's what my mother always said. Seems like she knew what she was talking about. He nods thoughtfully at his words. I'm Eldian. Welcome to Lethan's Crossing. You must be the one everyone's talking about, the Fatebinder, Tunon, right? Eldian looks over you and shrugs. Hearing stories about your exploits in the well, I expected you to be a 12-foot-tall giant who shoots fire from his mouth. Well, I can't do my mouth, but I could shoot fire from my fingertips if that would make you feel better. Can't always tell the contents of a pie from its crust, now can you? Not really a fan of the way you use your weapons to say hello, but this isn't the first time blood was shed over the crossing, and it won't be the last. I won't pretend that I'll miss the Brotherhood, but enough of my prattling. You didn't come here for a history lesson or to get my opinions of your grandeur. He waves his hand dismissively at the previous comment. You ever heard of the Hell's Vengeance adventure path? It's a similar plot to Tyranny wherein the party acts as special agents for an empire being able to cut through laws to carry out orders. Playing through it now, but as a chaotic evil character, I've mostly been using my position for personal gain. I notice you can do that a lot here too. Make an artifact that's potentially a useful piece of gear, but anything you can just take it for your own use. That will probably come up at some point in this part of the adventure. It wouldn't surprise me. The fact that she even explicitly said, oh, it can be taken from here, it can be used for combat or something. I feel like we will have the option to just say, fuck this town, I want it. What can this old fool do for you? What was that about the Archon of Song you mentioned? Siren, the songbird. Feels like it's half the town she's got mooning over her in that hovel by the river. It's up on the 1st tier if you can find her. His brow knits. Feel free to take her with you if you go. He cants his head slightly, banishing his sour expression. But seeing as you're not here for her, what else can I do? I have some questions about the crossing. If you have some questions about our settlement, I'm the one to ask. I have the dubious distinction of being the oldest living resident of Lethan's Crossing. I've been here for a lot of its history. He smiles. Eyes, hips, hair, and hearing may be failing, but my mind still remembers everything that happened. What would you like to know? I'll do my best not to go on too long about it. I know I have a problem keeping my conversation short. Yeah, we might have to call it here once I get done talking to him. Tell me of the crossing's history. You have a question about the going... Oh, you already said that. Who was Lethian? Biggest pain in the arse I ever knew. He turns bright red, blushing at his words, then lets out a huge guffaw. I suppose I shouldn't talk about my mother like that. She was a mediocre merchant, but a great leader. The war in the northern kingdoms cost her a very lucrative trade route in the north, but she managed to earn trade stewardships from Kairos. For a short time, she had a monopoly on grain, salt, and tin here in the tiers. Oh, what did my grandmother say? Give me a blind man, time, and a pile of rocks, and eventually he'll hit a target. He shrugs. Not to say she didn't deserve it, but I think luck played a bigger part in her success than actual talent. But Kairos gives and takes. A year later, Lethian was stripped of her trade rights. Suddenly she had a huge staff and nothing to trade, and no means to pay anyone. She was a stubborn old goat, knew if she just kept at it, eventually things would turn around for her. She figured the trade goods could come to us. The location was good, and well, it's crazy how that would happen. She decided to concentrate on making an existing local settlement into the center of commerce for this part of the tiers, and by the claws of the beast, she did exactly that. I thought she was crazy choosing a town nestled next to the old walls, but apparently she knew what she was doing. Wasn't long after it was renamed Lethian's Crossing. The bridges over the old walls, this was the only place to go if you wanted to take weeks off your trip. Eventually, she hired the Bronze Brotherhood to act as guards. We were big enough and had enough commerce to warrant the protection. Lethian was your mother? Of course. How did you think I became the Reeve of the Crossing? It's certainly not my storytelling or charm. I might be the oldest living resident here, but that's certainly not a good enough reason to make someone a leader. Though, come to think of it, either of us has just been the offspring of the former leader. He laughs. Like it or not, that's how it was. Mother was a wonderful woman. She might not have been the nicest person. She might not have been She might have been a bit over-fond of a dalliance here or there, but who isn't? His face sobers. May her rest be free of disturbance. How did you build the old wall bridges? Lethian was the mastermind of that one. Tie a knot with one hand and one string. I remember watching her draw systems of ropes and knots in the sand, telling me what they would do when built. I thought she was crazy. Say she got the idea for the bridges from seeing galleys pull out of the water under the dock. Apparently the hardest part was getting the initial climbing team to brave the old walls and set the first tides. Apparently you can pay a man enough rings for him to overcome his fear of the old wall's predators. And why did your people settle here? Necessity. The rope bridges let us cross the old walls. With them, it didn't matter what trade rights we had. We were the crossroad of the northern tiers, an unbeatable location. The siege of Ardent, the loss of the bastard city, hell, that ended up helping us. All those folks heading to points east crossed through our little settlement. A lot of them decided to stake a claim with us. And by then, Lethian discovered there was iron in our rivers. He thought that'd make us rich, but, well, it also made us a target. The old walls don't make passage easy, and our bridges cut days, sometimes weeks off a trip. Lethian's Crossing is the best bet to get your shipment where it needs to go. Mix a motherload of iron ore into the ground, and we suddenly had a target painted on us. I take it that has to do with Kairos' interest in the crossing. Yep, that and the iron, plain and simple. Now your forge-bound are here toiling away with the ore they pull from the river. We're being squeezed for our resources. If you're after a drink, better to squeeze a fruit than a stone. It would seem many people find us to be very juicy indeed. There was a merchant who tried to peddle iron rocks as magical because they came from areas near the old walls. One of the people he sold to happens to be a disfavored courier. Courier then showed the rock to a forge-bound master who immediately recognized its potential for making superior weapons. It was brought to Kairos' attention, and not long after that, soldiers and forge-bound came to Lethian's Crossing. They came with such force our options were to either comply with what they wanted or die. What does the Brotherhood want with Lethian's Crossing? Land? Breeding stock? They've been here longer than I have, but maybe they consider it home too. But Kairos' purse masters are no longer paying them to fight, and if a mercenary's killing for free, well, something's suspect. In the end, I suppose it doesn't matter. Raytomon will never let go. He feels he owns this town, and he aims to have it be his. Let me ask you something else. What can you tell me of the Spire? Sometimes I wonder why Lethian thought it was a good idea to settle her. We already had a Bane problem before the Forgebound set up their shop. Now that they're using the Crossing as one of their main forges, the Bane issue only got worse. Since the Bane are drawn to magical energy, we have to be on a constant alert for them coming in. How did you seal the door? Well, I obtained a keystone to be used to open or seal the door. One of Kairos' soldiers found it while they were looking for a way to seal the doors to keep the Bane from coming out. The sealed door is only temporary, though. It'll hold the Bane back for now, but it won't last that long. That's why Tunon instructed Zedenya to create an artifact to protect us from the Bane. Would you be willing to let me into the old walls if we need to? I'm afraid that's a risk I'm not willing to take, Fatebinder. Once the doors are unsealed, there's a good chance those Bane will just flood into our town. As much as I'd love to help you, I can't endanger the town like that. Fair enough. Tell me your thoughts on the Brotherhood. They were here since the Crossing was founded. Lethian herself hired them to protect the settlement just as it was getting started. Fledgling town, shadow of the old walls. They honestly did a good job, and we kept them on as peacekeepers. They're a good enough sort. Back when Narat offered to pay them to help Kairos' forces, then when I knew we were in trouble. Taking pay from two employers is always going to end badly if you can't make them both happy. On top of all of that, it seems lately that Raytomon is following a path only he can see. Quite frankly, I'm not looking forward to finding out what he finds at the end of that path. Tell me, the It is Obsidian. If I don't see at least one Fallout New Vegas like reference somewhere in this game, I'd kind of be disappointed. I'd like at least one little Easter egg. That would be kind of fun. Tell me what you think of the Disfavored. Can't be sure, honestly. I've heard rumors the Disfavored are a tough and disciplined crew, but the Bronze Brotherhood were able to force them out of the crossing without much trouble. I'm sure there must have been extenuating circumstances, but until I see something to change my mind, that's how I feel. How have your interactions with the Chorus been? Can't say I have a strong opinion on them one way or the other. They didn't seem to care much about leaving the settlement behind. They put up what seemed to be a token resistance when the Brotherhood drove them out, but once they left, we haven't seen hide nor hair of them. Oh, it's another fucking bot. Automod. Thank you for grabbing them. Deny. Funny bot. Silly bot. I am going to need some directions, if you would. I understand. Crossing can be a bit intimidating the first time someone arrives, but it's not as complicated as it looks. He laughs and puts a hand on your shoulder. The river is named the Portascar and flows down the middle of the settlement. Waterfalls pouring over the old walls are the Sunrise and the Moonrise. The western waterfall is the Sunrise because of how the sun hits it in the morning, and Moonrise got its name due to how it glows during a full moon. Almost like the voices told them not to fight too hard. Yup. Since Outer Worlds, I've gotten tired of hearing them call back to their older games. I'm not asking for, like, lots of them. I'm asking just, like, one. I think New Vegas deserves it. New Vegas always deserves, like, one, because it was that good. The crossing itself is broken up into districts named after the waterfalls. The west side is the Sunrise District. The east side is the Moonrise District. The different levels of Lethian's Crossing don't really have names, but they usually get referred to as tiers. My home is considered part of the ground tier. Forge is on the first tier, both in the Moonrise District. All right. Of course, I need to go to the Spire and make sure everything's ready. I'll meet you there when Zedenya is ready to place the artifact. Can't wait to see how this goes badly. Someone tries to talk to you after this, I stab them. Well, I am going to see what's in this room, but then we're definitely calling it.
On it.
I hadn't intended to go almost a full 6 hours, but I guess we're going almost a full 6 hours.
Might we not simply break it?
Ooh, a forge-bound masterwork hammer. Is that better than... See, that's the only thing I don't like, is that if you're going to give me artifacts and stuff, it better be good. This would replace my one-handed sword with Dauntless, but this thing's almost better than the two-handed sword that I'm using now. In fact, it is a little too slow for her. We'll hold on to it, though. Making Barrack carry everything. I mean, he's good for it. He's been walking around with that armor. Can you imagine how ripped he is? No. Worn iron weapons look as if they've been recently repaired and are being ready to be shipped back out. And we got some of that. Sell members of Kairos' armies and, of course, to you, Fatebinder. Armor is newly made by the Forgebound. Is still warm to the touch. Master of Crafting. Master of Tempering. It's hot. Don't touch it. Okay, game. Probably has enough protruding spikes on him to hang the weapons off him like a rack. Yeah. Volantis surveys the room with an air of superiority. He addresses you without making eye contact. Is there something you want? Is there a problem? His eyes carefully watch Lahara as he answers you. Yes, but these are forge-bound matters. Nothing that concerns the High Court of Tunon, I can assure you. What do you do here in the forge? I keep things running smoothly. Upkeep, mostly. He smiles coyly. I'm also second in command to Lahara. In case anything ever happens to her, I'm here to take charge. Oh yeah, that doesn't sound suspicious at all. A muscular woman standing upright from her forge and turns to look at you, the light of the fire playing across her face, making her eyes dance dangerously. A toothy smile breaks across her mouth, the only bright spot in her soot-stained face. Do you kill with your left or your right? She rubs blackened palms together, eyeing you expectantly. Normally I can tell from a glance, but you're a lot harder to read. Left. I carry my staff in my right hand, but it's the left hand that forms the sigil. Noted. She grips her belt and cinches it, rattling the picks, awls, and pliers that dangle from its various hooks. I am Lahara, Master of Tempering, Forge Master of Lethian's Crossing, and my tasks exceed the hours left in the day, but there's no harm in pausing my work if it means speaking with the Honorable Fatebinder. How can I be of assistance? Why did you wish to know if I killed with my left or right hand? The gauntlet is the hardest piece of a panoply, and the most rewarding to work with. So many scales, so many different sizes, the rivets. She slides her thumb and fingers together, shedding flecks of soot and iron dust. I imagine you see a lot of battle in your line of work, my lord. One gauntlet is invariably going to wear out before the other. My mind is always thinking on what will need to be repaired first. It's as simple as that. Why stab her? She hasn't done anything. Sint is usually the one who prescribes the most chaotic option there, Lord Brownbear. I wasn't expecting it from you. Tell me of Lethian's Crossing. I do not see much of it, only this. She points to the roof and walls of the forge. Lethian and her merchants crew settled this area a while back. The brave fools built bridges over the old walls and made themselves a crossroads trading post. Real pioneer spirit stuff. The whole place might have been ignored by our forces, save somebody discovered there's iron everywhere. You can't wash your clothes in the river without it coming out rust-tinged. So the iron made Lethian's Crossing important enough for Kairos to want it himself. Made good sense to move some of us forge-bound here. Easier to put us near the iron instead of shipping it over the mountains or old walls. This is a crossroads. We can resupply our allies faster from our new workshop. You've just been distracted ever since Eb joined the party. Well, it's good to know she's keeping somebody under control. Tell me of the Forgebound. For centuries, our guild has sought the union of magical and manual perfection, while others concern themselves with the arcane for the sake of inordinate power. We study it to overcome the traditional limits of arts and crafts. The forge is our dominant concentration of study, but not all Forgebound work metal. Some are weavers, carpenters. One of our odder members fancies himself a chef. The wise and mighty Kairos has been kind to our guild. He offered to put our weapons and armor in the hands of those who would change the world. A broad smile overcomes her face, and he has been true to his word. Forge-bound iron has trampled the tiers, and all that oppose Kairos' forces rest their heads upon forge-bound spears. What can you tell me of the forge-bound master? Zedenya is the finest leader I've had the pleasure of working under. She has guided the forge-bound with a steady and stern hand, guaranteeing all our work is of the utmost quality and peerless in every regard. I am second only to Zedenya, which is why I am the forge master of Lethian's Crossing. She points at Atlantis. He is my second, should anything happen to me. I haven't worked with him long, so I don't know much about him, or the true long-lasting quality of his work, but he was appointed by Zedenya. He must be good at what he does. Could you make me something magical? No. She smiles and shakes her head. But almost everyone asks. Relics of arcane power must grow into themselves. They are never made from nothing. She points her finger in the air and smiles. But what I can do is use my magic to swing my hammer with perfect precision, to work a cantrip to handle molten metal with my bare hands. We can build artifacts of exceeding quality and refinement, but they must be used in great deeds to grow into relics of power. And that is why we seek to put the works of our forges into the hands of the great, the true legends requiring the elite alliance of sword maker and sword master. Yeah, it seems to be a case where the better made an item is, the more likely it is to become magical in the hands of someone great. So you can have a truly masterful sword, but if that masterful sword is not placed in the hands of a great warrior capable of wielding it in the most impressive of battles and slaying the most powerful of opponents, it will still just remain that, a well-made sword. Why make weapons if you could kill your foes with magic? Why walk if you could make porters carry you? She shakes her head with a huff. We have ways to protect ourselves from those who would abuse us, but we study the arcane for the purposes of building, not destroying. We leave that to others. They can take our implements and use them to sow chaos as they so choose. I would rather take chaos and force order upon it. I can see why they get along with Kairos so well. How exactly does your magic help you make things? Our most important rituals bind the creator, the tools, and the materials into one entity. She cracks a nervous smile. Close enough. In my own work, the forge bind draws the whole of my senses to the edge of the blade. I am tempering. I can see the tiniest notch, or touch my finger to the blade and feel the razor sharpness without breaking my skin. Such perfect execution of arts has its costs, of course. One's heart and lung become linked to fire and hammer. A dropped hammer could lead to a stopped heart. Most of our members die in the throes of their work, killed by distraction or simple error. He blushes. I will admit, we lose a lot of apprentices. Speak of something else. Can you make something for me? Can? He lifts an eyebrow. Certainly. Will. Well, Kairos invented cues for a reason. He lets slip a sigh. I'm afraid I have every Iron Walker and every Scarlet Chorus ringleader sending me bribes and flattery in hopes that I'll work off schedule, and I make them some special this or one-off a kind of that. Her mouth moves as if to speak, but she falls silent, folding her arms. I did not realize the request was so thoughtless. You have my apologies. I get unreasonable demands every day, Forgebinder. It is not their volume, it's the purpose. She lowers her voice to a near whisper and steps closer. I do resent that Kairos demands reduce our work to mere quotas. I should be allowed to customize my work for every soldier. Only apprentices have anything to learn from making the same size helmet again and again. Forget I even asked. That I will. Are you well? You look weary. I am ecstatic. Her voice is matter-of-fact, and a smile creeps in. The ritual of the forge links heart to hammer. My blood beats only when I strike the ingots. My forge runs too hot if my breath becomes too hurried. The bond is both fatiguing and exhilarating. Is that how you excel at your craft? That and years of practice, she scowls. But yes, the rituals link the senses to the materials, the body to the tools. My hand becomes a joint, the hammer the true end of my arm. I can feel the heat of the forge as if it were the weather of the room. Under such circumstances, true focus emerges. Couldn't that kill you? I should hope so, she laughs, her face blushing the color of molten metal. Better than being defiled and killed by brigands, poisoned by grain rot, slain in childbirth. Would not a soldier wish to die in battle? Okay, so we have a true believer here. We have a true believer. More of her ideas than Kairos, but still. Fascinating. Let us speak of other matters. I'd like to ask you about Beric. I would hope you would examine him. Did the Adjudicator not issue an injunction against precisely that action, my Lord Fatebinder? Indeed, he sent the decision by bird to each of the guild workshops. Interesting how even the artisans have their own brand of psychos. Not surprising. I mean, once you literally hold molten metal in your hands without hurting yourself, I imagine that really does say something about your mental state. Actually, no, I don't think that's going to be the case. If you merely look him over, that is not going against the Adjudicator's decree. Allow me to state this in no uncertain terms, Fatebinder. The Forgebound swore our allegiance to Tunon the Adjudicator Archon of Justice specifically. We do not easily forget that oath, nor do we rush to circumvent it. Our fastidiousness is not limited to our craft. Loyalty to an oath looks like this, Fatebinder, in case you had forgotten. I don't suppose that you know any skilled smiths who might lack such an ironclad sense of loyalty. You ask me to be an accomplice to your crime. There may be an individual who can help you. Rumor has it that there was a mage smith of great manor in the Stone Sea. By all rights, she should have been killed, so I assume that she's worked out a deal with that glowing green bastard Narat. I cannot provide you with a name, but you might seek around Halfgate if you have the misfortune of being in the area. I appreciate it greatly, Lady Lohara. Goodbye, Fatebinder. As far as I'm concerned, this conversation never occurred. No, it did not. Lack of desire to be freed makes this course of action so awkward. I just can't help but feel like he wouldn't have brought it up in the first place without thinking that he wants this. And he seems to have only given up after Tunon said not to do it. But Tunon specifically worded it so that it's only a servant of Kairos, which means if we find somebody who isn't, we'll have found the loophole. But that will be that for today. My throat is starting to feel a little sore. And we have actually gone almost a full 6 hours. So Beric may have found his result after 2 hours of grief. That is also possible. If we get to the end and I ask him and he says definitively no, then I will take that as his consent to not do it, and I won't. But if we get there and he has a breakdown and is finally like, yes, please get me the fuck out of this, then I'm also going to help him because Beric is my friend. But that will be all for today. Let's go see if we can raid somebody. I'm not even sure who's on right now. There really doesn't appear to be anybody on who's small. Everybody is either a massive streamer who I watch or... I mean, that's a French person, but I'm not seeing anything. Doesn't really look like there's anybody to raid, so I think we will just call it here then. I hope you all have a glorious Friday, a glorious rest of your weekend, and I will see you on Sunday for yet another long stream while we have the chance. And as I said, I'm hoping to start streaming on Tuesdays as well, but do not expect CRPGs on that day. Tuesdays is going to be very much just a whatever the hell I feel like it kind of day. So I will see you all on Sunday, and again, I hope you all have a glorious weekend. I'll see you then. Have a good one.